well, if they take action, there's no point because we're still going to get pollution from the other sectors. But actually, I think that's more of a reason for everyone to be acting on air pollution, because the more action there is to limit air pollution, then the more we will feel the benefits for everyone across the board.
So Weena, do you agree that we need to take an all-in approach, all-at-once approach, or do you think we should be prioritizing one industry or one problem at a time and checking off the list?
I think the issue is so big, it really does need to be addressed very urgently and quickly, because the cost of it is our lives. I mean, as simple and plain as that. Just to take back the question, to also add to what Diana has said, the question you raised about, sort of the business imperative on all this, I will give you a counterfactual. If it's the case that businesses that change their operations, green it, to reduce air pollution issues, is going to be so bad for businesses, then all the countries that have successfully dealt with this would have gone bust, right?
Certainly wouldn't be doing as well as they are.
And they're all doing well.
Yeah.
And they're all doing well.
Well, look, we've unpacked many different issues this morning in this first segment, and I just want to say thank you, Diane, thank you, Weena, for being here today and sharing your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Now, let's turn our attention to India. Over several decades, India's fast-growing economy has lifted millions out of extreme poverty. But as India continues to grow, air pollution challenges have led to significant health consequences for workers and society at large. What measures can the government take to protect the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment? Is technology the answer to our problems, or do we need a seismic shift in business practices? In this short documentary, we're going to take a closer look at efforts to control air pollution from India's brick kilns.
India's integration into the global economy during the past decades has seen millions lifted out of extreme poverty, and the country itself emerging as a global player. However, as India continues to industrialize and urbanize, the country is now facing significant levels of air pollution that may have implications for future growth. Air quality in India has been deteriorating at an alarming rate. In 2019, the government estimated that 1.7 million people may have died prematurely from air pollution. While various studies and assessments have been undertaken to measure and monitor the impact of emissions from power plants, traffic, and even stubble burning, little is known about brick kilns. India is estimated to have more than 100,000 brick kilns across the country, with the industry being the third largest consumer of coal.
The most widely used brick is, of course, the clay brick. There is still no alternative to the clay bricks. Now, in India, the burnt clay bricks, we are following the hundreds of years, one of the most old and primitive technologies. The major raw material used for firing is still coal. When you are feeding in the coal, it results in an ash, suspended particulate matter in the case of PM10. And another one important thing is PM2.5. PM2.5 is the finest kind of particles which doesn't settle. It moves large distances, 30, 40, 50 kilometers, and pollutes the villages. And if you see this is most of the people in and around a brick kiln, or even people who are working in the brick kilns, they suffer from bronchial diseases, they suffer from silicosis, and they suffer from lungs and heart diseases. They don't have any sort of social security into this. Exploited, no basic facilities. Well, for your daily routines, you go to the field, very, very basic kind of an one-room kind of a structure made with GI sheets, unbearable in the summer months. So basically, it's very hard. It's very hard.
The decentralized nature of the brick kiln industry, generally confined to rural and semi-urban areas, makes it difficult for authorities to identify, monitor, and regulate. The eastern Indian state of Bihar is one example. With over 6,500 brick kilns throughout its borders, regulating them all can seem a daunting task.
Bricklin was a major factor, contributing factor as far as air pollution is concerned. The first step was to convert the bricklins from old technology to clean technology, greener technology. And our initiative that is giving result, and almost more than 4,000 bricklins they have converted to new technology. But the problem was the basic database. You know, Bihar is a big state and number of bricklins is enormous. So getting the exact location, georeferenced location for all the bricklins, that was a difficult task.
In an attempt to overcome this hurdle, the Bihar State Pollution Control Board, in collaboration with the UNDP Accelerator Lab, have been using satellite imagery to detect the exact locations of non-compliant brick kilns throughout the area. Since brick manufacturing units have distinct spatial features, they can be detected from satellite imagery using object detection algorithms. Dubbed the GeoAI platform, this artificial intelligence technology helps environment and labor regulators tackle the issue head-on.
So this gives us a right picture about how many brick structures are located, are operational. So presently, based on the data provided by UNDP so far, we have initiated the physical verification process, which our inspectors are doing at the field presently. And this technology will go a long way in regulating the brick kiln sectors in the state to ultimately reduce the emission level.
If you see the brick kilns, one of the worst affected are the workers. But there are in certain cases very good examples where people or entrepreneurs have taken care of their employees. So what I would suggest here is, if this kind of good examples can be replicated, it pays you off. People say that it is an investment. It is an investment. If you talk to these entrepreneurs, they said that, well, it is an investment that we have made. The good thing is that the same people comes back to us each and every year.
Let's welcome Nusrat Khan, UNDP's Business and Human Rights Specialist in India. Nusrat, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Sean, for having me here.
Tell me, how are efforts of the government to address air pollution indicative of other efforts the government's undertaking to address environmental harms caused by business operations elsewhere?
That's a great question, Sean, a very important one. And of course, India has a number of legislations that cover a wide range of environmental issues, and many of them impose fairly stringent legal obligations on business enterprises. Also, the Supreme Court of India has on multiple occasions recognized the right to a clean and healthy environment as an integral part of the right to life, guaranteed under the Indian Constitution. And this is, of course, because of the scale of the air pollution problem in India, which cannot be underscored enough. A recent study has, in fact, attributed the increase in air pollution-related deaths across the region, South Asia and Southeast Asia, to industrial pollution such as ambient air pollution and chemical pollution. And given this situation, the issue certainly remains a priority for the Indian government, which continues to focus on the effective implementation of laws and policies, including the very recent 2020 National Clean Air Program.
Now, UNDP has been working with the government on the 2020 Clean Air Program for some time now, but you're also working with the government on the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Tell me, what is the intersection between this business and human rights agenda and air pollution?
That's right. I mean, we have been at UNDP supporting the government of India on this agenda. And of course, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, they present an excellent framework to guide state actions or to address human rights impacts of businesses. And aligned with this objective, the Indian government, in particular the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, is working on a national action plan on business and human rights, which is expected to focus much greater attention to business-related adverse impacts, including business impact on the environment and health.
Thank you very much, Nusrat, for your insights today.
Thanks, Sean, for having me.
Next on Asia in Focus, Clean Air and the Business and Human Rights Agenda, we have in the studio BJ Schulte, a Mekong policy and legal advisor with Earth Rights International, and Grita Anandarini from Indonesia Center for Environmental Law, who's joining us live from Jakarta. Welcome, BJ and Grita.
Thank you, Sean.
Grita, let me start with you. What, in your view, are the main challenges in Indonesia to making progress on air pollution? Are the obstacles similar to other countries, or is each country too unique to draw lessons?
I see that each country will face different challenges because you know that each country certainly will have different major sources of air pollution, and each country will have different meteorological and geographical condition. But I could see that the similar things between all these becomes the availability and the transparency of the data. In Indonesia, for example, where the one of the main challenges is the lack of air quality monitoring system and emission inventory, and this becomes the obstacle to make progress on air pollution control.
So you're saying the biggest challenge for Indonesia is data collection and analysis. Is that fair?
Yeah, the data collection and the transparency as well. Yeah.
Now, in some contexts, civil society and civic engagement has been very important to moving the needle, to getting the government to invest more in data collection, etc. Has that also been true in Indonesia? Where do we stand with the level of citizen engagement on air pollution issues in Indonesia?
The engagement between CSOs and broader public obviously becomes stronger, and when the CSOs and public move together, obviously could make larger impacts. And I also note that the most important thing is how the CSO could provide the data, how the CSOs could provide scientific data to be the fuel in the movement. Because you know that when we talk about the air pollution, we talk about scientific data, and we talk about how the CSO could craft the scientific-based advocacy. It's become important.
Does it make a difference that the Human Rights Council recently recognized the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a human right? Grita, does identifying air pollution as a human right make a difference? Is it a game changer here?
Yes, but one thing that we should note that even our constitution, our Indonesian constitution, already recognized that good and healthy environment as one part of human rights. Actually, approaching air quality from a human rights perspective can also becomes or serve as a catalyst, for acceleration action to achieve the clean air, to empower those who work in many areas to improve the air quality, and to give more understanding to people that this is a basic rights.
Let's say you're sitting opposite the chairperson of a major company in a specific industry, and you have a moment to say a few things to them. What industry would that chairperson be in, and what would you tell them to do to address air pollution?
I would say that that your it is not the government obligation. It is not only the state obligation, to protect the environment, to protect the air, to protect our air quality. But it also becomes your obligations on that. It's also become us, our obligation, not only you actually, but also me as one part of the public, one part of the citizens. I mean, so if you could, for example, being transparent of your being compliant to the law. I mean, if you could be compliant to the law, and just consider your business impacts, your activities impacts on air pollution, and to us as public, as citizens who affected by your business. It only that being happened to your family. What would you do? So, when we talk about air pollution, we talk about basic rights. We talk about right to life. So, I think that's the thing that you should consider on how your business, how your activities really have impact to the right to life for every citizen in the country.
Thank you, Greta. I'm going to move to BJ now, and maybe widen our view outside of Indonesia. Tell me, based on your experience on helping to reduce air pollution, both inside and outside of Asia, are there lessons to be taken on a global level for countries like Indonesia, Thailand, Mongolia, India? What are the most important lessons? Can the lessons where we have successfully addressed air pollution be transferred elsewhere?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think there are many lessons. There are two that I would highlight. One is simply the mechanics of air pollution control. I'm American, so my frame of reference is often the United States. And one very important lesson I usually try to bring up with people is that going back 50 years ago when we first adopted the Clean Air Act to address our air pollution problem, there was no permitting system in the original act. And so we operated for 20 years without any permitting system, which made it incredibly difficult for regulators, for communities, and for regulated entities to actually figure out which emission standards apply to which facility, what are the emission standards, what are the reporting requirements. And so in 1990, they significantly amended the law to create a permitting system, essentially to streamline the whole process.
And can that be, is that something that's easily adaptable elsewhere? Has it been tried, that kind of?
I think so, yeah. And we're actually seeing progress on that in this region. For example, China, going back maybe 6 or 7 years ago, adopted a new environmental protection law and air pollution control law that established environmental licensing system. Vietnam also recently amended its law to establish a licensing system.
So do you see air pollution mitigation efforts mostly as a governance issue? It's about getting the governance right, or is there more to it than that?
I think that there's a little bit of both. There are a lot of governance issues that I believe that if they were ironed out could go a long way towards addressing air pollution. For example, institutional responsibilities. A lot of the observations in this region, and this was a problem back in the United States before they adopted the Clean Air Act, was just a confusion of responsibilities among government agencies for implementing these requirements.
Weena made a similar comment in the first segment of our show. I'm going to put the same question I put to Greta with regards to the finding that a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is now recognized as a human right. Does that make any difference to someone who's looked at this problem mostly through a permitting and regulatory and a governance lens?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, on the one hand, yes, I do think it makes a big difference for a lot of the reasons that Greta brought up. But for me, the question always goes back to, okay, we recognize this right. How do we get there? How do we actually, create a system that helps us implement that right or realize that right? And that, to me, is largely a governance issue.
What is your answer to people who say, this is just a cost of growth?
And there's a lot of statistics out there about the economic cost to society at large of air pollution. And, we see that in terms of public health, but also in terms of, in certain places when the air pollution has become so bad, we see very acute effects like closure of airports, closure of schools. All of those things add up a lot of economic costs that I think gets lost in those conversations.
Well, what I'm taking away from this conversation is that there are many pathways forward. Government needs to learn from experience of other governments in the region. That citizen engagement is key. In fact, it's critical, and so as is access to remedy. And then thirdly, that business needs to show more ownership of the issues. Thank you very much, BJ. Thank you very much, Greta, for being here today.
Thank you, Sean, for having me.
Thank you, Sean.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, has been our program, Clean Air and the Business and Human Rights Agenda. Many thanks to our guests for their participation. We hope you'll want to learn more by reading our report on air pollution and by visiting our digital platform. Be sure to join us again as we explore water pollution and climate change in our upcoming webcast of Asia in Focus. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
Pertumbuhan pesat dan pencapaian ekonomi Malaysia banyak disumbangkan oleh tenaga kerja migran. Walaupun sumbangan mereka amat ketara, namun sejarah menunjukkan bahawa hak asasi manusia dan hak pekerja mereka sering diabaikan. Pandemik COVID-19 telah menambah kepada kerentanan pekerja migran ini, seperti perampasan dokumen peribadi, kerja lebih masa yang keterlaluan, persekitaran kerja dan tempat tinggal yang tidak memuaskan, dan eksploitasi yuran perekrutan. Pada tahun 2011, Majlis Hak Asasi Manusia Pertubuhan Bangsa-Bangsa Bersatu dengan sebulat suara mengesahkan Prinsip Panduan Penjagaan dan Hak Asasi Manusia PBB. Prinsip panduan ini berteraskan 3 rukun. Pertama, kerajaan harus menggubal dan menguatkuasakan undang-undang yang sesuai bagi melindungi pekerja dari pelanggaran hak asasi manusia oleh pihak ketiga termasuk perusahaan perniagaan. Kedua, perusahaan perniagaan harus menghormati hak asasi manusia, elakkan melanggar hak pekerja dan menangani sebarang impak hak asasi yang timbul. Ketiga, mangsa penyalahgunaan yang berkaitan dengan perniagaan mesti mempunyai akses kepada tindakan pemulihan. Syarikat mesti membenarkan pekerjanya mengakses tindakan pemulihan serta mengambil bahagian dalam proses aduan yang berkesan. Dalam beberapa tahun seterusnya, kemajuan dicapai susulan rangka tindakan yang disediakan oleh Prinsip Panduan PBB. Pada tahun 2019, Pertubuhan Buruh Antarabangsa secara rasmi menyatakan bahawa yuran perekrutan atau kos yang berkaitan tidak boleh dikenakan kepada pekerja atau pencari kerja. Dan kerajaan Malaysia baru-baru ini telah bersetuju untuk melaksanakan polisi perekrutan pekerja dengan kos sifar. Pandemik COVID-19 juga telah mendedahkan situasi yang dihadapi oleh pekerja migran. Pada tahun 2020, permintaan untuk peralatan perubatan dan keselamatan seperti sarung tangan dan pelitup muka mencapai tahap tertinggi disebabkan pandemik ini. Memenuhi permintaan ini boleh menyumbang secara negatif kepada hak asasi manusia. Hasil daripada siasatan antarabangsa dan tekanan media, beberapa syarikat peralatan perubatan dan keselamatan terbesar di Malaysia telah memberi komitmen kepada perekrutan pekerja dengan kos sifar dan membolehkan tindakan pemulihan bagi pekerja migran yang telah membayar yuran perekrutan secara keterlaluan kepada agensi perekrut. Kepentingan tindakan pemulihan tidak boleh dipandang ringan. Untuk membayar yuran perekrutan secara haram atau tidak beretika, pekerja migran mungkin terpaksa membuat pinjaman yang mendedahkan mereka kepada ikatan hutang, membawa kepada suatu bentuk buruh paksa. Mereka mungkin mengambil masa yang lama untuk membayar hutang tersebut, manakala majikan terlepas daripada menanggung kos ini. Apabila berlaku pelanggaran hak asasi manusia yang berkaitan dengan perniagaan, pekerja migran harus diberi saluran yang berkesan untuk mengakses tindakan pemulihan dan mendapatkan pampasan yang setimpal. Pemerkasaan pekerja bermula dengan sektor perniagaan mewujudkan persekitaran kerja yang berpusatkan hak pekerja di sepanjang rantaian berkalan dan memastikan bahawa pekerja migran dapat mengambil tindakan terhadap hak asasi manusia dan hak pekerja mereka. Dengan berbuat demikian, sektor perniagaan dapat meningkatkan perlindungan kepada golongan yang paling rentan.
Welcome to our program, Asia in Focus, Climate Change and the Business and Human Rights Agenda. My name is Sean Lees, and I work for the United Nations Development Program in Asia Pacific. In partnership with the European Union, UNDP is hosting a series of webcasts exploring the connections between environment and human rights. Today we'll look at the challenge of climate change in Asia. What responsibility does industry and government have to mitigate the impact of climate change on human rights? Is radical policy action required or a graduated approach? Join us to find out. Asia is dangerously exposed to the impacts of climate change. With a large population and long and low-lying coastlines, the region is buttressed by extreme weather events and rising sea levels. Food security is also at risk due to lethal heat waves, extreme precipitation events, and drought. How do we counter climate change in Asia? Who, if anyone, should be held responsible? And what role do human rights protections play in ensuring action from government and industry? Today I'm joined by Sarah Phillips, a researcher from Chulalongkorn University in Thailand, and Surya Deva, former member of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, and currently a professor at Macquarie Law School in Australia. Sarah, let's start with you. Economies in Asia have been in a deep freeze during the COVID-19 period, and they're now just recovering. People, workers, they just want to get back to normal. Why should they now be concerned with climate change?
Well, I think we need to start with the question, what does normal look like in the context of climate change, especially in a region like Southeast Asia, where climate change impacts are expected to be some of the world's most severe. And what do I mean when I say that, severe? We're talking about increased instances of drought, flooding, more extreme weather patterns, and all of that is going to translate into impacts like a rise in tropical diseases such as dengue fever, biodiversity losses, food shortages because crop yields will diminish, and rising sea levels means displaced peoples, and even clean water scarcity. And all of those impacts are also going to take a significant economic toll. So the Asian Development Bank estimates that in Southeast Asia, approximately, that we will see approximately an 11% GDP drop regionally.
11% drop in GDP.
Due to climate change impacts, yes, yes. And so, I mean, this is a very significant issue that people need to be concerned about. That's a large number. So imagine like a situation where you have lost your home because of flooding. You've had to migrate for work, and you're having trouble finding a job because economies are shrinking. And then you're dealing with all of that on top of, as I mentioned, food shortages, clean water scarcity. I mean, that's a really bleak outlook that I'm painting, but it's absolutely why we have to be concerned with climate change. And people need to know that no one is safe from climate change impacts.
While it is true that the climate change is happening, it's having an impact in all the ways you've described, people have an impressive power to adapt. And in fact, you wrote a recent paper on the Mekong Delta in 2020 and claimed that the Mekong River Delta of Vietnam is one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change, that sea level rise, flooding, and saline intrusion all threaten to displace already vulnerable populations. And you go on to speak about the impact on livelihoods, but also on personal security, etc. But in that same paper, you talk about how rice farmers in the Mekong Delta region are making a shift to shrimp farming, and they seem to be getting on just fine. Isn't adaptation, migration, or displacement a fact of human history? Isn't this something that we're actually managing? And the implication of that being, we do need to address climate change, but maybe we don't need radical action. Maybe we can take a longer view with regards to carbon emissions and other actions.
Well, I think like getting along just fine is maybe subjective, and how well people are adapting is also a problematic way of looking at it, because adaptation itself is very resource intensive. It takes a lot of financial capital and a lot of time. And often it ends up being, especially in the context of climate change, more of a stopgap. And so the people who adaptation is meant to help the most, they end up still being vulnerable to climate change impacts. In the case of the Mekong Delta, there was only a certain amount of rice farmers who were actually able to make the shift over to shrimp farming. And it was those farmers with the resources and capacity to do so. But even out of that, a small percentage of farmers that were able to make that shift, like a lot of them still struggled with that hard decision, and struggled also with being able to make those farms viable. And I think that kind of is a microcosm of a larger picture that we should be talking about, where climate change has different impacts for different countries. So say like a country like the Philippines, you're going to be seeing more severe and greater succession of these major severe weather events. Right. And so a country like that is going to be having to put their resources into recovery, and also disaster risk management, maybe to the detriment of other development objectives.
Right, health and education, etc.,
Yeah, things like
infrastructure
that.
development. But we conducted a survey, albeit an unscientific one, in Asia, asking Asians in various languages what their top environmental, what the top environmental priorities were. And climate change actually came a distant second, maybe even a third, to air pollution. Air pollution is the first priority, then climate change and water pollution, neck and neck with climate change. Is there a danger that all the focus on climate is displacing, if you will, these other, or deprioritizing these other environmental priorities at the local level?
No, I don't think there's a danger, and I feel like we really need to shift the narrative on that because environmental issues are intricately connected to climate change. And so I think we need to really promote the narrative that it's not a trade-off between addressing an environmental issue and climate change, that these things are very intricately interconnected. And so when you address something like air pollution, you are impacting climate change for the better, but vice versa, if a country doesn't regulate air pollution and doesn't do anything to improve air quality, that's going to have a negative impact on climate change, and then even on people's human rights.
We are seeing an upsurge in some countries of litigation, climate litigation, and or public interest litigation on air pollution, on water pollution, etc. I'm wondering what your feelings are about this form of about this pathway. And also about your feelings more particularly on the Human Rights Council's recognition of a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a human right. Will recognition of environmental rights as human rights, or the environment as a human right, make any difference to the people on the ground, the people of Asia?
Well, as to your question about litigation, especially strategic litigation, has always worked as a gap filler for areas that maybe are not being addressed the way that citizenry would like their government to. So we're seeing that in climate change because people want action, and climate justice. And the development of the Human Rights Council with the recognition of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a good development. Yeah. It's recognizing the connections between human and environmental well-being, and also acknowledging how a healthy environment works to bolster, protect, and promote human rights. But it really remains to be seen what kind of impact it will have, because the recognition of a right is very different than the implementation of that right. And I think that we need to remember as well that this right already exists and is enshrined in many countries' constitutions. And so whether the Human Rights Council recognizing that right now will impact those jurisdictions or other jurisdictions that don't yet have that right constitutionally or in other parts of their legal framework remains to be seen.
Dr. David, let me turn to you and ask that same question. Human Rights Council finds a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment a human right in October of last year. Is it going to make a difference? Is it a game changer, or is it just a step in a long road going forward?
I think it is going to be a step in the right direction. So recognition is crucial because it is coming at the international level by the Human Rights Council. But of course, much more needs to be done, and done collectively to make real change on the ground in years to come.
What do you think is the thing that's going to make the biggest difference with regards to carbon emissions reductions and or efforts to mitigate climate change?
I mean, we need action on the part of businesses. We need action on the part of the governments. For instance, the governments can provide a range of incentives and disincentives. Public procurement could be a very powerful lever in terms of both creating incentives and disincentives. So a government, for instance, can say, oh, if you are a business that is combating climate change, then you will get a preferential treatment in providing products and services to the government. Governments at the same time can also exclude certain companies which are polluting the environment, ignoring climate change from that contract. Of course, governments also need to take care of such businesses which need access to technology, access to finance, and they also need capacity building. They need resources in terms of sharing good practices. So governments can definitely do all these things. I also believe that sanctions have a key role to play when it comes to governments. So fines And I would say personal accountability and responsibility of the leadership of companies, directors, chief executive officers, they have to be held accountable. So companies should not be allowed to get away with just making long and very nice words. Rather, they should be held accountable if they don't really perform on those parameters, what they say they are doing.
You're putting a lot of the onus here on government to do things. But in fact, companies have been making net zero pledges recently. Companies have been pledging to reduce their carbon emissions. I take it you're one of the skeptics out there. In a keynote address to the Council of Europe last year, you stated that companies which publicly claim to respect human rights and the environment should not be allowed to lobby governments in the dark to dilute environmental standards or delay plans to phase out fossil fuels. Do we believe in companies? Do we believe in the promise of ESG investing? Or do we actually impose regulations and punishments from government?
I'm a cautious supporter of ESG. I'm cautious because what is crucial is that E stands for environment, S for social, and G for governance. These three letters could be very powerful tool if they are approached by businesses to reorient the purpose of business in society. ESG could be seen as going beyond shareholder primacy. ESG could be a license to reframe the relationship and live in society in harmony. And if we see in this particular context, and the rights and rights holders are central to what companies report and who they consult, then ESG can definitely be a powerful tool. Otherwise, it could just end up becoming some kind of corporate social responsibility or greenwashing tool, and that will be counterproductive even for businesses.
You are asking businesses, not just to be held accountable to their pledges and promises. You're actually in the same Council of Europe keynote address suggest that businesses needed to abandon policies and practices aimed at promoting unsustainable consumption. Are we asking businesses or business leaders to ignore their fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value? Are we asking too much of business? Are we asking business not to be business?
I think we want business to be a better business, a business which is a principled business. It respects people as well as the planet. For instance, businesses encourage consumers to buy more and buy more often. And that is unsustainable in my view. That is going to undermine climate change. It will create unnecessary burden on the planetary boundaries. Let us say a customer wants to buy a pair of jeans, and this customer goes to the shop, and the shopkeeper might have a sale on and say, oh, why don't you buy 2 pairs of jeans? If you buy a second pair, we give you a 50% discount. And this poor customer, even if he or she needs only 1 pair of jeans, may be tempted to buy 2 pairs. Let us take smartphones as an example. Why do people need to buy smartphones every other year? If a smartphone can last for 8 to 10 years, should businesses not be making that kind of a phone that we don't need to buy every time? So we should be encouraging businesses to create more long-lasting products which can be repaired easily, which are reliable, and which are more sustainable. They should also be conducting life cycle impact assessment of their products. So if you are making, let us say, washing machines, the company should take the responsibility to take the washing machine back. The company should also ensure that those machines are stable and sustainable.
In terms of trying to change the market and or make the market work for both human rights and the environment, a number of countries have issued and or exploring the idea of mandatory human rights due diligence, forcing companies essentially to identify and prevent human rights risks and environmentally linked human rights risks resulting from their operations and from their products indeed. Is this movement towards mandatory human rights due diligence, is it a game changer or is it a distraction?
I think it can be a game changer if these legislation are designed properly and they don't encourage merely risk-based compliance approach. Then I think it could be a game changer. How do we ensure this? First of all, we have to understand that due diligence is merely a process. It is merely a means. It is not an outcome. So we should not be obsessed too much with the process. We should be able to insist that companies have to ensure that outcomes are achieved. And these outcomes are that the human rights are not violated or human rights are realized. I think that is a very crucial point. Then this word consultation is often misused, I would say, by businesses because they already decide what needs to be done. They already have taken a decision, and then they do some kind of symbolic consultation. And I think this consultation have to be meaningful. I would say it is more like co-creation. So they have to be consulted in a meaningful manner, and that collaboration must address power imbalances between the communities and the companies. And of course, any mandatory human rights due diligence law, it has to establish a very strong system of access to remedy and accountability. Without accountability, this is not going to work.
Thank you both for being here today and sharing your insights.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for having me.
Now let's turn our attention to Thailand. Despite the transition to a more industrial and service-oriented economy, Thailand remains an agricultural powerhouse. But with its long coastlines and susceptibility to extreme weather events, the country is vulnerable to small changes in climate. How can Thailand build resilience and mitigate long-term climate risks? What is the role of civil society, industry, and government? In this short documentary, we'll take a closer look at how smallholder farms are adapting in Thailand.
Agriculture commands 10% of Thailand's GDP and employs 1/3 of the workforce. Despite the country's gradual shift towards manufacturing and services, family farming continues to be the main livelihood for the rural community, especially during the COVID pandemic, where the country saw a mass exodus of workers leaving cities to return to their hometowns. However, earning a living has always been hard for Thai farmers, but even more so in recent years, where extreme droughts and floods have further disrupted local economics and rural communities. According to a study undertaken by the International Center for Tropical Agriculture, yields of major crops in Thailand could fall as much as 15% by 2050 as a result of a rapidly changing climate. 135 kilometers northeast of Bangkok is Prachinburi Province, a major farming area situated in the fertile Central Plains that is home to almost 28,000 agricultural households, many of whom in the past relied heavily on predictable weather patterns, especially rainwater, to irrigate their crops.
คือเราคาดเดาไม่ได้จริงๆว่าอย่างกรณีนาจะเห็นได้ชัดนะคาดไม่ได้เลยว่าฝนจะตกไม่ตกแต่เราต้องดำนาก็ต้องสูบน้ำเข้านาคือเสียค่าใช้จ่ายเนาะเสียค่าใช้จ่ายเพิ่มมากขึ้นในการสูบน้ำเข้านาอย่างปลูกผักเราก็คิดว่ามันจะไม่มีโรคแมลงในช่วงนี้แมลงอันนี้คือปกติจะไม่มาในเดือนสมมติไม่มาในเดือนพฤษภาปรากฏพออากาศเปลี่ยนมันก็มาในเดือนพฤษภาก็คืออากาศที่เราเดาไม่ได้ก็ทำให้เราวางแผนในการปลูกยากขึ้นคิดว่ามันจะหนาวแต่มันไม่หนาวมันกลับมาร้อนแทนอะไรเงี้ยก็คือทำให้ผลผลิตเสียหาย
One Pen and her husband are part of an organic farming network in Khao Mai Keo community in Prachinburi Province, who have been working together during the past 10 years to adapt to the new, harsh climate realities. Like many farmers, to mitigate risk, they've adjusted their farming habits. On their land, which they share with others as part of a cooperative, they now grow a variety of crops and have also introduced vegetables that require less water. But it was still not enough. Therefore, in an effort to try to stay ahead of climate change, the Farmers Network advocated with government agencies for climate adaptation support. Their efforts resulted in funding to support the construction of greenhouses and a solar-powered drip irrigation system for the community.
คืออย่างแต่ก่อนน่ะน้ำเราเขาเลยนะเห็นหลังปลาเนอะทำให้ปลาตายได้เพราะน้ำมันน้อยลงปลาน้ำมันร้อนแล้วปลาตายพอเรารวมกลุ่มเสร็จปุ๊บเนี่ยก็จะมี หน่วยงานเข้ามาส่งเสริมกับเกษตรกรเพราะเรารวมกันหลายคนเป็นสมาชิกหลายคนกระทรวงทรัพย์มาขุดสระให้เราทำให้เรามีน้ำมากขึ้นแทนที่เราจะจำกัดการใช้น้ำแบบปลูกพืชแต่ก่อนเราปลูกพืชได้น้อยเพราะว่าเรามีน้ำน้อยคราวนี้พอเรามีน้ำเยอะเราก็สามารถปลูกได้เต็มกำลังของเราเพราะว่าเรามีน้ำเพียงพอต่อการปลูกพืชสระเนี่ยก็คือใช้ด้านการเกษตรก็ประมาณถ้าเห็นก็คือ150แล้วก็ให้กับด้านการอุปโภคอีกในหมู่บ้านอีกประมาณ300หลังคาเรือนเฉพาะสระลูกนี้ค่ะ
ปัญหาการเปลี่ยนแปลงสภาพภูมิอากาศอย่างเช่นเรื่องการบริหารจัดการน้ำเนี่ยมันก็เป็นผลที่ว่าถึงแม้ว่าเขาจะพยายามปรับเปลี่ยนให้สอดคล้องกับสภาพอากาศยังไงเนี่ยการที่จะสร้างหลักประกันให้มันมีน้ำอยู่ตลอดเวลาเนี่ยมันเป็นความจำเป็นอย่างยิ่งเพราะฉะนั้นการที่หน่วยงานภาครัฐได้ตัดสินใจในระบบงบประมาณเนี่ยเราสามารถที่จะดำเนินการแบบนี้ได้ใน 100% ในงบประมาณของรัฐที่มีอยู่เนี่ยก็มองเห็นแน่นอนว่าประโยชน์ที่จะเกิดขึ้นกับเกษตรกรใช่ไหมคะ
But while adaptation efforts are paying off for the Kamaikau community, increasingly large budgets will be required to address issues at scale. Climate change will impact many millions, if not billions, of people in the years to come. Businesses must examine their operations closely and act to mitigate carbon emissions. Where heavy emitters fail to do so, they might be held accountable for the negative impacts suffered by the Thai people, including Thailand's farmers and local consumers. Globally, people are becoming increasingly aware of climate change and its implications.
I hope you enjoyed our documentary report. Let's now welcome Tharani Suravaranon, UNDP's Business and Human Rights Specialist in Thailand. Tharani, thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much, Sean, for letting me be part of this conversation.
What other signals is the government sending now as the first country in Asia to pass a national action plan on business and human rights? What other things is it doing to help industry in Thailand mitigate some of the environmental and human rights risks of their operations?
Sure, Sean. As you know, that there is some movement around the human rights due diligence requirement at the global level.
Right.
So here, the government is planning to introduce the mandatory human rights due diligence requirement to support the private sector in Thailand. Here, we are working with the government actively in terms of building capacity of the private sector on the human rights due diligence process. And here, we are studying about the possible options and interventions if the human rights due diligence is being introduced to Thailand in the futures.
I understand they're also doing some studies on the protection of human rights defenders, some of which are
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we officially start with the ceremony, I would like to share some quick housekeeping rules and announcements. Please ensure your phone is on silent mode throughout the event. Restrooms are just outside on the left, and prayer rooms are on levels G and LG. For all Q&A sessions, we will have Slido available for you on screen for both in-person and virtual participants. There will also be opportunity for us to take questions from the floor. And finally, if you would like to follow updates on the BHR agenda, please follow, like, and share the official social media platforms for the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, available on Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok. We will begin the ceremony upon Minister's arrival, so please feel free to have light refreshments that are outside in the meantime. So I just say lah terus. We will begin shortly. May I kindly request everyone present here to stand for the minister's arrival. May I kindly request everyone present here to stand for minister's arrival. Announcing the arrival of Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Azalina Uthman Said, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, Law and Institutional Reform. Accompanied by Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Khairul Zaimi bin Daud, Director General of the Legal Affairs Division, Prime Minister's Department. I would like to ask everyone to remain standing as we will now sing the Negara Ku. We now invite all guests to take your seats. We would like to invite Encik Muhammad Haris Iskandar bin Fakar Razi to the stage to recite the Doa.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم الفاتحة بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم Ya Allah, Ya Alim, Ya Hakim, all thanks and praises be to you for gathering here today to be a part of this event. We pray that you will bring us out of the darkness of doubt and favor us with the light of comprehension in order for us to be able to participate and spread the knowledge captured today to everyone as we know. Ya Allah, open to us the door of your mercy and unfold for us the treasures of your knowledge by your mercy. Ya Allah, the most merciful of merciful one. Ya Allah, make useful for us what you have taught us and teach us the knowledge will be useful to us. In conjunction with the Today Business and Human Rights Conference, we ask for you, Ya Allah, so that you may give us the blessing and continued prosperity to protect us from all evil and shame, save us from all form of evil and disobedience. Ya Allah, bless us in our gathering and keep us safe in our parting. Ya Allah, protect us from all calamities. Bless us with health so that we can be devoted to religion, race, and country. Ya Allah, Ya Fattah, Ya Alim, let our heart be filled with light and insight and understanding the knowledge. Ya Allah, make our country, Malaysia, a country that has your blessing and favor and everlasting peace and prosperity. To you we seek help and forgiveness. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmah wa hayyi' lana min amrina rashada. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin ya rabbal alamin.
Thank you, Encik Muhammad Haris Iskandar. Salam Sejahtera and a warm welcome to today's event, Unveiling Insights and Actions, Malaysia's baseline assessment on business and human rights. I am Uma, and I am your MC for today. I would first like to take the opportunity to thank you for joining us today's program, organized by the Legal Affairs Division, Prime Minister's Department, in collaboration with the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, Suhakam, United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and the European Union. Today's event provides a platform for sharing on the status of the development of the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, and to present highlights from the National Baseline Assessment on Business and Human Rights. We will now kick off the program with a few words from Mr. Niloy Banerjee, Resident Representative of UNDP Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam.
Good morning. YB Dato Sri Azalina, Yang Berbahagia Dato Khairul, Dato Sri Khairul, old friend, our paths have crossed before. Dennis, EU partner, Dato Mariati Robert Suhakam, also old friend, our paths have crossed before. Diplomatic community, ambassadors, excellencies, friends in the media, and colleagues, and my dearest UNDP colleagues. It's been a long and fulfilling journey. 2015, long before I arrived in this country, Suhakam passed the framework, the strategic framework for the National Action Plan. And then in 2019, just after I arrived in this beautiful country, the cabinet and the government of Malaysia approved the process of passing the National Action Plan. And I'm actually so delighted that Minister Azalina is now the champion and steward of this. Thank you, Minister. Dr. Punitha, Professor Aisha, Edmund and team, it's been a journey, but it's been lovely walking this journey with you. Colleagues, when the UN and our partners, the EU, were asked if we can provide technical support to this, we turned to the North Star that we usually use for business and human rights, which is the UNGP, the Global Principles, which has really three things: the protect, respect, and remedy. And those three guiding principles have infused this work. They have inspired us, and we have found a lovely partner in Bayu and Suhakam, who have echoed this, walked this journey with us. We still have some way to go, but there has been an honesty of purpose, of intent, that we will always appreciate, that we will always think will do Malaysia good. And I'd say good because I want my friends in the business community to hear this. As an economist, I can't help going to economics. Colleagues, if you speak with Dr. Chua, the Deputy Director General in the Ministry of Women and Family and Community Affairs, and with Hisham, who just finished as the Chief Strategy Officer at EPF, and has just joined the Prime Minister's department, actually. Colleagues, Malaysia will have a structural issue with labor. It's a small population country, and as countries become richer, two things happen. Malaysians will not take certain jobs. Not in the corporate sector, not in the agricultural sector, not in urban garbage picking, whatever. So there will be a structural labor problem in Malaysia. There's no, and Malaysia, as it gets richer, is also aging. It's an aging society. So the two gentlemen I referred to earlier have statistics that say that for every Malaysian, every productive Malaysian in the tax-paying, wage-earning, or business, engaged in business, for every Malaysian, there's 1.6 Malaysians who are dependent on them, i.e. society has aged. We have families, we have parents, we have young children to look after. So for every Malaysian, there's 1.6 Malaysians already dependent on them. So colleagues, Malaysia will have a labor issue. So how we frame it, how we structure it, we've seen it in other industrialized countries. So how we frame it, how we structure it, how we treat labor is going to be an extremely important conversation. So that's why this is an important conversation today. I commend the ministry, I commend Suhakam, I commend all our friends here who've shown up to show their support. This is an important conversation. We will have it over the next few years. I hope this beautiful country and its beautiful people will benefit somewhat, a little bit, from what we discuss all day today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee, for your opening remarks. I would like to welcome on stage Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mariati Robert, Vice Chair of the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, Suhakam, for her opening remarks.
Assalamualaikum, good morning, selamat pagi. Yang berhormat Datuk Sri Azalina Othman Said, berbahagia Datuk Sri Kharil Zaimi bin Daud, Mr. Niloy Banerjee, and Mr. Dennis Baresh. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to welcome all present, physically and online, to the Unveiling Insights and Actions, Malaysia's baseline assessment on business and human rights. Suhakam is delighted to co-host the event together with Bayu and the UNGP. After a successful conference in 2021, I believe today's conference is significant as it is not only a platform to be updated on the status of the development of the long-awaited National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, but we will also be presented with the preliminary findings of the National Baseline Assessment on Business and Human Rights. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, Suhakam has been involved in spearheading advocacy initiatives for the BHR agenda in Malaysia since 2010. Suhakam has received complaints on a wide range of human rights issues, including business entities, and they include gender discrimination on employment, exploitation of migrant workers, forced and child labor, indigenous people's rights, and environmental rights. In 2010, Suhakam organized a series of roundtable discussions with the government, civil societies, and corporations to analyze the issues. This was prior to the adoption of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights in 2011, which introduced the Respect, Protect, and Remedy framework for states and non-states to prevent, address, and remedy human rights adverse impacts due to business operations. Suhakam also carried out the first ever report of the National Inquiry into the land rights of the indigenous peoples in Malaysia in 2013. This was following numerous complaints by the Orang Asli or indigenous people that were submitted to Suhakam on the alleged encroachment of their lands by various parties, including companies. The National Inquiry report, which was submitted to the government, offered 18 recommendations to address the systemic problems. In 2014, the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights encouraged states to develop a national action plan to localize the UNGP. Recognizing the significant role that the government could play in addressing awareness and compliance with human rights through business entities, Suhakam launched the strategic framework on the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights for Malaysia in 2015 to drive the government to lead in development, NAP-BHR. After a series of engagements, the government announced at the 6th UN Forum on Business and Human Rights in Geneva, Switzerland, in 2017 that Malaysia is committed to developing its NAP-BHR. Since then, there's been increased interest among business entities and organizations on BHR. This is indicated by the expanding requests that Suhakam receives from year to year from various business entities to provide talks and trainings, including BHR modules for their employees. The Federation of Malaysia's Manufacturers has also expressed its interest in collaborating with Suhakam to conduct BHR courses for its members. The Malaysian Palm Oil Council, MPOC2, has collaborated with Suhakam and the International Labour Organization, ILO, in organizing 2 series of BHR workshops for smallholders in Peninsula and Sabah this year. The next workshop is to be held for smallholders in Sarawak in November. These workshops are aimed at promoting human rights compliance practices in the supply chain of the palm oil industry. Suhakam has also started to engage with Petronas on BHR, starting with talks and seminars with industry players. Ladies and gentlemen, human rights cover almost every aspect of our lives, from environment, social, and governance. Suhakam, however, observed that many business entities in Malaysia still have a narrow understanding of BHR in which they limit it to labor issues. The import ban imposed on a few Malaysian companies due to labor force issues seem to further entrench that understanding. More awareness and education need to be undertaken to correct this misconception among business entities. While Suhakam wishes to provide more awareness and education programs to the business entities, we admit the constraints in manpower and resources that Suhakam faces. Apart from the education and awareness program, Suhakam has received 54 complaints involving the issue of forced labor from 2020 until September this year. Among the issues that have been brought to Suhakam's attention are the retention of documents such as workers' passports, debt bondages, poor hostel facilities, unclear working contracts, withholding of wages, employers not providing pay slips to the employees or their workers, and workers are being restricted from joining any unions. Ladies and gentlemen, while Malaysia has yet to draft its NAP BHR, it is worth noting that the government has implemented several other national action plans that are relevant to the BHR, namely the National Human Rights Action Plan 2018 and the National Action Plan on Forced Labor 2021 to 2025. Suhakam also applauds the government's recent decision to make public the report of the Independent Committee on the Management of Foreign Workers. Suhakam hopes that the recommendations made by the Independent Committee will be acted upon to address the long-standing issues surrounding the recruitment of migrant workers, which affected not only the rights of the migrants, but also the locals. Suhakam believes that the development of NAP BHR should consider all the existing relevant NAPs and such reports. The NAP BHR should be a living document and be read in harmony with other relevant NAPs to ensure its objectives are achieved. Another aspect that needs to be looked into in drafting a good NAP BHR is to have a well thought out and robust implementation, monitoring, and evaluation mechanism. Without all three, the action plan will remain a mere commitment on paper. I believe this conference is the right platform to have further discussion on important matters for the development of a comprehensive, inclusive, and realistic NAP BHR. On that note, I wish you a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you to the Secretariat from Bayu, UNGP, and Suhakam for working hard in organizing this conference. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mariati. I would now like to call to the stage Mr. Dennis Baresh, Minister Councillor and the Head of Section Trade and Economic Relations from the Delegation of European Union to Malaysia.
Good morning. YB Datu Shri Azalina Oman Said, Minister of Law and Institutional Reform. YB Datu Shri Khairul Zaimi bin Daud, Director General, Legal Affairs Division, Prime Minister's Department. YB Datuk Mariati Robert, Vice Chair, Human Rights Commissioner for Malaysia. Nilo Banerjee, UNDP representative for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam. Dear colleagues, dear participants, it's a pleasure, it's an honor to be with you today to discuss business and human rights in Malaysia. As you know, it is a top priority of the EU to uphold key European values and EU international commitments, notably the Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement, fundamental rights at work, and of course, human rights and democracy. The respect of human rights and the concept of sustainable development are enshrined in EU treaties. EU citizens want to be reassured that the products and services they consume are produced and delivered in the respect of human rights, labor rights, and with minimum impact on the environment. Beyond the engagement of the EU, the involvement of private businesses across all sectors of the economy is key to upholding EU, in fact, international values. This is why the EU promotes responsible business conduct in companies' activities and supply chains. We do not operate in a vacuum. EU action is firmly rooted in existing international initiatives, first and foremost the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, but also the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, as well as the ILO Tripartite Declaration of Principles concerning multinational enterprise and social policy. However, one key limit of international initiatives is that they are voluntary. The EU is therefore taking steps to implement international standards through legislation. Let me give you two examples of EU legislation already in force. You're probably familiar with the EU Deforestation Regulation, which sets due diligence requirements for companies that import to the EU 7 commodities, including palm oil and rubber. But more relevant to today's discussion is the EU Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which entered into force in January of this year. It requires large companies to report on a range of sustainability issues linked to their activities, including the environment, as well as labor and human rights. Companies do so on the basis of detailed sustainability reporting standards. We also have legal instruments in preparation, and I would like to mention two major pieces of legislation to promote responsible business practices. The first is the EU Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. It would require large companies operating in the EU to identify and address adverse human rights and environmental impacts in their operations, as well as those of their subsidiaries and value chains. The directive would also include provisions on civil liability, allowing victims to take legal action for damages that could have been avoided by appropriate due diligence measures. The second is the EU Forced Labour Product Ban Regulation. It would ban from the EU markets all products made with forced labour, irrespective of origin. This would include products made in the EU, whether for domestic consumption or exports, as well as imported goods. Now, international cooperation is part and parcel of the EU approach, notably to promote the uptake of international responsible business standards in partner countries, including in Asia. To this end, we notably work through projects. The project Business and Human Rights in Asia plays a key role in this respect. This EU-funded project is implemented by UNDP in 4 ASEAN countries, including Malaysia. Its aims are to help governments and local stakeholders develop their own national action plans on business and human rights, and to promote awareness amongst businesses. We're pleased with the excellent collaboration between UNDP and the Legal Affairs Division, Prime Minister's Department, and the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia. We look forward to the adoption of Malaysia's first National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. This project will soon be complemented by another EU-funded project, Agents of Change, which will have a bottom-up approach building on the multiplying capacity of the media and youth. To conclude, the EU is scaling up its approach to responsible business conduct. We expect our legislation to be a major game changer as it will create mandatory legal requirements for responsible business conduct in relation to human rights, labor rights, and the environment. We hope that efforts by partner countries will further amplify the impact of our legislation, including in Asia. With this, I wish you all a very fruitful discussion today.
Thank you, Mr. Baresh. It is my pleasure to now invite Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Azalina Othman Said, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, Law and Institutional Reform, for her keynote address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam kerajaan Perpaduan Madani. It's a very serious room. Everybody's so serious. You should be smiling. We are in Malaysia, truly Asia. We have got someone from UNDP and from EU, so we should be giving them warm hospitality. Give them a round of applause for being with us. I just have to start with a little bad news. I think I'm going to inform the Director General that any government program, Swakam, no more hotels. This is the first and the last because we have to save money. So please use AIAC, the arbitration center. You can rent AIAC. It's also income to the government. Sorry, just a little bit of bad news. All right, Yang berbahagia Datuk Sri Khairul, Director General for the Legal Affairs Department, and members from Bahagian Dongdang, Prime Minister's Department, Mr. Niloy Banerjee, UNDP, Resident Representative of Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, and Darussalam, Datuk Mariati Robert, Commissioner of the Suhakam, the Vice Chair, Mr. Dennis Baresh, Minister, Councillor, and Head of Section Trade in Economic Relations Delegation, EU to Malaysia. And all members of the attendees, thank you so much for your time. We're trying to rush before 10 because Parliament starts at 10. And that's when all hell will break loose in Malaysia for the day. I am honored to be here at this important and timely conference titled the Unveiling Insights and Actions, the National Baseline Assessment on Business and Human Rights in Malaysia. Allow me first to acknowledge and commend the extraordinary joint efforts by the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, Suhakam, and the delegation of the European Union to Malaysia in organizing this conference. This conference is especially important and timely, and it showcases the preliminary findings of the National Baseline Assessment for Business and Human Rights for Malaysia, which is key in developing an action plan for human rights and business. This report, ladies and gentlemen, is a testament to the unwavering commitment of the unity government, or known as the Kerajaan Perpaduan Madani, led by the 10th Prime Minister, in knowing the fact that the Ekonomi Madani was launched middle of this year in the theme of Memperkasa Rakyat framework, which was launched in July 2023, is towards ensuring all businesses in Malaysia operate ethically and respect all aspects of human rights in their operations. The forthcoming National Baseline Assessment, set to be finalized by year end this year, I hope so, represents a comprehensive emphasization on the state of business, of the present state of business and human rights in Malaysia. This evaluation is primarily geared towards assessing Malaysia's current, I see it as a premise, current premise, to the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights. And it's going to deep dive on the impact of human rights in Malaysia, covering 4 critical domains, which is governance, labor, environment, and with additional chapter on special cross-cutting issues such as child rights and gender concerns. Beyond the preliminary data collected to date, we are resolute in seeking input from diverse stakeholders present, especially at this conference today, Our commitment as the unity government or Kerajaan Perpaduan Madani extends to active listening. We will value opinions and insights contributed by all stakeholders. Anyone out there who has an opinion, who believes that there must be a joint change by the people of Malaysia, the businesses of Malaysia, and the government of Malaysia, and also government agencies and industry players, to international experts, grassroots organizations. Today, you will have the opportunity to learn about the preliminary findings of the National Baseline Report. This initial glimpse into the assessment will reveal numerous gaps and challenges highlighted by various stakeholders. However, it is crucial to understand that these challenges are of such a magnitude that they cannot be adequately tackled by any single entity or sector in isolation, including any relevant ministry or government agencies. On its own, it cannot. The complexity that we will face necessitates a concerted effort of the whole society approach, uniting us all in our commitment to addressing these multifaceted issues together. As you know, this is a new, I don't see it as a new issue, but I see it as a new terms of reference that this government, Kerajaan Perpaduan Madani, wants to involve in every aspect when the Prime Minister launched the economy Madani. I think I have to pause for a while and emphasize to some of the foreign delegates here that the key element of the wording Madani in our context is the element from the Malaysian perspective. As you know, the wording of Madani emphasizes a lot on the element of ihsan. And you know, the element of ihsan is one of the principles of Islam that talks about respect. Which means to say, in simple English, is that this government wants, even if it's profit, it must be profit with respect. Which is you do not abuse, whether local players or foreign players in Malaysia, because this government does not tolerate abuse. So this is basically the premise we're starting with. So it's just a baseline report. I'm not concluding because I'm not the Prime Minister. I'm just saying that this is something that we are willing to listen, to engage, and to look into as how we respond to EU and, for example, the speech given earlier and UNDP, Niroy, in reference to how Malaysia is going to progress, especially in 2024. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will be chairing a steering committee with multiple stakeholders to bring in all the national baseline assessment, finalizing the report in the upcoming launch, maybe sometimes in December 2023, which is towards the end of the year, which I hope for. In the era marked by complex interdependencies and global connectivity, we acknowledge the interdependency of all stakeholders in shaping a sustainable and equitable future. As we navigate this landscape, it is in our collective duty to strive for inclusive, ethical, and responsible business practices that not only can boost economic growth, but also prioritize the welfare of Malaysians and citizens of the world that work in Malaysia. As a next step, building upon the insights gleaned from the National Baseline Assessment, I am delighted to announce the government's effort in developing a comprehensive, this is a very important point of my whole statement, is the government's effort in developing a comprehensive National Business and Human Rights Action Plan 2025 to 2030, which is set for completion by the year end, I hope so, which is the year end of 2024. This aim or this objective that we have is Malaysia's dedication in our objective to aim to harmoniously balance economic growth and human rights protection in Malaysia by creating an environment that attracts responsible investors and uplift the lives of Malaysians as a top priority, and the respect to Malaysians and respect by the world towards Malaysians' values. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a very progressive and productive discussion or conference, as you call it. And whatever outcome you have to be presented to Suhakam and Bahagian Hal Undang-Undang, that the government will take into account, and we will together come up with the National Action Plan for Human Rights in Malaysia 2.0. With that, thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me. Wabillahi wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That's it.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri. I would now like to invite our guests of honor and member of the media to the Lotus Room for the press conference. We will now have a short 10 minutes break before we hear from the next speaker.
Welcome to our program, Asia in Focus, Clean Air and the Business and Human Rights Agenda. My name is Shamiz, and I work for the United Nations Development Program. In partnership with the European Union, this program is the first of several exploring the connections between the environment and human rights. Today, we look at the challenge of air pollution in Asia. What is the responsibility of industry to respect our right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment? What are the trade-offs that need to be considered? And are those trade-offs worth making? Please join us for an illuminating discussion with our experts. Our topic today is air pollution and its impact on our health, economy, and human rights. By many measures, air pollution is Asia's most pressing environmental and public health challenge. Indeed, 49 of the top 50 cities most affected by air pollution are found in Asia. 92% of the region's population is exposed to unsafe levels of PM 2.5 and other toxins. How do we mitigate air pollution in Asia? Who, if anyone, should be held responsible? And what role do human rights protections play in ensuring results from government and industry? To provide some insights, I'm joined today by clean air advocates and experts who've been working in the regions for decades. Later, we will air a short documentary on efforts to curb air pollution in India. Now, for our first segment, I'd like to introduce Winarin Luliratonda, who is the co-founder of the Thai Clean Air Network, and Diane Archer, a senior research fellow at Stockholm Environment Institute. Welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Wina, let's start with you. There is a common perception that despite growing awareness, air pollution levels are going through the roof. They're increasing year after year after year. Is that true? Is that fair? And if so, why?
That's a good question, Sean. Air pollution is a problem. I think globally, if you look about it, it's really about the way our entire economic system is predicated on capitalism. So the more you produce, right, the more you generate in terms of economic growth. And when you produce, the byproduct obviously is pollution and a lot of waste issues. So that's part of it. I think COVID has given us a bit of a respite. So we've actually seen, you know, what life is like when there's less air pollution, but unfortunately it's just a temporary blip. I think here in Asia, specifically in Southeast Asia, if you look at the hotspot cities, we're sort of on similar levels. It's pretty bad. But a couple of months ago, actually, the University of Chicago did a study, and they actually pulled together a graph, an interesting graph, where they mapped the PM 2.5 levels, and they compared China and Jakarta, Hanoi, and Bangkok. Right? Now, China really peaked in about 2013, and they've had a huge fight against air pollution, and they're a phenomenal case in terms of how that's been achieved. And so their pollutions are coming way off, which is fantastic. Within the other three Southeast Asian countries, our levels are sort of similar-ish, but I think the positive thing you can take out of that is that at least with Jakarta and Hanoi, there looks to be a trend of going downwards in terms of the levels. But unfortunately for Chiang Mai, which was the other comparable city in Thailand that was used, the trend is going up.
So it's uneven. It's not fair to say across the board air pollution is going up. We've seen some success in China. We've seen some success perhaps in Hanoi. It's year to year, and it's uneven in that regard. Let me talk to you a little bit about your engagement as an advocate with wider society in Thailand. You wrote a letter to the government recently promoting a citizen-drafted, citizen-led bill to combat air pollution. And in that letter, you wrote, the biggest obstacle to addressing air pollution effectively is a structural one. What did you mean by that?
What we mean is, like in many countries, one of the problems with specifically related to environmental matters, but specifically to air pollution, is that there isn't any one entity that's fully responsible for addressing it, right? And when you don't have somebody, some entity or governmental entity that's fully responsible for it, it's like a hot potato that gets tossed around a lot. And that's definitely the case here in Thailand and in many, many parts of the world. That's been an issue. And so that is one of the things that we've really addressed in the Citizen-Led Clean Air Act, is to deal with the underlying structural problem that will enable all stakeholders to focus on this issue in the right way. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In prior conversations, you spoke to data as being very important. What developments around technology and data have occurred around the region to help facilitate either greater awareness or finding of solutions?
Oh, it's been immense, actually. I think one of the key things is not just being aware of what is wrong with the air that you're breathing in, but what can you do about it? And one of the issues that has stopped people from really taking action is the lack of data transparency, right? Not knowing, what is the source, right? And that's a bit of a chicken and egg problem often. But in Asia, I think we've got some amazing developments. And one example coming out of China, which is the Blue Map app. And that is really mapping all the polluting industries and showing which ones have been in violation and color coding it and using it in a way that's so visual and easy for people to track. That, instead of just people complaining amongst themselves that air pollution is bad, they actually can track where, and they can actually use social media to push the government ministries and the responsible factories to clean up their operation. And that's been extremely successful. And then here within Asia, there's been a lot of use of satellite data, as well as in combination with low-cost sensors to help supplement the official sensor data so that there's more data spots for people to actually, take policies that make sense.
Oh, in our documentary later today, or later in this program, we're going to detail how that's being done in India. Before I turn to Diane, you did mention governance and how important governance is, but when you evoke issues of governance and evoke issues of data, these can be very sensitive issues. They can be political issues. In fact, air pollution is increasingly becoming a hot button political issue. Is it a good idea to politicize the air pollution issue, or does it do more harm than good?
Air pollution should never, ever be a political issue. This is something that has to be above politics. I mean, if I want to take everybody a step back, we are fighting for the right to breathe, which is actually inherently the right to life itself. So how can that be political, right? It doesn't matter who you are. You can be a government official, you can be a business person, or a man on the street. This is about you and your right to live. So it cannot, and it should never be a political issue. Yeah.
Now, Diane, you've been studying the impact of air pollution on urban populations in Asia and Africa, other places, for many years now. Well, let me ask you, do you agree with Lena that this should not be a political issue, that it should be a public health issue, almost a public health emergency in some settings, or do you think we should take a broader lens?
I definitely agree that it's a public health issue. We know the costs of inaction on people's health. And I also think we should consider it an environmental issue. A lot of the impacts of air pollution are very much related to climate change. So the more air pollution we have, that means the more emissions we're generating, which means we're contributing to further climate change in the future. So if we can address both of them hand in hand, we will have benefits both for people's health and therefore general economic productivity, but also good well-being and happiness. And we will be addressing the pressing climate change issue that we really need to tackle.
You mentioned cost of inaction. And for many advocates, researchers, academics, they often say the cost of inaction is too high. But do we have an honest accounting of the cost of action? I mean, if we increase measures to enforce air pollution mitigation laws, we're asking industry to bear a lot of those costs. Are we going to be shutting factories down? Are we going to be putting smallholder farmers out of work or force them to lose their livelihoods? Are we going to make certain countries that take on the air pollution issue less competitive than their neighbors?
Well, we can say for sure that the costs of inaction are obvious. 7.4% of GDP lost due to welfare losses arising from health issues from air pollution in Asia and the Pacific only. So that's already a huge cost burden on the economy. And then if we're talking about the agricultural sector, we know that haze and smog has negative impacts on agricultural yields as well. So people are losing out by not acting on air pollution. So we also know that there are definitely ways to act on air pollution, and that there are industries and businesses and farmers who are taking action. So it's a question of how do we scale this up? And so that we can all benefit from the improvement in air quality, and by conjunction, the economy will also benefit.
How do we scale up, and why haven't we scaled up? If it's so obvious, why haven't we scaled up on the solutions?
I think part of the problem is a lack of awareness, firstly, that air pollution really is something we have to tackle, and that the health burdens of air pollution have negative impacts on workers' productivity. So that's we need to raise awareness on that front with business owners, for example. And I think the other issue is also lack of awareness that actually some of the solutions are not that costly, and they can have co-benefits. So for example, in the agricultural sector, rather than burning crop residue, if you compost it and then apply that compost to your fields, then you will gain greater yields in future. So there is definitely scope for action.
You keep coming back to agriculture. This is a question for perhaps both of you. You keep coming back to it. You've come back to I've even made references to industry generally speaking. But isn't it true that air pollution sources are varied, multitudinous? Is that part of the problem, that it's not just one source, it's not just one industry? And isn't that a reason why it's so hard to grapple with? Is this a long-term fight that we're going to have to engage in, or is it something if we just put our mind into it, prioritize, we can come up with a solution relatively quickly? Let me start with you, Diane, and then ask Weena.
Well, I think, like Weena said, because there are many sources of pollution, and we know there are different sources of pollution, for example, from agriculture, but also the construction sector, manufacturing and transport sector. Those are the key sources of air pollution. It also means, like Weena said, that the buck can be passed around because, oh, well, we'll let that ministry deal with it rather than us dealing with it. Or a particular sector might feel like, well, if they take action, there's no point because we're still going to get pollution from the other sectors. But actually, I think that's more of a reason for everyone to be acting on air pollution, because the more action there is to limit air pollution, then the more we will feel the benefits for everyone across the board.
So Weena, do you agree that we need to take an all-in approach, all-at-once approach, or do you think we should be prioritizing one industry or one problem at a time and checking off the list?
I think the issue is so big, it really does need to be addressed very urgently and quickly, because the cost of it is our lives. I mean, as simple and plain as that. Just to take back the question, to also add to what Diana has said, the question you raised about, sort of the business imperative on all this, I will give you a counterfactual. If it's the case that businesses that change their operations, green it, to reduce air pollution issues is going to be so bad for businesses, then all the countries that have successfully dealt with this would have gone bust, right?
Certainly wouldn't be doing as well as they are.
Yeah. And they're all doing well.
Yeah.
And they're all doing well.
Well, look, we've unpacked many different issues this morning in this first segment, and I just want to say thank you, Diane, thank you, Weena, for being here today and sharing your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Now, let's turn our attention to India. Over several decades, India's fast-growing economy has lifted millions out of extreme poverty. But as India continues to grow, air pollution challenges have led to significant health consequences for workers and society at large. What measures can the government take to protect the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment? Is technology the answer to our problems, or do we need a seismic shift in business practices? In this short documentary, we're going to take a closer look at efforts to control air pollution from India's brick kilns.
India's integration into the global economy during the past decades has seen millions lifted out of extreme poverty and the country itself emerging as a global player. However, as India continues to industrialize and urbanize, the country is now facing significant levels of air pollution that may have implications for future growth. Air quality in India has been deteriorating at an alarming rate. In 2019, the government estimated that 1.7 million people may have died prematurely from air pollution. While various studies and assessments have been undertaken to measure and monitor the impact of emissions from power plants, traffic, and even stubble burning, little is known about brick kilns. India is estimated to have more than 100,000 brick kilns across the country, with the industry being the third largest consumer of coal.
The most widely used brick is, of course, the clay brick. There is still no alternative to the clay bricks. Now, in India, the burnt clay bricks, we are following the hundreds of years, one of the most old and primitive technologies. The major raw material used for firing is still coal. When you are feeding in the coal, it results in an ash, suspended particulate matter in the case of PM10. And another one important thing is PM2.5. PM2.5 is the finest kind of particles which doesn't settle. It moves large distances, 30, 40, 50 kilometers, and pollutes the villages. And if you see this is most of the people in and around a brick kiln, or even people who are working in the brick kiln, they suffer from bronchial diseases, they suffer from silicosis, and they suffer from lungs and heart diseases. They don't have any sort of social security into this. Exploited, no basic facilities. Well, for your daily routines, you go to the field, very, very basic kind of an one room kind of a structure made with GI sheets, unbearable in the summer months. So basically it's very hard. It's very hard.
The decentralized nature of the brick kiln industry, generally confined to rural and semi-urban areas, makes it difficult for authorities to identify, monitor, and regulate. The eastern Indian state of Bihar is one example. With over 6,500 brick kilns throughout its borders, regulating them all can seem a daunting task.
Brick kiln was a major factor, contributing factor as far as air pollution is concerned. The first step was to convert the brick kilns from old technology to clean technology, greener technology. And our initiative that is giving result, and almost more than 4,000 brick kilns they have converted to new technology. But the problem was the basic database. You know, Bihar is a big state and number of brick kilns is enormous. So getting the exact location, georeferenced location for all the brick kilns, that was a difficult task.
In an attempt to overcome this hurdle, the Bihar State Pollution Control Board, in collaboration with the UNDP Accelerator Lab, have been using satellite imagery to detect the exact locations of non-compliant brick kilns throughout the area. Since brick manufacturing units have distinct spatial features, they can be detected from satellite imagery using object detection algorithms. Dubbed the GeoAI platform, this artificial intelligence technology helps environment and labor regulators tackle the issue head-on.
So this gives us a right picture about how many brick kilns structures are located, are operational. So presently, based on the data provided by UNDP so far, we have initiated the physical verification process, which our inspectors are doing at the field presently. And this technology will go a long way in regulating the brick kiln sectors in the state to ultimately reduce the emission level.
If you see the brick kilns, one of the worst affected are the workers. But there are in certain cases very good examples where people or entrepreneurs have taken care of their employees. So what I would suggest here is, if this kind of good examples can be replicated, it pays you off. People say that it is an investment. It is an investment. If you talk to these entrepreneurs, they said that, well, it is an investment.
Hello again, everyone. I would like to invite everyone to take a seat as we will begin the next session in a short while. So if everyone could please take a seat and settle down. For our next session, I'm excited to introduce Dr. Pichamon Yo Fantong, who will deliver a message from the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. Dr. Pichamon will be joining online. Welcome, Dr. Pichamon.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me in the room, and thank you very much for providing me, the working group, with the opportunity to join you all virtually today. I was very much hoping that I would be able to join you in person, but alas, that was not able to come through. So once again, good afternoon to all participants and all speakers present today. Again, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers of this event for extending an invitation to the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights to be part of what I'm sure will be stimulating discussions over the course of today. The working group, for those of you who aren't familiar with who we are or what we do, is comprised of 5 members, and I serve as the member from Asia Pacific states. Each of our members, including myself, represent different regions of the world. As independent experts who work as part of a fact-finding and monitoring mechanism of the UN Human Rights Council, we hold the mandate from states to promote, disseminate, and implement the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. In fulfilling this mandate, the working group engages in a range of mandated activities, including country visits, our most recent being to Japan earlier this year, and we also engage with a diverse cast of stakeholders to ensure that we understand the most recent, the latest developments on the ground in the business and human rights space. And so it goes without saying that we have come a long way since the unanimous adoption of the guiding principles a decade or so ago now. At the global level, we are witnessing the development of new policies and standards, including the gathering momentum when it comes to mandatory human rights due diligence measures, such as the European Union's Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive and the German Supply Chain Act. These developments serve as positive, even if at times incremental, steps toward the implementation of the guiding principles, and in broader terms, the realization of more equitable and inclusive societies where no one is left behind. Within the Asia-Pacific region in particular, we are seeing stronger commitments being articulated at the national level by a number of governments. This is evinced by, of course, the different national action plans on business and human rights that are being discussed and developed here in Asia, including in Malaysia, of course, and also by more recent development of guidelines, for example, those in Japan involving supply chain due diligence. But it goes without saying as well that more progress in relation to the adoption and actual implementation of the guiding principles is still needed. To lift people out of poverty and to drive sustainable development, this not only requires economic growth, but it also demands a focus on enhancing human rights and human security in tandem by dismantling systemic structures that perpetuate inequality, discrimination, and social exclusion. And so Malaysia's commitment to developing a national action plan on business and human rights is certainly a welcome development. Now, in light of all of this, I'd like to use the opportunity I have today to spotlight 3 essential criteria when it comes to the development of national action plans. These are criteria that the working group identified as part of our 2016 guidance on national action plans, which I hope will help to inform some of the discussions happening today. First, the working group defines national action plans as evolving policy strategy. What this means is that national action plans aren't simply documents. They are a living process. They need to be reviewed and updated periodically in order to achieve cumulative progress. And so publishing a national action plan, I have to say, is really just the beginning. By the same token, there is a need to build continually on existing good practices and address the issue of policy coherence and governance gaps in ways that are sensitive to changing political, economic, and social dynamics, both at home and abroad. Indeed, applying a context-sensitive lens to the implementation of national action plans and other business and human rights measures means appreciating the cross-cutting considerations of gender, race, health, and the environment, amongst other considerations. But while there can be no one-size-fits-all approach to developing and implementing these plans, which can, of course, vary in scope, if not in quality, it is necessary that national action plans apply to all enterprises regardless of their size, sector, operational context, ownership, and structure. Second, what is required from governments is a smart mix of both mandatory and voluntary policy and regulatory measures at the national and regional levels to level the playing field, as businesses like to say, as well as improve outcomes for those affected by business-related human rights abuses. So what I'm trying to say here is that voluntary approaches to business and human rights alone are no longer sufficient to achieving long-lasting results. Mandatory human rights due diligence is now becoming central to the promotion of responsible business conduct that respects human rights and to setting expectations for corporate behavior that ensures that everyone is working on this, or understand things are on the same page and are working from the same playbook. Indeed, we are already seeing such due diligence legislation coming out from Europe, with legislation already being in place in countries like France and Germany, as already mentioned. At the level of the United Nations, progress is also being made towards a legally binding instrument. That said, the legal obligations and liability regimes for mandatory human rights due diligence measures will need to be carefully calibrated and defined in order to prevent arbitrary interpretations and the box-ticking mentality that I'm sure many of us are aware of and are very wary of as well. It's important that this box-ticking mentality towards implementation and enforcement does not take root. And this means that whatever measure is put in place, they will need to be closely aligned with the guiding principles, value-centered approach to human rights due diligence. And the third and final point that I want to make here in relation to National Action Plan development concerns the need for us to translate corporate accountability and the protection of human rights into reality through top-down as well as bottom-up efforts. What this means is that top-down efforts, by governments are of course important, but at the same time, these need to be complemented by grassroots initiative. We need to ensure that whatever business and human rights measure comes into place, that they are collectively owned and that they have benefited from co-creation processes amongst diverse stakeholder groups. Because oftentimes what we see, in national action plan development processes in Asia, but in other parts of the world as well, is a focus on outcomes. But it's equally important for us to focus on inclusive and transparent processes that ensure that there is multi-stakeholder participation and constructive consultation to ensure that the outcome is owned by all, but is also one that benefits from the collective wisdom. And so taken all together, what does this mean for Malaysia and in Malaysia's efforts to develop a national action plan? Well, firstly, and following on from the last point I just made, the working group would really like to strongly urge the government of Malaysia and all stakeholders involved, including the Malaysian National Human Rights Commission, Suhakam, and UNDP as a partner in all of this, to ensure that there is wide multi-stakeholder engagement and that consultation processes that continue to inform the National Action Plan development process are inclusive and are representative of the diverse experiences and expectations of affected communities, human rights defenders, private sector actors, all of whom have a stake and must have a say in the NAP development process. And so it's very important to ensure that sufficient resources are being allocated to awareness raising, to ensure that all stakeholders involved are aware of the National Action Plan that's being developed, and that they have the capabilities, the capacity to contribute meaningfully and constructively to these processes. And this is especially important in relation to civil society, but also in relation to small and medium-sized enterprises. As we all can appreciate, SMEs play a pivotal role when it comes to economic activity in Malaysia, but also in the wider Asia-Pacific region. And yet they are the ones that often do not have as much engagement with National Action Plan development processes. And so it's very important for Malaysia, and indeed for any other government in this region seeking to develop a National Action Plan, that these actors are consulted, that they are provided with the opportunity and the resources to be constructive stakeholders, again, in this process. Based on consultations with stakeholders about Malaysia's National Action Plan development process, and also learning from the experiences of other countries that have been involved in such a process, it is important to note that the environment is very important, and that as part of national action plans, we want to see the environment being considered very much as part of human rights due diligence measures. And so in the case of Malaysia in particular, it is important that the government exercise caution when it comes to extractive industries, such as gold, copper, rare earth elements, to ensure that the issues often associated with these industries are proactively mitigated and addressed as part of a national action plan. The concerns can, of course, include water and air pollution, loss of biodiversity, public health problems, as well as encroachment on indigenous territories. And altogether, these issues demonstrate how human rights due diligence goes hand in hand with environmental due diligence. And really, it's impossible these days to separate the two, considering that the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is very much a human right as well. And so with this, it would be great to see Malaysia's National Action Plan be proactive and position Malaysia as a leader when it comes to really highlighting the importance of protecting the natural environment alongside the protection of human rights. Further to that, it is also important that as part of any National Action Plan development process, that there is a protection afforded to environmental human rights defenders in particular. Because they play such a pivotal role in not only raising awareness, but also in ensuring corporate accountability, environmental human rights defenders should be free from harassment, discrimination, and the threat of criminalization, and that they are provided with sufficient space to conduct their very important and legitimate work in, again, a safe environment. And so in the Malaysian context, I'm, of course, being made aware of how strategic litigation against public participation has become a growing problem. And it would be certainly a step forward if Malaysia's National Action Plan were to take the problem of strategic litigation against public participation, or SLAPs, and to consider pathways to mitigate them and to ensure that environmental human rights defenders are protected from such defamation lawsuits and judicial harassment. Further to that, I would like to focus on Indigenous peoples because they are, of course, especially prone to business-related human rights abuses. Extensive land development has adversely affected the rights of Indigenous peoples in many parts of Asia, and these threats are very much ones that need to be proactively addressed. The working group, for instance, has recently learned about the situation faced by Indigenous communities in Malaysia who are adversely impacted by silica mining in Sabah. And that's just one example. But I'm sure many of you in the room today will be aware of many more examples in Malaysia, but of course in other parts of this region too. And so as part of any national action plan, it is important that government as well as businesses take action to uphold the rights of Indigenous peoples, including their right to land and the preservation of their cultural heritage. And here are the recommendations made by the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, again, Suhakam, in its 2013 report on the National Inquiry into Land Rights of Indigenous Peoples in Malaysia, noting that that has already been duly acknowledged during the development of the National Action Plan. Implementation of these recommendations is very much needed and should be swiftly committed to and implemented once the National Action Plan, if not before, but certainly once the National Action Plan has been put in place. And so noting that I'm very close to the end of my allocated time, what I would really like to urge on behalf of the working group is that the government of Malaysia, through the National Action Plan, uphold the principles of free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples, as well as of all communities and stakeholders impacted by business-related human rights abuses, that the government of Malaysia, alongside all partners involved in the development of the National Action Plan, work towards ensuring the full and effective participation of all stakeholders and to avoid the box-ticking approach mentioned earlier on. And to that end, it would be extremely important that the National Action Plan that Malaysia is currently undertaking be very much aware of, but also upfront about the challenges that the country continues to face. Because, of course, it's very much important for us to highlight the positive actions that have been taken, but it's equally important for us to acknowledge the challenges that remain. And as I've seen in other contexts in this region, governments, stakeholders, businesses in particular, learn a lot from the challenges and how to overcome them as much as from the positive examples that currently exist. And so let me end here by just simply recognizing that human rights must be collectively owned and defended, and that the UN Guiding Principles must likewise be collectively owned and safeguarded by governments, by businesses, and by all rights holders. It is very much the hope of the working group that everyone present in the room today will continue to be champions for the business and human rights agenda, and that your tireless efforts towards developing and implementing a national action plan on business and human rights here in Malaysia will bear fruit and will be the positive step forward that many of us are hoping it will prove to be. So with that, thank you so much again for inviting the working group to be a part of your event today. And thank you also for your tireless efforts to uphold the guiding principles on business and human rights and to protect human rights. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Pichamon, for your important and extensive sharing. We have now come to our first panel session of the day, where we will provide highlights from the 2022-2023 baseline assessment, followed by a discussion on the most urgent business and human rights issues to address in the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. In July 2022, the National Baseline Assessment was initiated to assess the legal and policy gaps in the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, UNGPs implementation, document any adverse human rights impacts by business, and identify the most salient business and human rights issues in the country today. Moderating the session is Dr. Punita Silvaraju, Deputy Director General for Policy and Development of the Legal Affairs Division, Prime Minister's Department. On the panel, we have Edmund Bond, Head of Chambers Civil at Amir Bond Advocates, Dr. Andika Wahab, Fellow at the Institute of Malaysian and International Studies at University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and Nadia Zulfakar, Program Director at Klima Action Malaysia. A very warm welcome to our panelists, and with that introduction, I would now like to invite our speakers to take a seat on the stage, and I pass the floor to Dr. Punita.
Good morning, everybody. Yang berbahagia, Datuk Sri Khairul Zaimi, Ketua Pengarah Bayu, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Punita from the Legal Affairs Division of Prime Minister's Department, and my sincere appreciation, of course, to Sohakam UNDP for working with Bayu in organizing this event. What I will do today, I know that I have about 90 minutes, and there is a timer here actually going on, so it's a bit scary, but anyway, what I plan to do is just to give a very brief overview, just to set the scene in this area of BHR, where we started from the government perspective, how it actually started way back in 2019. And then I will invite our consultants. We have Edmund with us here today, my good friend Edmund Bond, Dr. Andika, and also Puan Nadia Zulfakar with us, who are actually in charge of the various chapters in the NBA itself. So I will invite them then to present their chapters. And then there will be question and answers, of course. I have some questions for them as well. And then question and answers from the audience, as well as we have attendees online, I believe, as well. So if you're okay, I could just start a little bit on where we started way back in 2019. If I could share, we had two cabinet decisions in 2019, one in June and one in December. So firstly in June was where the area of human rights was actually placed directly under the Legal Affairs Division. So we were given the mandate to handle domestic human rights matters because there was no particular agency that was actually coordinating human rights matters in Malaysia. Of course, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were looking at a lot of international matters, but when it comes to domestic, every ministry was actually doing their respective work. So Bahayu was then mandated in 2019 to look at human rights, and we set up our human rights unit then. And then we also, the same year in December, we had a decision specifically for the development of the NAP for BHR. So Bahayu was also tasked at developing the National Action Plan for Business and Human Rights. And soon after, we had many events, discussions, I would say stakeholder consultations with, hand in hand, of course, we worked with Suhakam as well as with UNDP. I think it was in 2019 itself, we had the high-level, national high-level dialogue, and then we had a lot of meetings. I think Prof. Aisha was also very helpful in guiding us through the business and human rights matter in Malaysia, and she actually led a lot of engagement sessions with CSOs, NGOs, agencies, because we had to actually inform others what business and human rights is all about. So Prof. Aisha, credits to her also, because she helped us quite a bit in this matter. And then we had our first national conference in 2021. And then after that, this is the second national conference, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, we have the entire development process for the NAP itself, which right now we are at the NBA phase. And of course, next year we are looking at developing the NAP itself, the National Action Plan. And then we'll have the development stage further, and then the monitoring stage, and then the evaluation stage. So we have the process in place. And then we also have a governance structure in place where we have a steering committee. I think the minister mentioned earlier that we'll be having a steering committee meeting soon in which the NBA will be discussed and validated by the minister, and then she will bring it to cabinet. So we have a steering committee that is chaired by the Honourable Minister, and we have 3 technical committees that are chaired by the respective Secretary Generals of the ministries, or of the lead agencies. So we have the Ministry of Human Resources, we have the Ministry of Environment, and we have also the MACC that looks at the area of governance. So that's our governance structure. And yeah, so that is just to inform everyone where we started, the structure a little bit about the BHR, NAP BHR, and how we are moving from the NBA right up to the NAP process itself. So can I now invite Edmund to probably go through the NBA with us. If you want to take the rostrum, here, it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Punita. I have some slides up just to give everyone an idea of the development of the baseline assessment. So I was the lead consultant for the assessment. Dr. Andika was the lead expert for labor, Nadia for environment, and Dr. Trisha, you of ideas for make it today. The report basically, the assessment report basically sets out a lot of the background, the timeline, our executive summary, which I will all present here. We then have divided it into 3 chapters, and these 3 areas were chosen by government. One, the priority area is governance. 2, labor. 3 is the environment, and then we have a special 4th chapter on special issues that deal with cross-cutting matters. In each of the chapters, what we did was we have analyzed Malaysia's international human rights obligations, then the domestic relationship between the particular areas and human rights in Malaysia. So we look at the domestic laws. Then we have also assessed the initiatives of government and the corporate sector to incorporate good governance, labor and environmental matters and human rights in their practices. And then in each of the areas, we have chosen 5 priority pressing areas which we will present today. And in each of the priority areas that you will see, there are reasons why these priority areas were chosen, and there are numerous recommendations for each of these areas. The good thing is, many of the recommendations I can say, just off the top of my head, probably 50% of the recommendations are not new, because we know that Malaysia has had tried many times through various initiatives to incorporate human rights. And under this new government with YB Azalina, there has been a lot of movement with institutional reform, with a lot of amendments to laws and a lot of attempts. So a lot of the recommendations that we have made reinforces that position which government is trying to take to on law reform. And then in each of the priority areas, we have looked into why these urgent and pressing issues that needs to be included in the National Action Plan. So while we have tried to compress and take as much as we can into and put it in the report, it is, number one, not exhaustive. But the National Baseline Assessment just deals, and we want to deal with the most pressing issues, most urgent and those that have to be given priority. Because even if you choose 1 or 2 issues, we know that the whole process for law reform and amendments and changes to our practices will take some time. I will go to before I go to my slides, I wanted to just make 4 points very quickly as to the landscape. One, what we have found is that in today's world, complying with Malaysian law alone is insufficient. It's inadequate to comply with Malaysian law only. So companies and the state is being held accountable across the world to higher human rights standards. And for Malaysian companies to just be looking at Malaysian law and just be complying with Malaysian law is insufficient. We have seen that around the world, how Malaysian companies have been impacted. So I think that is one message that we have received from the stakeholder consultations, and we have heard a lot of good practices by both multinationals and Malaysian companies as to why and what they are doing to increase their standard, not just on Malaysian law. That means that Malaysian law needs to keep up with the global trends, whether it is to improve our economic output or productivity or otherwise, but there are a lot of gaps in Malaysian law currently that impacts Malaysian companies. So a lot of it is a responsibility of the state, but also a lot of it is the responsibility of corporates. I think that's the first point that we need to bear in mind. The second point is that human rights is not just about labor rights. So the minister mentioned that, and I think it's a very important point, that human rights is not just about labor rights. And a lot of corporations and companies still feel that when you talk about human rights, it's only about labor rights. As you can see from the report, human rights cuts across all issues: governance, that impacts poverty, environment, labor, and other issues. So the narrow conception or the narrow assumption that human rights only deals with labor rights should be dispelled. And then the tool of human rights due diligence, which have not been institutionalized enough in the companies, is only a tool to deal with these human rights impacts. It is not an end to itself. So we see that a lot of companies, while also not understanding or not fully accepting that human rights is not just labor rights, will say, I'm doing human rights due diligence, but human rights due diligence is only done in terms of labor rights or not at all. So I think the issue about human rights due diligence as a tool, it must be seen as a tool, must lead to outcomes. And outcomes must mean effective grievance mechanisms and effective remedies. We see a lot of companies doing it for the sake of doing it or for the sake of purely reporting. That's my second point. The third point is ESG. The relationship between human rights and ESG in Malaysia is quite strong, but it's not strong enough. So ESG is a very good start. We have seen the Malaysian regulators pushing for ESG initiatives and reporting. So we see quite a large gap in how Bursa Malaysia, Securities Commission, has moved so far ahead than our own government agencies. So we see that these regulators have imposed mandatory reporting and mandatory training for directors now for all listed companies on ESG matters. Bursa, that has just released their enhanced mandatory reporting requirements, has included labor rights as one of the sustainability matters, which is very good. There's a common sort of standard reporting. But ESG is not necessarily human rights or business and human rights. The problem is that when there's so much compliance on ESG reporting, I think a lot of companies start to lose the focus on issues of accountability and human rights. So just because you're talking or doing ESG reporting doesn't mean you're actually meeting human rights obligations. That conflation and that misconception now needs to be really dispelled. Sustainability is a nice word, but what does it really mean? What business and human rights mean is that we need corporate accountability. So it is not just reporting, it is not just due diligence, it is not just risk assessment, it is accountability. Accountability includes mitigating, seizing, and compensating if there are human rights impacts. So I want to emphasize this point that while ESG has been very visible, it's a buzzword, SC, Bursa, Bank Negara, JC3 is doing a really good job. Really, that is insufficient still because it does not meet the business and human rights standards that we are talking about here today. And I think Datuk Marietta in a speech also mentioned this about how looking at human rights in terms of just labor rights is insufficient. I think the other point that I want to make is due diligence, mandatory due diligence. So in a lot of the stakeholder consultations, companies have come up to us and say, hey, Edmund, what are you talking about due diligence or risk assessment? What is this? Are you asking us to comply with something that's new? Are you adding a new layer to our operations? Is this creating and increasing our cost resources? But I say to them that in Malaysian law, due diligence has already been in our standards for the longest time. The Environmental Quality Act, the Anti-Trafficking Act, the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Act, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, the Companies Act. We have laws dating back to the 40s and 50s that have what is called a statutory due diligence defense for directors. Unfortunately or fortunately for directors, it is hardly used because our law enforcement do not personally charge directors in a lot of cases. Water pollution, river pollution, environmental pollution, a lot of the cases, companies are charged. Companies go to court, they either pay a fine, they are let off. Or they fight the case, they win or they lose. A fine is charged. You cannot jail a company, right? But law enforcement can actually prosecute and try and convict actors for their personal liability under our current laws. They don't do that enough unless there's a media outcry, people start shouting. So you see some directors being charged. When they are charged, directors have what is called a due diligence defense. That due diligence defense is already in our law. It is just framed as a defensive mechanism. It is not framed in terms of what every company or director needs to do. But if a director is charged, the director then has to go to court and then say to the court and show what steps that director has taken to meet his due diligence obligations. If the court is satisfied that the director has met his due diligence obligations, then the court will let the director go. This is already in Malaysian law. So when companies come and say, why are you talking about mandatory due diligence? It doesn't make sense. Because in Malaysian law, the word due diligence is already there. Section 17A of the MACC Act, which has just recently come into force, has the words due diligence. So when companies come and say to us, or state comes to say to us, mandatory due diligence, what are you talking about? I am saying that we are already having it in our law. It's just that we do not understand or practice it enough. And why do we not practice it enough? Because law enforcement authorities are not sufficiently charging, prosecuting directors personally. And therefore, before the courts have nothing to adjudicate on or decide on what means and does not mean. And my final point is institutional law reform and amendments. I just want to repeat some of the recommendations here to put it out there that I have seen already being done by the current government. So you can see there is alignment. So to what extent this government is going to do it and how much they're going to push it is something that we need to continue discussions on. But our recommendations include immediately enacting a Freedom of Information Act. Okay, we have Penang and Selangor. I really think it's time for an FOI Act. We need to get the PDPA applying to government agencies. The PDPA cannot just only apply to individual, non-state actors. We need to amend the Whistleblower Protection Act. The Whistleblower Protection Act is if I can say, is an act that is hardly used. You can look at statistics. Whistleblowers are afraid to go for protection. They do not know how to get the protection. Or if they release it to the media, protection is lost. That needs to be enhanced, the Whistleblower Protection Act. We recommended ombudsman. Public ombudsman, whether by way of an act, needs to be put in place to deal with complaints, not just of maladministration, but of business-related human rights impacts. Public Defender's Office. We need a Public Defender's Office to provide legal aid for victims and survivors who are impacted by business-related human rights abuses. We need to strengthen the MACC. We need to increase its independence. We may need to put it under Parliament. We need to have a special oversight committee, and we need to increase that, have more certainty on the security of tenure of the MACC Commissioner, and in terms of his or her appointment and removal. We need to really, once and for all, help and institutionalize Orang Asli protection. Land rights, native land rights that are going not just in Peninsular Malaysia, Sabah and Sarawak. We cannot forget our Sabah and Sarawak brothers and sisters. Native customary land rights are still being violated on a daily basis by companies. We have had so many land inquiries, we have had so many commissions making recommendations to protect these lands, to gazette these lands, but yet the indigenous people in Sabah and Sarawak that have so much protection in our constitution still face a lot of abuse and violations. We need to protect the Orang Asli, the Orang Asal, and their native land rights. We have suggested that we need a ministry, a full-fledged ministry of law, human rights, and justice. Why does Malaysia, which is one of the leading countries in Southeast Asia, does not have a full-fledged ministry of law, justice, and human rights? Why do we only burden an agency like Bayu, with very little resources, with a small team, to deal and mainstream human rights issues? Human rights was always a MOFA portfolio. In 2019, 2020, I recall when we were pushing for it, it moved to the law department under the late VK Liu, who I must credit was the minister who launched Malaysia's commitment on the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. He took over a huge portfolio because the task of Bayu, which is only an agency under the Prime Minister's department, is to mainstream human rights in all the areas. Why is Malaysia not placing sufficient importance on matters of law, justice and human rights by not having a ministry? I think we need to have a full-fledged ministry, and I think we need to have not only a ministry, but an act that allows more acceptance and more enforceability of human rights obligations. We can call that the Human Rights Act. And we justify that in our report, why we need a special act that mainstreams these matters in our country. And then finally, we need to empower and enhance Suhakam's role. Suhakam needs to have more adjudicative, mediative powers to look into business-related human rights impacts. It needs to have a power to call on parties to try and mediate matters as they are already doing informally. So the key points that I've noted in the executive summary, and I want to just now go into the report. The report proper. I'm just summarizing what Dr. Punita mentioned. It started way back in 2015. Suhakam published a strategic framework. In 2019, the cabinet agreed to place human rights under the Prime Minister's department, supported by Bayu, and Bayu has been driving this. Then there was a national high-level dialogue on business and human rights in June 2019. That was when the late minister made the commitment of government. And then in December, cabinet approved the NAP BHR development process. A lot of things happened, not least COVID, but then I think the steering committee started in 2021. There is the working group of the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, led by Bayu and Suhakam and UNDP, that has been working through this process for some time. We have been asked to look into the 3 priority areas: governance, labor, and environment. At that time when we were tasked to look into it, governance was led by the GIACC, and now MACC has taken over as the lead agency. Labor is still MOHR. Environment used to be CASA, now it is the NRECC under Nick Nazmi. The National Baseline Assessment includes a process that collects data. We evaluate data, especially from civil society and the business community. So really the difference about human rights in terms of business and human rights is that we now have that additional stakeholder of the business community, when normally the business community, if you talk about non-business human rights, so to speak, in the beginning it was always really about state and civil society. We have now that additional voice from corporates, and you can see that the engagement is becoming more meaningful, but also corporates start to understand and accept that international human rights norms and international human rights treaties were traditionally only to be applied to the state, now have to be applied to companies. And I think that's a real difference in the recommendations that we made on business and human rights. And then we do that assessment. So we assess whether there are gaps in the UNGPs implementation by government and by the state. And then we look into the 3 pillars of the UNGPs. I'm not going to talk about the UNGPs except to say that there are these three pillars: the state duty to protect human rights, the corporate responsibility to respect human rights, and access to remedy that must be provided by state and corporations. We did desk research, we did literature review, we did consultations. There were, I think, 20 over consultations with businesses and stakeholders. We did interviews, we did private discussions and focus group discussions with multinationals, banks, and then we had a multi-stakeholder consultation a few months ago. There is inputs continually being sent back and forth between us and the working group and the technical committee. And then the process that started in July 2022 ended for us in June 2023 when we submitted the report. We had, in February in 2023, we had the multi-stakeholder consultation. Some of you were there. We had about 180 participants online and in person. And we also had an online questionnaire where we took questions apart from the physical consultations. Or the 17 engagements with civil society, business and government agencies, there were 50 over companies, 15 business sectors were consulted, and there were 120 civil society actors, and we spent time in Sabah and Sarawak as well. A lot of these consultations were led by Uma, who's the MC, and a lot of credit to her for the difficult work in trying to get this going. But we managed to do it in terms of a lot of these physical consultations. There is some limitations. We were given a time frame of about 6 months to 8 months. But I think more importantly, we tried to cajole, encourage. We cannot bribe. We cannot give money. We don't have money. But we were asking a lot of companies, SMEs, to try and speak to us. We were trying to make a lot of time to try and speak to them, but a lot of corporations were not comfortable speaking to us. So we had to get and speak to FMM, the Palm Oil Council, and to their credit, a lot of them brought in industry players. But I think a lot of companies still are very reluctant to speak about business and human rights. A lot of SMEs that we spoke to still are out of the conversation. They say that they do not have the time, or they say that it's not relevant to them. So I go into the first priority area, which is governance. Anti-bribery, anti-corruption. We've talked about this towards to no end. We hope it ends soon in terms of the initiatives. What is a bit different with this report is that I have highlighted and made the argument that corruption and poor governance and poor accountability impacts human rights. It impacts the economic, social, and cultural rights of our people. It increases costs, and it reduces what is supposed to be in the pot to alleviate poverty and deal with economic issues. We have ratified all sorts of conventions, and importantly, we make continuous reference to Malaysia's National Action Plan on anti-corruption that was adopted under the GIACC at that time in 2019. It's an excellent excellent report, action plan, and that action plan deals not only with corruption but with a whole host of issues. That includes things like freedom of information and whistleblower. But in terms of anti-bribery and anti-corruption, it's there. It deals with public sector administration, it deals with procurement, it deals with legal and judicial proceedings, it deals with law enforcement and corporate governance. For priority area 1, we can really do no better than refer to that action plan. And you can actually look at it, please do, because it's a really, really good action plan. The question now is to what extent and how many indicators have been implemented. So I think we don't really need to restart this in the National Action Plan for Business and Human Rights, but to pick up on those matters that have not been implemented and then move from there, because there is already that momentum. Section 17A, we still know that there are still gaps in that section while still being used, but it has come into force. There are some recommendations that I've mentioned here. I'm not going to read it out, but basically I've said we need to mainstream human rights in terms of having a ministry and a specific law, and then look at anti-corruption implementation by way of making the MACC more independent and better. Priority area 2 is access to information and personal data, privacy and security. There are a lot of issues that deal with, there are a lot of issues that we've seen where there are data leaks, and one of the recommendations that we have made is to try and close those gaps. These are all the details. We say that you need to introduce data management and treatment guidelines for government agencies, establish clear guidelines for handling of cross-border data transfer. And this one for me as a lawyer is necessary. You have to strengthen the PDPA. And then there is the recommendation there also in the report later on the Freedom of Information Act. Priority Area 3 is new, but it's still an important issue because we deal with issues of governance in human rights in procurement. We say that in procurement in Malaysia, you need to, when you vet your contractors or when you vet your bidders, you need to have human rights impact assessments. You need to account for human rights under our budgets, not just the SDGs. So there is some extent for supporting SDG work, but then the budgeting process needs to look into incentivizing companies when they implement and have practices that are consistent with human rights. Trade and investment as well. We have seen how a lot of our regional partnership agreements, free trade agreements have forced us to amend our laws. So that's a good way, but the position that I think we take is while we go into negotiating a lot of these treaties, we sometimes do not have a human rights position. So we sometimes either are in a weaker bargaining position, or we do not know how to articulate our human rights demands when we negotiate these things. The tax issue also is important. Malaysia has signaled the intention to adopt the solutions of the OECD, a two-pillar solution to combat base erosion and profit shifting. And then there's tax corporate governance framework and public companies transformation documents that BERSA and SC has recommended and put out there. But importantly, so I talk about the compliance with human rights standards. Of course, this chapter is not only me, it's Dr. Trisha Yeo from IDEAS and her team who did this. There's an enacting and implementing of a Government Procurement Act to reduce risks in compliance. The ISO 37001 has been recommended under the NACP, but this is still not fully implemented yet. But also, I think the important thing is government needs to start thinking about how to use tax to change behavior for corporate conduct and respect for human rights. And how tax that's collected should be really distributed for human rights work and human rights initiatives and to vulnerable groups. DEI is a very, hot topic now in the ESG realm, but DEI really focuses on non-discrimination. Non-discrimination on gender, non-discrimination on age, non-discrimination on race, non-discrimination on sexual orientation. All the non-discrimination issues that are prohibited in human rights, DEI includes. So it's nicely worded as DEI, but in essence, it's really non-discrimination. We still do not have a standalone Gender Equality Act or anti-discrimination law. Our Anti-Sexual Harassment Act in 2002 does not have a comprehensive duty of care on companies, and this needs to change. The BERSA has mandated that at least one woman must serve on a board, and I think it's very good. I think the last indicator was at about 29.7%, but there are now complaints about tokenism. The same woman is sitting on so many boards, right? So there are issues of that. So the recommendations about inclusiveness are important. We deal with the Persons with Disabilities Act as well. So ethnic discrimination in terms of reporting, we've seen some reporting about discrimination that is still based on ethnicity in Malaysia. That's a big issue in Malaysia. But hiring discrimination also is very important. I want to highlight the PWD Act. The PWD Act is a really good aspirational act, but as a lawyer, we cannot take anything to court. So you don't, it's an ineffectual act because it feels good, it looks good, and you say, oh, we have an act, but if it's breached, you can't take it to court because the court says, yeah, this is aspirational. It's aspirational like the UDHR. You can't take it to court. I think the KPWKM has started a good task force to look into amendments, and I think that is really important. We need to uplift the vulnerable groups, and Orang Asli and Orang Asal needs to be mentioned. There is no specific mainstreaming of policies to try and offer them more employment opportunities in the higher level and to try and bring them up in terms of skills and education. Gender lens is important in developing the NAP BHR, and we took this a lot from Professor Aisha's report and her work on the gender lens on NAP BHR. I think government has started to have a new treasury budgeting directive about looking at the gender lens, a gender sensitive type of budget. I think they are preparing that for the 2024 budget. So I think that's a really good start. And then there's affirmative action recommendations that we make for underserved and underrepresented groups, such as ethnic minorities, persons with disabilities, and indigenous people. There are also mandatory requirements that we have suggested on looking at, how do I move this back? Oh, okay, sorry. There are mandatory requirements that we suggest to companies to have mandatory DEI assessments. So I think DEI reporting is done by a lot of companies. It's quite good. You break down, disaggregate the information, but still there is insufficient deep dive into DEI assessments in each of the companies. I think that's the new approach that we want to take and look at it from a human rights lens in terms of the prohibited categories for discrimination in the corporate sector. Strengthen the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act 2022 to improve its operationalization, such as making it mandatory for companies to do human rights due diligence to prevent forms of harassment and have civil and criminal accountability. The last priority area is enforcement. So there is a real problem in terms of how human rights is defined. And how human rights is defined is very important in legal terms. You nowhere can you find how human rights is defined in Malaysian law. The closest you can find is in the Suhakam Act, but the Suhakam Act really just says, have regard to the UDHR subject to the Federal Constitution. I think it's time, and that's where it links with our recommendation to have a really comprehensive Human Rights Act that defines human rights so that there's no misunderstanding. There's a lot of political rhetoric, a lot of advocacy that misinterprets, misaligns, and try and demonize human rights because we do not have a proper legal definition in Malaysia. And that's a real setback for Malaysia because Malaysia is a country that's full of potential and well-educated people, but yet we are getting problems trying to define human rights and making it more mainstream in terms of how it should be applied. So there's a lack of common definition. When there's a lack of common definition, it goes all over the place. And we hope that this report tries to narrow the focus so that there is a unified type of common driver in setting standards. A lot of companies have come to say, I'm doing this, but that company is not doing this. But yet, I'm not rewarded for it. Because there's no common denominator on human rights, people are just doing what they want to do. The alphabet soup of ESG and sustainability and human rights, everybody comes to you today and says, I'm a human rights consultant, I'm an ESG consultant. Pay me, I'll do this for you, right? Because there's really no unified standard. When there's no unified standard, there is a huge issue because compliance is going to be very haphazard. There's overlapping federal ministerial jurisdiction and haphazard and reactive enforcement. We just took this quickly, made this table quickly as an example of governance in terms of environmental standards. Of course, we had change in government. Malaysia's democracy is very exciting. You never wake up bored early in the morning, but we have had the issue of the environment and climate change, and you look at the green, I think it's colored. You look at the green, it's cut across all these ministries. In 2004, it was Ministry of Energy, Water and Communications. Then 2009, it was KETA. Then 2018, it was MESTEC. Then 2020, it was CASA. And then 2022, it is NRECC. So in our consultations, even with government agencies, we cannot fault civil servants sometimes to say, hey, what am I doing? Am I doing climate change? Am I doing environment? What does environmental matters cover? What does natural resources cover? And there's some confusion there. And I think the environment and climate change is so important. Really, it should have a standalone focus. Access to justice. So we cover access to justice issues in this priority area. We need to strengthen our institutions. There are non-judicial avenues to report business human rights abuses. So ACAM, PDRM, Public Complaints Bureau, and of course the Ombudsman. We need to protect whistleblowers by strengthening the Whistleblower Protection Act I've just mentioned. And we don't forget about SLAPS. We have judicial harassment, and we have companies filing defamation suits in Malaysia against vulnerable groups, marginalized groups, journalists, media, community leaders, residents associations, because they just want to stop them from coming up with their complaints on human rights. And of course, we have had the state using a Sedition Act, criminal defamation, criminal complaints against persons bringing up human rights issues. We want to have a more open society in terms of allowing stakeholders to voice their views, and SLAP stops that. So we talk about really coordination, reviewing, and looking at some of the practices that are currently in force. We also have recommendations for corporations and financial institutions to incorporate human rights impact assessments when they provide loans, and when they have these type of assessments, they should include human rights due diligence even on supply chains. We encourage companies to support SMEs and under-resourced companies in terms of capacity building and training. So we need to really study all the state and non-state grievance mechanisms. We have studied some of those. We have provided recommendations, and we need to include a lot of the institutional remedies that I've mentioned. Finally, we need to impose mandatory requirements on companies to establish grievance mechanisms. A lot of companies come here to say, oh, we have a whistleblower protection mechanism. But I say a whistleblower protection mechanism is not necessarily a comprehensive grievance mechanism. We are saying every company, starting with the public listed companies, must have grievance mechanisms that are accessible, legitimate, equitable, transparent, and have a non-retaliation policies. And not only that, the internal grievance mechanism must include an external grievance mechanism. So a lot of companies that come to us and say, oh, I have a grievance mechanism, but what do I do with persons who are complaining from the outside, not just my employees? So there needs to be both an internal and external grievance mechanisms to deal with. I'm not going to speak very much else, but we also deal with CEDAW. We need a standalone Gender Equality Act, in essence, that is long-time coming. We need a right to privacy, and we need more protection for digital rights, and the Freedom of Information Act is one of the recommendations. We have a chapter that deals with children rights that must be seen beyond child labor. We deal with indigenous people, of course. A lot of the issues that we deal with the Orang Asli and Orang Asal are already well known, but we need to not forget them in the National Action Plan, and we need to include them in a lot of the decision making. We deal with refugees and asylum seekers. Government has spoken about a policy to provide documentation to allow them to start working. I think this is something that is very positive. We need to look at the issues about how we should protect refugee and asylum seekers. And we look at ETOs as well, extraterritorial obligations. The haze is one issue where we have companies that are controlled by Malaysia here in locally, but impacting other communities outside Malaysia. So we deal with that. We talk about the Maastricht principles, and we need to look at how and in what matters we need to extend protection for others outside Malaysia where Malaysian corporations and companies operate. That's the end. I think I've done enough talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Edmund. Note that we started when it was 90 minutes, now it's 42 minutes. Before I move on to Dr. Andika, could I just address some of the issues that was brought up by Edmund earlier? One is the Freedom of Information Act legislation that he mentioned. I think I'm glad to say that that is already in the pipeline. The Legal Affairs Division is working closely with Suhakam as well, I think, in coming up with the FOI. But of course, we have to look into the existing Official Secrets Act. But the government has agreed to come up with the FOI, which is a good news. And it will probably be up maybe by next year. That is one. Second is the Whistleblower Protection Act. Also, this is even better because it is due to be tabled in Parliament this session in October. So the amendments are already there. And whatever that I think Edmund mentioned, the internal reporting, internal and external reporting is already being taken into consideration in the amendments. And then we also have the Ombudsman, which will be also coming in maybe sometime next year. Public Defenders Act as well. We have a study. We've commissioned a group of academicians who are actually studying the development of a public defenders legislation. I think Suhakam, in terms of Suhakam, the amendments to Suhakam Act, to strengthen Suhakam further, that is something we are looking at, which is also coming up this session. So quite a bit actually, Edmund, that the government is actually already looking at. And also the Government Procurement Act, I think that's under MOF, which is also being looked at, I think has been approved as well. So could I just move on maybe to Dr. Andika? Doc, 15 minutes, okay? Good, 10 minutes?
15 minutes.
Thank you.
I think 15 minutes I have to stand
okay.
Here, I'm being lazy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and selamat pagi, good morning. My name is Andika. Thank you, Edmund, for the very long presentation. You already absorbed some of our time. So now I decided to just speak here and also stand here so that I can see the screen. And I apologize because I got some problem with my throat. I tried to speak louder. So I think Edmund has already shared about the journey. And I think we have already talked so much throughout the consultation. We have done, I don't know how many, like 20, 30 consultation process already. So we were asked to just present the big idea or big sharing session about what we think that is important to be reflected in the National Action Plan on BHR. Now I come up with this. This is, sorry Edmund, this is not new. Just only for the purpose of today, just so that I can showcase the issue. I don't mean to add another more work for you, because you're the lead consultant. But this is just an exercise to look into issue. So I'm sure, because some of you have been part of the consultation process, but others maybe not. And if you see, I don't know whether you would receive that issue, but I guess you will see the list of issues reported in the report. That will be very long now. That will be very long issues. And of course, there will be a very tough job by the government. I don't know whoever that doing that work in the development of National Action Plan. So I guess so, maybe Edmund also, I don't know. So issues, many of them. So I put the issue into 3 areas. Area number 1 is the area where issues that we found, business can actually address them. And business don't need to wait for government to do reform. They don't need new policy. They can do it on their own. So issues that we park under this intervention area, they're quite straightforward, right? Business can do it. But the other group of issues that you see in the report later, hopefully that you can have access to that report, issues where business cannot actually address that issues because that would require system level intervention. So basically, there will be an issue with regards to legislation, gaps in legislation, as well as our policy design. And the third area is where the issues where I guess we would require more clarity, we would require more discourse and dialogue, and also local reflection. I mean, when you start looking at that issue, you will have to reflect, you will have to reflect a lot of local context. So if you look at that report, there will be one group of issues where we park under these areas. So let's look at the first area. So hopefully these 3 issues I highlight today can be considered by whoever that doing the actual national action plan later on. So, because this is coming up in our consultation quite frequent. So issue about forced labor, and I think it has been highlighted before, and they exist. And we, from the stakeholders consultation, I confident that that even exists in large enterprises. Forced labor practices, and they can happen in many forms. They can be in a form of, retention of identity document, restriction of freedom of movement, a lot of barriers to move outside of the companies or the accommodation. Withholding of wages happen across different sectors of economy, working hours, and unfair use of disciplinary measure. Now, we talk about what are the drivers that actually exist, make this issue are still there across different sectors and sizes of the company, as well as where they operate. So we are talking about the places where business operate. Now, potential drivers, you can see employers unaware of such practices actually amount to forced labor. So when we start engaging companies, they said, oh, this is actually forced labor, yeah. We don't know actually. So, so that already triggers some of these companies actually unaware that some of the practices they have in operation actually amount to forced labor. Now, labor shortage. I think labor shortage has been one critical issue that actually happened across the sectors, including informal economy. Now, remoteness of the business operation, especially for sector that are operating outside of the urban or cities, and norms and common practice. So some of this practice is just a norm. We have been doing this for 100 years, especially if you are in agri sector where it exists more than 100 years. It has been there for 100 years, and now you're coming and telling us this is unacceptable, right? So it's a norm that I think it's not easy for us to convince that, and also, of course, for the companies to make changes. Now, even in cases where companies are willing to change the way they do business, including the way they treat workers, there are still barriers, there are still challenges. Now, lack of skill and training to address forced labor, not everyone can understand how complex forced labor, because it's interconnected everywhere from source, transit to destination country. No robust management system in place, lack of regulatory inspection, and for many SMEs, they concern about why do we need to do this? Because if domestic regulation just asks us to do A, Why do you want us to do B? What is the incentive for us? Of course, they are part of the global supply chain, but that has been raised by businesses. Now, we are looking at recommendations. So the recommendation that we put in the report, looking at alleviating barrier, not the issues, yeah, the barriers. Now, the recommendation specific for business, establish clear policy and internal procedures. I think a lot of companies, including like, plantation, agri-sector, rubber, I think they have that because I think a lot of exposure. So companies are quite matured in that sense. They have a lot of policies that support this. But practice is another story. Yeah? So you have a commitment doesn't mean that practice also follows. Conduct regular and effective human rights due diligence, assessment to identify, prevent, and mitigate the impacts of the forced labor. Now, how other stakeholders can help? Because this is for business under that category, intervention area. Now, other stakeholders can also help by developing training modules and organize training for the companies. And they can also, regulator can also play their part. They can explore ways to incentivize companies, especially for SMEs, and increase capacity for regulatory inspection. So this is just one issue. We have many more issues in that. But I think this exercise can actually help to prioritize that, hopefully when we start whoever that starts the development of the National Action Plan. Now this is the second intervention area. So second intervention area is are the groups of issues where business cannot address. Even if you want them to address, they have the money, they have the people to address, they cannot address. Because some of those issues are quite systemic. So for example, unethical recruitment practices, including excessive cost of recruitment, borne by workers, and risk to debt bondage. Now, they raise a lot of issues about this. Involvement of unregulated intermediaries, not just in Malaysia, but also in source country. What can they do, right? Of course, pre-sourcing contract assessment or whatever that they can do in terms of making sure before they sign an agreement with recruitment agencies, this has been scrutinized in that process. But a lot of other activities in source country, the company cannot do much. And this has been raised many times. So variation in recruitment regulation between Malaysia and source country. Employees heavily rely on recruitment agency in source country. Sometimes recruitment agency in Malaysia. So we also witness companies where even drafting the contract of employment to be signed by workers and employers, PRA does that. So you can imagine even the contract of employment supposed to be written on by the employer, given to the workers sign and give it back to the employer, was processed by the recruitment agency. Now how high level of reliance by the companies. Now, of course, there will be lack of visibility on PRA. What PRA does in Nepal, in Bangladesh, how do they know? What space they have, right? So this has been raised by the company. And challenge and barrier, even if they want to do that, recruitment procedures are overly bureaucratic. That's why they rely very much on even understanding the system that we have, we call the centralized foreign workers management system. It's quite, I'm not saying it's complicated, but it's just that the system is designed in tandem with the policy on foreign workers. And some of these companies, especially SMS company, you only have 2-3 people in your company, and not all of them are actually dealing with human resource. They deal with other matters as well. So there will be limitation. Now, employers' lack of pre-sourcing and risk assessment practice, business are left behind in, I think this has been raised also quite a few times, that business think that they are, especially SME companies, they think that they are left behind in the policy making. And they also sort of claim that if you don't engage us, you come up with a policy and you expect us to follow that policy, that will result to failure of policy implementation. Because you don't engage us, but you expect us to do it that policy decision. Now, recommendation for government, especially for government under this intervention area, tightening the licensing requirement for PRA, establish clear recruitment guidelines and reimbursement of recruitment costs, minimize bureaucracy, and also, if possible, reduce the cost of administration. because we digitalize the process. Why do we need so much of investment in that matter? Review bilateral agreement, implement mandatory post-arrival programs, at official entry doors to verify ethical recruitment conduct. So basically, if I'm not mistaken, only 1-2 official arrival port of entry. So if we have that program, it's not that difficult to do it. We only have one in KLIA, one in KLIA 2, and possibly maybe in Kota Kinabalu, in KK. So they suggest that we develop a post-arrival program so that we can actually understand what the PRA did when they recruit workers, so that we all have visibility of what happened in source country, right? So this is the intervention area number 3. This is the last one. Working children and children assisting parents at workplace. Are they exposed to risk? I think it depends on where they work, how many hours they work, what access to barrier, what barrier that actually exists in terms of access to education. But this is not just about children in palm oil or in agri sector. It's also about children in informal economy, also children at home, or maybe in a small setting company or family-run company. So this issue, working children and children assisting parents at workplace, some of them exposed to risks and hazards, and this already indicator of child labor. And some pockets of children are irregular and they are left behind to access formal education, especially for migrant children. And that risk of working in work environment or work task that is not suitable to their age. Now, what are the potential drivers? So if you look at different pockets of children, they have different association of risk and also drivers that put them into that condition. So lack of documentation and access to education, especially for children of migrant children or their dependents, and dealing with children issue. Of course, children assisting parents are invisible. So these are some of the potential drivers. Lack of documentation, children assisting parents are invisible because you can't see them. I mean, whoever that involved in certification scheme or you are involved in social audit exercise, you won't see these children there because they're just not there and they know where you're coming, right? So it's hardly be seen. And norms and societal expectation. Now, in many different pockets and also sector of community that we work, they have expectation for children, right? If you are boy and you girl, for example, you boy, you are expected to be the head of the household. You work. So if you are in that particular sector, that norm actually pave the way for children involvement in certain activities. Now, what are the challenges and barriers? Of course, lack of clarity what is acceptable or not. Because people talk about if you have children assisting parents on site, doing some things in agri-farming, for example, is that amount to child labor, right? So even if you said, yes, that is amount to child labor, but you also have to look at the context, and society would have to provide as well their views in terms of whether this is acceptable or not acceptable, right? So a lot of clarity is needed in that context, and dealing with children issue is sensitive, especially for business. So even if business want to venture into that space, they said, I have seen a lot of children, I want to act on that issue, can they do that, right? Because this is not just like usual issue that you can deal with. And child-related service providers, so even if you have that case and you want to address issue in your particular context or business context, some of these companies, because they are very far away from the cities, the service providers or services that can be offered are barely available. Now, if you see issue and you don't know who to reach out to, then the issue is just there. So there's no action. Now, existing regulation governing children employment are not industry explicit. So we have that in our Employment Act, if I'm not mistaken, and also Children and Young Employment Act. So what are the recommendations here? Because under this intervention area, business cannot address on their own, and a lot of clarity is needed. So hence, the recommendation are very much, so if you're looking at who are the actors that can actually leading this intervention area, it should be a collective action or collective actors. Now, what are the kind of recommendation we put it there? Engage in multi-stakeholder dialogue, establish common understanding what is actually acceptable when children at the workplace. What type of activities? Of course, there will be regulation and also ILO standard related to the child labor. Strengthen regulation governing child labor, establish industry-specific policy measure governing children at the workplace. I think there's also room and space. I think it's not just a room. I think there must be engagement with consular office, because they are the mandated body that are looking after that, especially on this matter on children, and ensuring that all children have access to legal documents, and of course access to alternative education lah. And number 4 and number 5, co-develop the community level monitoring and remediation model, where you can actually partner with local community. And this is why this intervention area is important, because that would actually pave the way for more engagement at the grassroots level, because it's not just business and government, but also others to be part of that process. And last one is the co-establishment of referral service information and urgent response service accessible at local level, because you see a lot of services that are available for children, they are all in Klang Valley, they are all in Kuala Lumpur, they are all in Selangor, Petaling Jaya. How about if you have issues in rural part of Sabah, in Sugut, on the top of the map, where you're gonna get this support, right? So the companies, even if you wanna make change, and you trigger to make change, but there's no support system, it just go away. So so that's the spirit of that recommendation under intervention area 3. I think I finished. So I stop here. I'll be more than happy to answer if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andika. May I invite Nadia?
Can we pull out the slides? I need to pre. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. But this is not the first page. Seems to be some technical issue. Okay, while they are sorting out some technical issues, I think I can start, because I have there's a time constraint over here that we are watching for 15 minutes. So everyone, yes, correct. Thank you so much for the tech team. My name is Nadia. I'm from a group called Climate Action Malaysia. We are a climate justice and feminist organization. And I think we are the only NGO that is working on this baseline assessment, tackling on the issue of environment. First of all, I would like to say many thanks for Edmund and Dr. Punita and Dr. Andika for putting in so much context, so I can really cut down my talking points for the environment aspect. And I just wanted to put it out here, because I know that I have 15 minutes and I can't go through all of it, but I just wanted to put it here that this particular aspect on environment is quite a tough topic and complex topic to put in, especially from the lens of environmental rights. I think the topic of environmental rights itself has been in the talks for decades. Yeah, I think it started off from the Stockholm conference in the 70s, and then the Rio conference in the 90s. And there are also people in Malaysia that has been working on this for decades. However, the issue around environmental rights, it is being seen as, as piecemeal, meaning that you can find some of the wording on environmental rights in several policies, sectoral policies, but it's not necessarily defined as an environmental rights because we do not have an environmental rights framework in Malaysia. It's not properly defined. So in this exercise of doing this baseline, the complexity comes from not having that understanding of what environmental rights means. Is quite a difficult topic to broach, especially with communities. And I will speak actually in slower because I knew that some of the people that we have engaged with, the indigenous people, especially indigenous peoples that we have engaged with, are watching through the online version, and we do not have a Malay language translation. And I do hope this is something maybe perhaps in the future we would have translations available to communities, because all three speakers before me have spoke about indigenous peoples, but are these topics, again, accessible to them to understand? And it comes again to the language of how we put in communication on BHR if we want to see it being implemented, and having a buy-in from these stakeholders, mostly marginalized and mostly not heard in decision-making tables and processes. So having said that, so environmental rights itself in the process of this exercise, we look into the UNGP. So the UNGP sets out a clear framework on the obligations of states and businesses to human rights. Whereas it's the state's obligation to protect human rights, businesses have a responsibility to respect human rights, and both have the role to play in providing remedy processes where they have failed in these responsibilities. However, UNGP is not quite enough to look into the issue of environmental rights. So specific to the BHRE in this chapter, we also look into the frameworks of environmental rights set by the OHCHR, especially from the Office of Special Rapporteur of Human Rights and Environment, where this frameworks has been there for a number of years, and recently with the resolutions coming in from UNGA and the HRC, it's absolutely critical to be looked into. And the key three things when we talk about environmental rights within this framework is, one, on the procedural rights, second, substantive rights, and the third is a focus on the well-being of vulnerable people, ensuring that they have rights, especially when they mostly are not heard. So the key areas that we look into, I'm kind of scared that I will fall down this platform. So the key areas that we look into are environmental rights, governance and accountability, sustainable forest management, biodiversity, pollution waste management, plastic circularity, climate change, and environmental justice, specific on indigenous peoples, HRD, and SLAPs. I'm not too sure whether this is the right slide, tech team, but nevertheless, I think I can just go through this from my phone. It's okay. Right. So the first particular aspects, as I mentioned, there's no framework of environmental rights under the Malaysian law and in our constitution, and that having that oversight really impedes the process of understanding what this issue really means. Like I said, it is quite piecemeal. The language of environmental rights, like procedural rights, due diligence that was spoken ahead before by Edmund, exists in other documents like EIA, the SIA. However, it's not being seen as a framework. And I hope that my expectation from this exercise is to have an environmental rights framework within this business and human rights that gives us the ability to track and the progresses that we have done on these fronts, because truth to be told, most of the civil society and communities who have came so far to attend all these stakeholder consultations are tired. There's a lot of distrust within government and civil society when it comes to environmental issues. And we have to say that environmental issue is completely, almost always been sidelined in development projects. And these are some of the core things that we want to address in this BHR baseline. And there's also the issues on environmental crimes and different safeguards like precautionary principles, polluter spray principles, and again, this word public participation comes again and again and again in all of the stakeholder consultations that we did, and the issue comes down to accessibility of data, accessibility to even be there in that space. It is such a huge concern, especially when we engage with indigenous people, where they have to come out from their villages to come to these consultations, coming there and still do not understand what is being taught in this consultation. It's a huge issue. And this is something that we also, as we go on with the NAP, we have to provide these spaces. We have to remove these barriers, especially on accessibility of information and participation. And of course, the problems with EIA and SIA, I think, has been talked about for many, many years. The question about independence, and I think the upcoming review for the EIA, I think the government is currently ongoing, is coming up with that, but I'm not too sure when. Maybe this is a question that everyone can ask. And specific on the EIA and SIA, there's a lot of issue of non-alignment, specific to public participation as well between states. Peninsular Malaysia, Sabah and Sarawak have different ways of doing their public participation. This is just one of it for the EIAs and SIAs. Some are mandatory, some are not mandatory, some are voluntary. We need to harmonize this. And of course, there's a huge issue around resource management in conflict areas. So many of these resource extractive industries are happening in rural areas where it's also being called as sacrificial zones by indigenous peoples. Then we have, we jump to the next particular part on sustainable forest management and biodiversity. The issue around forest management, SFM, many of the consultations that we did with communities living in these areas and completely having to depend their livelihoods over forest, they cite a lot of participation problems, barriers, and of course issues where their voices are not being heard, and there's no rights to victims. That would mean that no access to remedy and no access to justice. For example, losing a land, how does that look like? And there's also the question of the issues and gaps on licensing and certification. These two, participation and licensing certification, they're all interconnected. These are legacies that we have, especially when we do not have a proper definition on forest in Malaysia. These are some of the key issues that civil societies has been pushing for, that there needs to be a redefinition, a refinement on how we define our forests, how we should include biodiversity as part of the definition of the forest itself. And of course, these legacy issues will impact the way how we will conduct carbon pricing mechanism in Malaysia. Carbon pricing mechanism in terms of tax, offset, trade, and these are quickly gaining a lot of narrative and discussions around, and we know that Bursa has already started with the voluntary carbon mechanism, and we know states like Sarawak and Sabah is already starting to engage with carbon pricing mechanisms, and without addressing this legacy issue, it will create more conflict within communities and businesses. So that is the part on SFM and BioD, and we go to the next one on air pollution. So now this is the part of the triple planetary threats that we see around air pollution, water pollution, and plastic circularity. I'm not going to go very in detail into this. Once the report is out, you guys can read it. But very specific on plastic circularity is on the strengthening the language on the EPR, which is extended producer responsibility, which must have a basis on polluters pays principle. So that is that particular part on pollution, and then we jump into climate change. As we know, climate change is a massive issue on governance, and climate governance is something that many people do not have access to. People do not have any idea about what is going on climate governance, and some people don't even know what climate change really means. A lot of issues stems from education, awareness, and there's also the question of fatigue from ministries that are the focal point of these issues, not enough manpower, and the issue has simply become too big. And I think this is where it is really important that I stress that these findings have stressed that there should be a collaboration between civil society and businesses, civil society and government, because when you do policies, the one that is implementing these policies are the people on the ground. If the people are not aware, if the people are not educated, and if people are not aware of their rights to do so, then the policy has failed. So there's also the question around climate finance, climate budget taking, but on climate finance, we are looking into blended finance and international finance that is coming in to deal with mitigation, adaptation, and potentially loss and damage. How do we create accountability and transparency around that? And the biggest issue that we see around here, where the civil society are very much concerned, is on the trajectory of our fossil fuel use, specific on gas. So there are other issues like maladaptation, where, how do I say this? The adaptation itself is slower, adaptation actions is moving slower than mitigation. A lot of money is being put into mitigation, but not in adaptation. But this is globally. But as a country that is vulnerable, where people need to adapt really quickly, we need to address adaptation. And maladaptation could be one of the side effects if consultation are not being done properly. There's no social protection. If there's no disaster risk transfer mechanisms are being done or enforced legally, we would have those kind of problems where we don't really solve the question of adaptation, we exacerbate the climate disaster impacts. I'm not going to go through the rest of the part here, but around disaster risk reduction, on community-based disaster risk reduction, and increasing local standard for environmental and climate litigation. These are some of the focus areas that we look into. And of course, environmental justice in the lens of indigenous peoples, human rights defenders. We talk about the protection of these people who protect our rights to have a clean air, clean water, clean environment, and this should not be, their voices should not be suppressed. There's a huge, quite substantive evidence that we collect, especially on the issues on free, prior, informed consent. In many of these development areas, indigenous people has come forward and this has been documented in this welcome inquiry for a number of years. And of course, there are also other reports coming up from the indigenous peoples themselves participating in improving how governments can do better FPIC, how business can do better FPIC, and how when governments do negotiations outside, in multilateral spaces, how they can bring the lens of FPIC in towards this negotiation specific on carbon market. There's just a little bit I just want to share on the intergenerational justice principle. It's also mentioned here about sustainability, and it's actually beyond basically providing the resources, to not use the resources, to not deplete the resources that we have to pass on to the next generation. This is absolutely critical, and critical issues, crucial issues also being mentioned in this particular chapter is on the participation of women and youth, not just by number, but there has to be an analysis. Just by having 50 or 60% of women inside decision-making spaces does not really mean that voices of women are being taken being taken account into, but there has to be the gender analysis behind these processes, because these are inherently systemic issues. So I'll go very quickly on the recommendations. We have Pillar 1, the key suggestions and recommendations that comes from civil society is to have a constitutional amendment to actually include a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment within our constitution. By having that stated explicitly within our constitution, it can help in having different provisions in different acts. We can, enlarge or expand the locus standi, and of course, that is just one of the issue from the top down. But most of the issue when it comes to environmental rights have to be tackled from the ground, and that is through many other avenues like education and etc. etc. Second, to strengthen policy-based principles such as carbon tax, not only as a deterrent for business misconduct. There's also the whole idea about how carbon tax, how the architecture of carbon tax should be implemented to avoid unfair treatment to people, especially marginalized communities. But there's also the question of CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanisms. So businesses losing competitiveness. And another part is on BHR framework that can strengthen the Malaysia's Climate Change Act. We know the Climate Change Act is coming up within the next few years, and the BHR framework can provide the human rights lens into this climate action in Malaysia. There's a lot of recommendations from SWACAM that can be implemented on the inquiry of our indigenous peoples in Malaysia, on the legal context of FPIC and land rights recognition. And Edmund has mentioned about transboundary haze previously. Let's go to, we're still on Pillar 1. It seems I haven't changed the slides. I have not changed for quite some time and didn't realize. No, it's fine. I'm just going to read out from my slides. I'm truly sorry about this. Should wait? We have 0 minutes. Okay, right. And again, we talk about overhauling of public consultation processes where participatory decision-making should be redesigned to ensure inclusivity and integrity. We look into best practices of the ARHAS Convention or ESCAZO agreement to build best practices of getting public consultation that are meaningful to people, and standardizing EIA and SIA process across the state. Harmonizing this is absolutely critical and very urgent. In 2023, we are in year 2023, is absolutely irresponsible to say that, okay, this is a state matter, this is a federal matter, it should be seen as a holistic matter, and this discussion should start. I know it has been starting, but it should definitely be strengthened now that we are at the precipice of things where we will hit 1.5 degrees Celsius global warming, right? And of course, the realignment and harmonizing sectoral targets. I think Edmund mentioned about the ESGs, implementing UN treaties that we are party to. We have to do that without delay. And the development of mandatory human rights and environment due diligence. I think Edmund has also mentioned that. no, it's not changing. On pillar 2, where corporate responsibility to protect human rights, there's a lot of value and discussion that goes around the refinement of procurement policies to emphasize climate and environmental human rights due diligence. And it should be, business procurement practices should be aligned with the recognized international benchmark to ensure consistency and credibility. And there's also the inclusion of discussion on how we can define what greenwashing really means. And I think this part is quite important as Malaysia steps into different targets like net zero by 2050 or putting the word just into our transition pathways. I think this is really critical because BHR can provide the human rights angle that needs to be done when we talk about transition. A lot of money has been poured into transition and pathways like just energy transition in Malaysia, but let's take a step back and think about what just really means. Justice stems from the word just, stems from the word justice, and is centered in human rights. But we do not have a human rights, a specific environmental rights angle or framework in Malaysia. And also to ensure that it is a fair transition, for women, for sectors where we don't hear much on the labor unions, etc., etc. So these are issues that needs to be centered in human rights. And we also look into the EU's Green Directive claims and UK Green Claims Code to ensure that greenwashing can be defined and having a legal context towards it, to avoid more catastrophic impacts towards between businesses and human rights, and of course the people. So there are several other recommendations, but I would just like to close with the Pillar 3, access to remedy. It's really important that to have introduced an anti-SLAPP law to discourage the act, and this is done to protect the human rights defenders, and we have engaged with a lot of human rights defenders, especially from indigenous people who this process has cost them a lot of resources, not only money, stress, mental health, and it goes around for years and years without end. And we need to introduce this urgently. And this is just one of the judicial grievance mechanism we are looking into. Edmund has mentioned about Ombudsman's Whistleblower Protections Act, but also a really huge focus on non-judicial grievance mechanism by the state, and non-state specific on complaints mechanism must be accessible, transparent, predictable, equitable, rights compatible, and provide effective remedy. And having legal aid to support these processes is absolutely critical. And Edmund also mentioned about the internal as well as external grievance mechanism that should exist. Before I close, I wanted to also say this, that what is largely missing in environmental and climate policies in Malaysia is mostly access to remedy and the rights to victims and rights empowerment, especially empowering those affected by business abuse, violation, misconduct to claim their rights and obtain justice. This almost does not even exist. Most of them didn't exist in many of the environment or environmental related policies like climate policies in Malaysia. Therefore, it is really important that BHR can realize this by providing avenues where these rights can be realized. And also a note to the civil society who's watching this. On my end, my expectation is that civil society would continuously to scrutinize this process, to continuously criticize the process in order to be heard, especially in the formation of the NAP. Civil society has to step up, and I'm really excited that spaces will be open to address these issues, and I hope that the government is listening to this and recommendations are being taken upon these consultations. Thank you. I think that's from me.
Thank you, Nadia. just echoing what Nadia just mentioned about the role of the civil society in assisting the government with the NAP, I think that's a very important point. With that, I also would like to add that the report that was presented by Edmund, Dr. Andika, and Nadia is still open for you to give us more comments on it. So based on the presentations today, we are happy to take your views before we actually table it to the steering committee, I think next month. So with that, I think we have about, say, 20 minutes. I would like to open for questions. So if you have any questions from the audience, and we also have participants online. So if you have any questions, we're happy to take them. I think speakers are happy to take them. Yes, Dato'? Dato' Tengku? From Suhakam?
Good afternoon, everyone, and to members of the panel who are indeed very learned from the papers that they have presented. My name is Tengku Muhammad Fauzi from Suhakam, and I have briefly, because time is limited, firstly to Article 5 of the Constitution. I think Mr. Edmund and Nadia, I think, may have been familiar with this point. Article 5, right to life and right to livelihood, right to life and personal liberty. And perhaps we can look to widen this article later when it comes to amendment issue to include right to livelihood, right to clean air, and so on. Secondly, Article 92, 92 bracket 3 of the Federal Constitution regarding the meaning of development plan, which for the moment is defined to include protection, conservation, and also improvement of the natural resources. But it also includes the right to exploit, which is, in a sense, a predatory policy. I think this one has got to be also reviewed and perhaps amend in the right direction. The other one, I think, is the Article 1602 of the Federal Constitution, which is with regard to the definition of the law, what law is, and for the moment it's not wide enough. Perhaps this also should be looked into to include and inject factors such as unenumerated, non-sexual or implied rights. I'm aware that at the press conference just now, our minister, the Honourable Minister, says that any amendments to the Constitution, including the position of the AG, has got to be preceded by comparative studies, which I really do agree. Thank you. Just my comment, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dato'. Okay. Yes, Cik Zulaika at the back there. Sorry.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Pu. I'm Zulaika. I'm from CIMB. I have two questions, and they're both quite related on whether this is already touched in baseline assessment and part of the recommendations for the National Action Plan. The first one, whether it touches about the responsibilities of business in conflict areas. The Lafarge fine of 800 million for its contribution to terrorism due to unethical business in Sudan, I feel is a right step in making sure businesses take into consideration of the impact that they have in conflict areas and whether they're doing it in the right way, if there's like heightened due diligence and etc. You mentioned that the national baseline assessment touches on, impact outside of Malaysia, and I was wondering if this is included as part of it. That's the first one. The second is if it touches on the scope of what businesses can do and what comes after states take action. For example, you touched on refugees, and I think that's also a step in the right direction for Malaysia. But for example, businesses can do very little until the state agrees to, for example, rectify refugees in Malaysia, like as legal, the convention, rectify the convention. So in that case, will there be a timeline of what states do first and the scope of what businesses can do at the moment and in the future? Is that also included in the report? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can we have, I think the gentleman, then Andrew.
Lee from 3TP, we are a founder of a software company. We start from cloud to AI. So I look into, do you know that, is there any portal for the people to voice up or complain their human rights issue they're facing? It's a portal. If there is not, I would suggest they open a portal to digitalize all the aduan or complaint or the human rights that they are facing, maybe to a police, whatever, a company, into portal, in order for all the human rights association, the government, to monitor if the issue solved and the progress of the issue. It will help to make the progress of the human rights in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew?
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Koo, practicing lawyer. As Edmund referred to in his presentation, currently in terms of human rights standards, government keeps referring to the provision in the Suhakam Act that refers to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, so long as it's not inconsistent with the federal constitution. But the government seems to have forgotten, or maybe quietly not wanting to remind Malaysians, that it actually amended the federal constitution once to take into account Malaysia's obligations when it acceded to CEDAW. So it has actually amended the constitution in order to incorporate new rights or the recognition of rights internationally. So, and then I think Nadia, in her presentation, in one of her recommendations, talked about amending the constitution to include new rights, environmental related rights. So my question really is this: to what extent is the government's commitment to human rights real enough for them to want to accept amendments to the federal constitution in order to institutionalize the rights that we are talking about? Thank you.
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you, finally. So I would like to commend Dr. Andika for your very nuanced and very practical approach towards human rights and the issues that a lot of corporations are facing. I have one other thing that I would like to highlight, because it's all about implementation at the end of the day. I'm happy to see that, and I have to say this, corporations do want to be engaged with the government and with United Nations and all the other agencies involved, because we are a trading nation. We are very much involved when it comes to issues of human rights, because our customers are in the West. So I think there is this, from the previous presentation indicating that our reluctance, that's not true. We do. In fact, a lot of our policies are way ahead of what is being discussed here. However, we still have this issue related to, and this is the part in which I have to commend Dr. Andika, because he clearly stated that there is the first intervention where it is not within our purview, and this is where we need the governments to be involved. Specifically, the issues that we are talking is on debt bondage. We find that when we recruit workers, the workers come from the source countries, and the corruption and the issue of debt bondage occurs in the source countries. We have repeatedly stated that we require governments to work with other governments to ensure that debt bondage does not occur before we can recruit them. And that has not been addressed. All this talk about debt bondage, which is the most difficult part of addressing human rights when it comes to our migrant workers, occurs out of our hands. So we would like, for example, to see that the governments have a discussion with the source country that we have been recruiting. So for example, when we recruit from Indonesia, for example, the governments of Indonesia and government of Malaysia have a very good relationship, and they are a lot more protective about the workers. And therefore, the workers coming from Indonesia have less issue of debt bondage because they know their rights, so that they cannot be exploited. Not at the source country, not in Malaysia, when it comes to debt bondage. I'm not talking about other things. Other things that is within our purview, we should take care of it. But when it comes to workers in Bangladesh, when it comes to workers in Nepal, when it comes to workers that we get from India, these are workers who are not aware of their rights, who are being exploited in the source country, and yet it is responsibility of us here to try and police the issue that is happening. So we would like the governments to take heed of this, because we are trying our very best, but at the end of the day, we get hit by all this accusation that we are employing debt bondage. So please, this is a very practical, very effective request that we are having. Thank you.
I just add one more here. Actually, I'm looking into Edmund's what we call presentation just now. Very good presentation. However, I'd like to add a few things here. There's actually still lacking of the what we call the healthcare protection mechanism over there, because as far as the SICA program right now it's not enough to cover those people who are actually got hospitalized. And then the other part which actually also probably lacking is actually the pension, because many of the migrant workers, they work until they are non-productive anymore, then they went back and then suffer because they cannot survive back home over there. And of course, finally, the third point that I like to raise is actually the reintegration of the migrants' family. That should be part of the baseline as well, because that is their right to return to their home country. So with this particular situation itself, we cannot just simply count on bringing them in, get them work without appropriate and adequate what we call mechanism of sending them back. And as far as the what we call that also include the child's right for education, yeah, and also protection that you mentioned just now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we address one more? Can I take one more and then we can address the questions? Yeah. One more, then we can.
Hello. Thank you very much for this opportunity to air my question. Actually, I wanted to add on to what Edmund mentioned earlier on, that Malaysian businesses actually really need to step up, and because globally, if they want to be relevant globally, they should not just wait for just complying within Malaysian law, because globally everyone is looking into BHR issues already. So then adding on to Nadia's point about extended producers' responsibility, there are many MNCs that are now working, that are operating in Malaysia already, European-based MNCs and all. So there was an EU representative here that mentioned that EU already have very good laws and things that are mandating BHR compliance over there. So why aren't those companies that are operating with branches here in Malaysia following that? Are they waiting for laws to be enacted first before they act? Again, waiting for Malaysian laws to operate first?
Thank you. Any more? Can we take one more?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'll make mine brief. I have two hats today. One, as a corporate sustainability practitioner, I think it would be prudent within the baseline assessment to actually define what is the business's responsibility when it comes to protecting human rights in the supply chain. Because I think depending on the business and the industry, there may be different definitions of what our tier one will look like. Is it based on spend? Is it based on the volume and things like that? And so it will also allow all the businesses to have clarity on what is expected when it comes to, this is our duty to protect up until this point, and then the rest, we ensure that there is continuous engagement and active engagement with our other suppliers. That's one. On the second point is on what Nadia raised, and I think it's very important with regards to protection of those who raise grievances or those who bring actions towards anything related under human rights, because there was a point raised about whether there is a workers' voice mechanism that is let's say introduced by the government or any other actors. In the past, this has been trialed out, and the issue was always somehow or the other the worker was exposed for raising such issues, and they were then reprimanded or having some sort of retaliation. So my name is Alia from Yinsen Holdings Berhad. Really great job on kind of starting the conversation, and look forward to the report. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So, Edmund, you want to? Okay, Andika, maybe you can answer the questions on the labor issues. Is it okay?
Hopefully I could recall that. Let me start responding to a combined question from Dr. Surina and CMB, someone from CMB. Zulaika, sorry Zulaika. About what government can do and what business can do. I think partly I have already presented that there. So when we look at the whole lot of the issues, we can actually do some exercise, which of these issues where business can actually start, even after this consultation, they can actually start doing that. There will be no barrier for them. Even if there's a barrier, that barrier can be alleviated by the business within their sphere of influence and capacity to do that. They don't need reform, right? But of course, there will be some other issues being highlighted by Dr. Surina that cannot be done by business. No matter how far you try that, you can't just cannot do it because it's outside of your mandate. So I guess if we have that internal exercise, when whoever that develops the national action plan, the actual national action plan, if they can do that exercise, I guess they can park, okay, this issue will be there, that issue will be there. I think that would help the prioritization of whatever activities that you want to include in the national action plan. Now, the other thing about actors, I think the thing that we didn't plan to do it, maybe we did it by default. By default is the stakeholders mapping. Now, if you look at the whole lot of the actors that involve, and including people that stakeholders that we engage. Sorry, I got there are some actors actually have high influence and have high interest to make change. But there are also other actors who have high influence, they are very powerful, but there is no interest, right? So they have power, but they don't use that power for change, right? I think if we are able to do some sort of stakeholders mapping and look at that category of actors, I think we can pull the trigger much more powerful in that sense. But I don't think that is in the exercise. But I'm hoping that that exercise could actually help. I think it's just about, putting your whatever your bullets into the right knee. The other thing about recruitment and debt bondage, I think I've already asked by Dr. Surina about the limitation. I think I also highlighted that before, even in my presentation, and this was highlighted many times by stakeholders. There is always a limit for business. Whatever resources you have, you are so powerful in terms of resources that are available for you to do it, but there is always limitation. So that's why I think this question about what business can do and what business cannot do, that has to be scrutinized very thoroughly in the development of the National Action Plan. I think that would pave the way for more effective way of dealing with the issue. Now, the issue about children in Sabah, I mean, as Sabahan, I grew up in that particular state, we see that from one generation and the other generation, and it doesn't seem to be. But it's not, it's not just about children in the business sector, formal in a way that the established sector, but also children that actually involved in the informal activity. If you go in Kota Kinabalu, for example, and you see children are carrying and selling Coca-Cola and cigarette, what kind of responsibility that we expect for that company that produce Coca-Cola, produce or whatever chocolate they sell on the side, right? So there were questions about, okay, now you are selling these kids, they are maybe Filipino children or maybe even some stateless children are selling cigarette, and that cigarette ABC, sorry, I mentioned the product, so forget about that product. So for example, the product is ABC, and what would be the liability of that company? Because that children is doing that and selling that underage, not going to school, more than 6 hours or maybe 14 hours in a week. That's already an indicator of child labor. So it's more than children in plantation, more than children in farming and agri and also in fishing sector. So that's why there's one criteria group of issue that we park in there that would require more reflection, especially at the local level, because we don't want just to hit the ground and not carefully looking at the consequences that the children may face in the future lah. The human rights grievance mechanism. I think your question about human rights grievance mechanism, at the city level, I think it shouldn't be an issue, but I think what appeared more apparently in the process was that a lot of intervention, especially from outside. I mean, companies have their internal and external grievance mechanism, and also in addition to that, there was not just one, I think a few third-party grievance mechanism available. But when we look at how this grievance mechanism implemented on the ground, there were still gaps in there. So we were engaged into a debate with the companies. Now we have third-party grievance mechanism already rolled out, already socialized in the plantation companies, for example, or maybe some other companies, some other sectors, for example. But workers are still not using it, right? And so people start having a conversation, why they are not using it? Because, and you have that grievance mechanism. There was one missing part in the discussion, is that you provide grievance mechanism, including internal and third-party grievance mechanism, but you don't mobilize workers to use it. It's very passive actor that exists in the company because it has been there. The tradition for many workers, if I have a problem, I arrest my supervisor. I need immediate resolution. I don't want to use your platform like 14 days, 30 days, and 60 days to wait for our problem to be solved, right? So that's being the expectation by the workers. So a lot of conversation about that, but I think much more can be done in the future, especially attracting more workers and putting workers into more active actors in the process. You are not just providing third-party grievance mechanism, you socialize, you expect workers to use that. A lot of workers not using that. So I think there should be another side of the story that you mobilize workers, start engaging workers, you have this grievance mechanism, use it. And whatever that you have I mean, we have a lot of human rights grievance mechanism available outside of the business sector. We have SUAKAM, we have many more, right? But I think what is concerned in the context of BHR is workers are having that access. You have opportunity, but workers not actually aware and not accustomed to using that grievance mechanism. So it has to come in both ways. I provide, and there will be also action from the workers to start using that. I think once workers start using that, they see the value of grievance mechanism. I think that will work naturally in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadia, you want to add anything?
Yes, if I may combine questions because I think they might have the same answers or very interrelated. I think a lady, I can't remember, sorry, who asked about the extraterritorial obligation in resource management in conflict areas. In this particular baseline, we do have that chapter on extraterritorial, but also what is happening also in Malaysia. one of the recommendation for business conduct in Malaysia is having that formation of a climate change act. So by forming the climate change act, it is necessary to have a commission to be formed behind this particular act, and having focal points of commissions would really simplify any grievance mechanisms that should be built within complaints. I think this gentleman in blue shirt just mentioned that whether there are any tribunals, and this is where commissions could assist in tribunals, potential grievance mechanism, non-judicial grievance mechanisms. And just to add here, many people say that, oh, why do we need a climate change act? We have so many different acts, you know. That's also a huge question to harmonize, to track whether it is possible to solve this in other acts that we already currently have. But a climate change act is absolutely critical because we have to deal the issue around carbon, and carbon is not a pollutant under the EIA, and of course addressing how we are going to achieve our targets that we set at UNFCCC under the Paris Agreement, specific on our NDCs, and this particular issue needs to be addressed in our Climate Change Act and not anywhere else. So that would be...
Thank you. Finally, Edmund?
Yeah, thank you for the questions we have discussed, and we'll consider all this. I think, Alex, a lot of the migrant worker issues that you have raised, the healthcare, pension, reintegration, all of these issues, a lot of it has been addressed in the report, although it may not have been presented. But I think can you have a discussion with Andika afterwards, just so that we can be a bit more comprehensive, and then we will include where we have not included on the healthcare issues, the pensions. I think those are a lot of the details. The second question, I think mentioned by Dato and Andrew, is the constitutional amendment, the basket of rights. I think it's time to have that conversation because Malaysia has amended the constitution many times. The last amendment was the reduction of voting age, the Undi 18 campaign, and I agree that we need to amend and strengthen Article 5, Article 8, yeah, and the anti-hopping, yeah, and so including the basket of rights, I think talking about it because the courts have said Article 5 includes right to privacy. There's only one judgment. Tan Teck Seng says right to environment, but it's judicial interpretation. So when it comes to enforcement on issues of local standi, if the river is polluted, if Malaysia doesn't meet the Paris Agreement carbon emission target, for example, we still don't have the local standi to go and sue the government. So the local standi is still not there. You can sue, but what are you going to sue on if there's no duty on the government to meet those emission targets or make sure that your river is not polluted? For example, if the river is polluted, you can't go to court except to say, oh, I'm suing it in tort because I'm drinking dirty water. But you cannot say that my constitutional right to a safe, clean, and healthy environment is violated because there's no such right. We are politely saying in the baseline assessment that there is no such constitutional right. So we can talk about it in the UN, we can talk about it anywhere else, all over the world, but you actually don't have a constitutional right to the environment. And therefore, I agree that this discussion as to amending the constitution, which can be quite simple, but I think you need a lot of conversations, a lot of the discussions with the government, and of course it depends on the political will of the government, which I cannot answer. I hope this government that has made so many promises will be able to fulfill those. On the issue of Zulaika from CIMB mentioned, incidentally, we had a conversation with CIMB and we have put in CIMB and a few other sample companies in the report as sort of case studies on what you have been doing. The ETO chapter, I will say, is a special issue to put there as a reminder that if government wants to move on the NAP, we cannot forget the ETO. But I will say that we do not have the time and we did not have the sort of mandate to go too much into ETOs and into the high conflict areas for companies, Malaysian companies operating outside, because I don't want to commit actually the position until we have a real full-fledged study on the ETOs. So we need to talk about and assess those companies like Petronas and other companies that I will not name, And there are some companies, I think, that are already implicated, some Malaysian companies are already implicated in issues, environmental issues, conflict area issues. Look at Sudan, some Malaysian companies are mentioned, Myanmar. But we said, look at the ETOs, we have not named any companies. We said, let us not forget about this issue. But honestly, we didn't have the time to go into it. Because this one, I hope Bayu, UNDP, government will commission a separate study with Suhakam to look at this. Because in Thailand, which you will hear afterwards, have a chapter on ETOs. But I can tell you straight up, we have just put a 1-2 pager on the ETOs just to not forget. But a real detailed, deep down assessment, we did not do. We dealt with governance, labor, environment, because there's a whole host of issues there already. I hope that answers. And I think Alicia, is it from Yinsun, mentioned, those are the details. I agree with you. So if government agrees to due diligence or a common standard for human rights and implementation, we have recommended a phased approach. So the phased approach look at turnover revenues, but we have not come down on one side or the other or made a commitment and say, hey, you must follow this. SMEs may be out of the conversation. SSM is. I think Ravinder is coming from SSM. She's going to talk to you about the SME issue. So we have not made a commitment and say, please go and follow England or follow Australia. We just say, let's do it in a phased approach. A lot of the PLCs are already complying. Maybe up the standard and then see how we can cascade down the supply chain. So those details, I must say, we did not make a recommendation. We just used the word phased approach because this is really a macro report. This is not a micro report. If government doesn't even want to look at human rights due diligence or look at mandatory assessment, risk assessments in these areas, then there's no point even talking about phased approach. Companies have to go and do it themselves. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Edmund. So I think it's, just before I close, I think the conversation on the amendment to the Constitution, maybe we can start a conversation. I have Minister's Office here, Ru, maybe we can look into it. Okay, maybe we can do something, we can start somewhere. It's a very good idea. So with that, thank you so much. Yeah, Edmund.
Sorry, Dr. Ming. I just want to end by saying this, right? And I've said it in the report, in the summary. I said that some people may not be happy with the report. Some people will say it's not enough. Some people will say it's too much, right? The point about this exercise, and I want to credit the whole team and led by Punita and then Dr. Chia and Swakam, and when he started, Andika, Nadia, Trisha, Uma, and the whole team, and Jihan as well for supporting this work, is that it allows us the freedom, the report allowed us the freedom to actually imagine a new Malaysia, a human rights friendly Malaysia. So of course some ideas here may be crazy. People will say Edmund is crazy. I've been crazy for the longest time, right? But in the, like for example, the training that we have had in the Bar Council is that, you know, the Bar Council was the first to talk about abolishing the mandatory death penalty. The Bar Council was the first to talk about abolishing death penalty. The Bar Council was the first to talk about things like CEDAW, CRC. And now you see after so many years, you're moving, removing the death penalty, but it took so many years. So a lot of these ideas may be crazy now. You know, we may not be able to live to see fruition of these ideas in the next 20, 30 years. But this report must be treated that way. It must be treated not as, yeah, okay, we want this to be done in terms of priority, but also it was, as human rights lawyers and advocates, our training, it was to allow us some imagination about how Malaysia should or would look like in the next 5, 10 years through a NAP. And again, the NAP is only voluntary. We have had so many NAPs, and a lot of the NAPs have not been implemented or not fully implemented, but it allows us that freedom to think about these ideas, and as somebody mentioned, I think Dr. Punita, to start the conversation. And if you're not going to start the conversation, then there's no really, we're just going to go backwards. And hopefully this government is going to allow a bit more freedom to start the conversation. And I think as Dr. Punita mentioned, there's already some move, and we need to continue to implement these good initiatives that already have been started. Thank you.
Thank you. So you can get a hold of the report once it's launched, I think, next month. We are having the steering committee meeting, and once that's done, we will. It'll be next month or December. I hope next month. So it'll be announced definitely by UNDP. So just wait for that. It'll be soon. So thank you so much to Edmund, Dr. Andika, and Nadia for being the panelist and giving us a briefing on the NBA. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the moderator and all panelists for the comprehensive discussion. We are now pausing for lunch, which will be served right outside at the foyer. Please be back in this ballroom by 2 p.m. so we can resume the next session. For those looking for the prayer room, it is located on levels G and LG. Thank you.
Welcome to our program, Asia in Focus, Clean Air and the Business and Human Rights Agenda. My name is Shamiz and I work for the United Nations Development Program. In partnership with the European Union, this program is the first of several exploring the connections between the environment and human rights. Today, we look at the challenge of air pollution in Asia. What is the responsibility of industry to respect our...
Pertumbuhan pesat dan pencapaian ekonomi Malaysia banyak disumbangkan oleh tenaga kerja migran. Walaupun sumbangan mereka amat ketara, namun sejarah menunjukkan bahawa hak asasi manusia dan hak pekerja mereka sering diabaikan. Pandemik COVID-19 telah menambah kepada kerentanan pekerja migran ini, seperti perampasan dokumen peribadi, kerja lebih masa yang keterlaluan, persekitaran kerja dan tempat tinggal yang tidak memuaskan, dan eksploitasi yuran perekrutan. Pada tahun 2011, Majlis Hak Asasi Manusia Pertubuhan Bangsa-Bangsa Bersatu dengan sebulat suara mengesahkan Prinsip Panduan Penjagaan dan Hak Asasi Manusia PBB. Prinsip panduan ini berteraskan 3 rukun. Pertama, kerajaan harus menggubal dan menguatkuasakan undang-undang yang sesuai bagi melindungi pekerja dari pelanggaran hak asasi manusia oleh pihak ketiga termasuk perusahaan perniagaan. Kedua, perusahaan perniagaan harus menghormati hak asasi manusia, elakkan melanggar hak pekerja dan menangani sebarang impak hak asasi yang timbul. Ketiga, mangsa penyalahgunaan yang berkaitan dengan perniagaan mesti mempunyai akses kepada tindakan pemulihan. Syarikat mesti membenarkan pekerjanya mengakses tindakan pemulihan serta mengambil bahagian dalam proses aduan yang berkesan. Dalam beberapa tahun seterusnya, kemajuan dicapai susulan rangka tindakan yang disediakan oleh Prinsip Panduan PBB. Pada tahun 2019, Pertubuhan Buruh Antarabangsa secara rasmi menyatakan bahawa yuran perekrutan atau kos yang berkaitan tidak boleh dikenakan kepada pekerja atau pencari kerja. Dan kerajaan Malaysia baru-baru ini telah bersetuju untuk melaksanakan polisi perekrutan pekerja dengan kos sifar. Pandemik COVID-19 juga telah mendedahkan situasi yang dihadapi oleh pekerja migran. Pada tahun 2020, permintaan untuk peralatan perubatan dan keselamatan seperti sarung tangan dan pelitup muka mencapai tahap tertinggi disebabkan pandemik ini. Memenuhi permintaan ini boleh menyumbang secara negatif kepada hak asasi manusia. Hasil daripada siasatan antarabangsa dan tekanan media, beberapa syarikat peralatan perubatan dan keselamatan terbesar di Malaysia telah memberi komitmen kepada perekrutan pekerja dengan kos sifar dan membolehkan tindakan pemulihan bagi pekerja migran yang telah membayar yuran perekrutan secara keterlaluan kepada agensi perekrut. Kepentingan tindakan pemulihan tidak boleh dipandang ringan. untuk membayar yuran perekrutan secara haram atau tidak beretika. Pekerja migran mungkin terpaksa membuat pinjaman yang mendedahkan mereka kepada ikatan hutang, membawa kepada suatu bentuk buruh paksa. Mereka mungkin mengambil masa yang lama untuk membayar hutang tersebut, manakala majikan terlepas daripada menanggung kos ini. Apabila berlaku pelanggaran hak asasi manusia yang berkaitan dengan perniagaan, pekerja migran harus diberi saluran yang berkesan untuk mengakses tindakan pemulihan dan mendapatkan pampasan yang setimpal. Pemerkasaan pekerja bermula dengan sektor perniagaan mewujudkan persekitaran kerja yang berpusatkan hak pekerja di sepanjang rantaian berkalan dan memastikan bahawa pekerja migran dapat mengambil tindakan terhadap hak asasi manusia dan hak pekerja mereka. Dengan berbuat demikian, sektor perniagaan dapat meningkatkan perlindungan kepada golongan yang paling rentan.
Welcome to our program, Asia in Focus, Climate Change and the Business and Human Rights Agenda. My name is Sean Lees, and I work for the United Nations Development Program in Asia Pacific. In partnership with the European Union, UNDP is hosting a series of webcasts exploring the connections between environment and human rights. Today we'll look at the challenge of climate change in Asia.
Just a quick reminder to all our guests, you can get your food outside and you can bring them into the ballroom and enjoy it here.
Join us to find out. Asia is dangerously exposed to the impacts of climate change. With a large population and long and low-lying coastlines, the region is buttressed by extreme weather events and rising sea levels. Food security is also at risk due to lethal heat waves, extreme precipitation events, and drought. How do we counter climate change in Asia? Who, if anyone, should be held responsible? And what role do human rights protections play in ensuring action from government and industry? Today I'm joined by Sarah Phillips, a researcher from Chulalongkorn University in Thailand, and Surya Deva, former member of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights and currently a professor at Macquarie Law School in Australia. Sarah, let's start with you. Economies in Asia have been in a deep freeze during the COVID-19 period, and they're now just recovering. People, workers, they just want to get back to normal. Why should they now be concerned with climate change?
Well, I think we need to start with the question, what does normal look like in the context of climate change? Especially in a region like Southeast Asia, where climate change impacts are expected to be some of the world's most severe. And what do I mean when I say that, severe? We're talking about increased instances of drought, flooding, more extreme weather patterns. And all of that is going to translate into impacts like a rise in tropical diseases such as dengue fever, biodiversity losses, food shortages because crop yields will diminish, and rising sea levels means displaced peoples, and even clean water scarcity. And all of those impacts are also going to take a significant economic toll. So the Asian Development Bank estimates that in Southeast Asia, approximately, that we will see approximately an 11% GDP drop regionally.
11% drop in GDP.
Due to climate change impacts, yes, yes. And so, I mean, this is a very significant issue that people need to be concerned about. That's a large number. So imagine like a situation where you have lost your home because of flooding. You've had to migrate for work, and you're having trouble finding a job because economies are shrinking. And then you're dealing with all of that on top of, as I mentioned, food shortages, clean water scarcity. I mean, that's a really bleak outlook that I'm painting, but it's absolutely why we have to be concerned with climate change. And people need to know that no one is safe from climate change impacts.
While it is true that the climate change is happening, it's having an impact in all the ways you've described, people have an impressive power to adapt. And in fact, you wrote a recent paper on the Mekong Delta in 2020 and claimed that the Mekong River Delta Vietnam is one of the most vulnerable regions to climate change. That's sea level rise, flooding, and saline intrusion all threaten to displace already vulnerable populations. And you go on to speak about the impact on livelihoods, but also on personal security, etc. But in that same paper, you talk about how rice farmers in the Mekong Delta region are making a shift to shrimp farming. And they seem to be getting on just fine. Isn't adaptation, migration, or displacement a fact of human history? Isn't this something that we're actually managing? And the implication of that being, we do need to address climate change, but maybe we don't need radical action. Maybe we can take a longer view with regards to carbon emissions and other actions.
Well, I think like getting along just fine is maybe subjective, and how well people are adapting is also a problematic way of looking at it, because adaptation itself is very resource intensive. It takes a lot of financial capital and a lot of time. And often it ends up being, especially in the context of climate change, more of a stopgap. And so the people who adaptation is meant to help the most, they end up still being vulnerable to climate change impacts. In the case of the Mekong Delta, there was only a certain amount of rice farmers who were actually able to make the shift over to shrimp farming. And it was those farmers with the resources and capacity to do so. But even out of that small percentage of farmers that were able to make that shift, like a lot of them still struggled with that hard decision, and struggled also with being able to make those farms viable. And I think that kind of is a microcosm of a larger picture that we should be talking about, where climate change has different impacts for different countries. So say like a country like the Philippines, you're going to be seeing more severe and greater succession of these major severe weather events. And so a country like that is going to be having to put their resources into recovery and also disaster risk management, maybe to the detriment of other development objectives.
Right, health and education, etc., infrastructure development. But we conducted a survey, albeit an unscientific one, in Asia, asking Asians in various languages what their top environmental priorities were. And climate change actually came a distant second, maybe even a third, to air pollution. Air pollution is the first priority, then climate change, and water pollution, neck and neck with climate change. Is there a danger that all the focus on climate is displacing, if you will, these other, or deprioritizing these other environmental priorities at the local level?
No, I don't think there's a danger, and I feel like we really need to shift the narrative on that, because environmental issues are intricately connected to climate change. And so I think we need to really promote the narrative that it's not a trade-off between addressing an environmental issue and climate change, that these things are very intricately interconnected. And so when you address something like air pollution, you are impacting climate change for the better, but vice versa, if a country doesn't regulate air pollution and doesn't do anything to improve air quality, that's going to have a negative impact on climate change, and then even on people's human rights.
We are seeing an upsurge in some countries of litigation, climate litigation, and or public interest litigation on air pollution, on water pollution, etc. I'm wondering what your feelings are about this form of pathway. And also about your feelings more particularly on the Human Rights Council's recognition of a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a human right. Will recognition of environmental rights as human rights, or the environment as a human right, make any difference to the people on the ground, the people of Asia?
Well, as to your question about litigation, especially strategic litigation, has always worked as a gap filler for areas that maybe are not being addressed the way that citizenry would like their government to. So we're seeing that in climate change because people want action, and climate justice. And the development of the Human Rights Council with the recognition of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a good development. It's recognizing the connections between human and environmental well-being, and also acknowledging how a healthy environment works to bolster, protect, and promote human rights. But I'm It really remains to be seen what kind of impact it will have, because the recognition of a right is very different than the implementation of that right. And I think that we need to remember as well that this right already exists and is enshrined in many countries' constitutions. And so whether the Human Rights Council recognizing that right now will impact those jurisdictions or other jurisdictions that don't yet have that right constitutionally or in other parts of their legal framework remains to be seen.
Dr. David, let me turn to you and ask that same question. Human Rights Council finds a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment a human right in October of last year. Is it going to make a difference? Is it a game changer, or is it just a step in a long road going forward?
I think it is going to be a step in the right direction. So recognition is crucial. It is coming at the international level by the Human Rights Council. Of course, much more needs to be done and done collectively to make real change on the ground in years to come.
What do you think is the thing that's going to make the biggest difference with regards to carbon emissions, reductions, and/or efforts to mitigate climate change?
I mean, we need action on the part of businesses. We need action on the part of the governments. For instance, the governments can provide a range of incentives and disincentives. Public procurement could be a very powerful lever in terms of both creating incentives and disincentives. So a government, for instance, can say, oh, if you are a business that is combating climate change, then you will get a preferential treatment in providing products and services to the government. Governments at the same time can also exclude certain companies which are polluting the environment, ignoring climate change from that contract. Of course, governments also need to take care of such businesses which need access to technology, access to finance, and they also need capacity building. They need resources in terms of sharing good practices. So governments can definitely do all these things. I also believe that sanctions have a key role to play when it comes to governments. So fines, and I would say personal accountability and responsibility of the leadership of companies, directors, chief executive officers, they have to be held accountable. So companies should not be allowed to get away with just making long and very nice words. Rather, they should be held accountable if they don't really perform on those parameters, what they say they are doing.
You're putting a lot of the onus here on government to do things, but in fact, companies have been making net zero pledges recently. Companies have been pledging to reduce their carbon emissions. I take it you're one of the skeptics out there. In a keynote address to the Council of Europe last year, you stated that companies which publicly claim to respect human rights and the environment should not be allowed to lobby governments in the dark to dilute environmental standards or delay plans to phase out fossil fuels. Do we believe in companies? Do we believe in the promise of ESG investing? Or do we actually impose regulations and punishments from government?
I'm a cautious supporter of ESG. I'm cautious because what is crucial is that E stands for environment, S for social, and G for governance. These three letters could be very powerful tool if they are approached by businesses to reorient the purpose of business in society. ESG could be seen as going beyond shareholder primacy. ESG could be a license to reframe the relationship and live in society in harmony. And if we see in this particular context, and the rights and rights holders are central to what companies report and who they consult, then ESG can definitely be a powerful tool. Otherwise, it could just end up becoming some kind of corporate social responsibility or greenwashing tool, and that will be counterproductive even for businesses.
You are asking businesses, not just to be held accountable to their pledges and promises. You're actually in the same Council of Europe keynote address suggest that businesses needed to abandon, quote, abandon policies and practices aimed at promoting unsustainable consumption. Are we asking businesses or business leaders to ignore their fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value? Are we asking too much of business? Are we asking business not to be business?
I think we want business to be a better business, a business which is a principled business. It respects people as well as the planet. For instance, businesses encourage consumers to buy more, and buy more often. And that is unsustainable in my view. That is going to undermine climate change. It will create unnecessary burden on the planetary boundaries. Let us say a customer wants to buy a pair of jeans, and this customer goes to their shop, and the shopkeeper might have a sale on and say, oh, why don't you buy 2 pair of jeans? If you buy a second pair, we give you a 50% discount. And this poor customer, even if he or she needs only 1 pair of jeans, may be tempted to buy 2 pairs. Let us take smartphones as an example. Why do people need to buy smartphones every other year? If a smartphone can last for 8 to 10 years, should businesses not be making that kind of a phone that we don't need to buy every time? So we should be encouraging businesses to create more long-lasting products which can be repaired easily, which are reliable, and which are more sustainable. They should also be conducting life cycle impact assessment of their products. So if you are making, let us say, washing machines, the company should take the responsibility to take the washing machine back. The company should also ensure that those machines are stable and sustainable.
In terms of trying to change the market and or make the market work for both human rights and the environment, a number of countries have issued and or exploring the idea of mandatory human rights due diligence, forcing companies essentially to identify and prevent human rights risks and environmentally linked human rights risks resulting from their operations and from their products indeed. Is this movement towards mandatory human rights due diligence, is it a game changer or is it a distraction?
I think it can be a game changer if these legislation are designed properly and they don't encourage merely risk-based compliance approach, then I think it could be a game changer. How do we ensure this? First of all, we have to understand that due diligence is merely a process. It is merely a means. It is not an outcome. So we should not be obsessed too much with the process. We should be able to insist that companies have to ensure that outcomes are achieved. And these outcomes are that the human rights are not violated or human rights are realized. I think that is a very crucial point. Then this word consultation is often misused, I would say, by businesses because they already decide what needs to be done. They already have taken a decision and then they do some kind of symbolic consultation. And I think this consultation have to be meaningful. I would say it is more like co-creation. So they have to be consulted in a meaningful manner, and that collaboration must address power imbalances between the communities and the companies. And of course, any mandatory human rights due diligence law, it has to establish a very strong system of access to remedy and accountability. Without accountability, this is not going to work.
Thank you both for being here today and sharing your insights.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for having me.
Now let's turn our attention to Thailand. Despite the transition to a more industrial and service-oriented economy, Thailand remains an agricultural powerhouse. But with its long coastlines and susceptibility to extreme weather events, the country is vulnerable to small changes in climate. How can Thailand build resilience and mitigate long-term climate risks? What is the role of civil society, industry, and government? In this short documentary, we'll take a closer look at how smallholder farms are adapting in Thailand.
Agriculture commands 10% of Thailand's GDP and employs 1/3 of the workforce. Despite the country's gradual shift towards manufacturing and services, family farming continues to be the main livelihood for the rural community, especially during the COVID pandemic, where the country saw a mass exodus of workers leaving cities to return to their hometowns. However, earning a living has always been hard for Thai farmers, but even more so in recent years, where extreme droughts and floods have further disrupted local economics and rural communities. According to a study undertaken by the International Center for Tropical Agriculture, yields of major crops in Thailand could fall as much as 15% by 2050 as a result of a rapidly changing climate. 135 kilometers northeast of Bangkok is Prachinburi Province, a major farming area situated in the fertile Central Plains that is home to almost 28,000 agricultural households, many of whom in the past relied heavily on predictable weather patterns, especially rainwater, to irrigate their crops.
คือเราคาดเดาไม่ได้จริงๆว่าอย่างกรณีนาจะเห็นได้ชัดนะคาดไม่ได้เลยว่าฝนจะตกไม่ตกแต่เราต้องดำนาก็ต้องสูบน้ำเข้านาคือเสียค่าใช้จ่ายเนาะเสียค่าใช้จ่ายเพิ่มมากขึ้นในการสูบน้ำเข้านาอย่างปลูกผักเราก็คิดว่ามันจะไม่มีโรคแมลงในช่วงนี้แมลงอันนี้คือปกติจะไม่มาในเดือนสมมติไม่มาในเดือนพฤษภาปรากฏพออากาศเปลี่ยนมันก็มาในเดือนพฤษภาก็คืออากาศที่เราเดาไม่ได้ก็ทำให้เราวางแผนในการปลูกยากขึ้นคิดว่ามันจะหนาวแต่มันไม่หนาวมันกลับมาร้อนแทนอะไรเงี้ยก็คือทำให้ผลผลิตเสียหาย
One Pen and her husband are part of an organic farming network in Khao Mai Keo community in Prachinburi Province, who have been working together during the past 10 years to adapt to the new, harsh climate realities. Like many farmers, to mitigate risk, they've adjusted their farming habits. On their land, which they share with others as part of a cooperative, they now grow a variety of crops and have also introduced vegetables that require less water. But it was still not enough. Therefore, in an effort to try to stay ahead of climate change, the Farmers Network advocated with government agencies for climate adaptation support. Their efforts resulted in funding to support the construction of greenhouses and a solar-powered drip irrigation system for the community.
คืออย่างแต่ก่อนเนี่ยน้ำเราเขาเลยนะเห็นหลังปลาเนอะทำให้ปลาตายได้เพราะว่าน้ำมันน้อยลงปลาน้ำมันร้อนแล้วปลาตายพอเรารวมกลุ่มเสร็จปุ๊บเนี่ยก็จะมีหน่วยงานเข้ามาส่งเสริมกับเกษตรกรเพราะเรารวมกันหลายคนเป็นสมาชิกหลายคนกระทรวงทรัพย์มาขุดสระให้เราทำให้เรามีน้ำมากขึ้นแทนที่เราจะจำกัดการใช้น้ำแบบปลูกพืชแต่ก่อนเราปลูกพืชได้น้อยเพราะว่าเรามีน้ำน้อยทีนี้พอเรามีน้ำเยอะเราก็สามารถปลูกได้เต็มกำลังของเราเพราะว่าเรามีน้ำเพียงพอต่อการปลูกพืชสระเนี่ยก็คือใช้ด้านการเกษตรก็ประมาณถ้าเห็นก็คือ150แล้วก็ให้กับด้านการอุปโภคอีกในหมู่บ้านอีกประมาณ300หลังคาเรือนเฉพาะสระลูกนี้ค่ะ
ปัญหาการเปลี่ยนแปลงสภาพภูมิอากาศอย่างเช่นเรื่องการบริหารจัดการน้ำเนี่ยมันก็เป็นผลที่ว่าถึงแม้ว่าเขาจะพยายามปรับเปลี่ยนให้สอดคล้องกับสภาพอากาศยังไงเนี่ยการที่จะสร้างหลักประกันให้มันมีน้ำอยู่ตลอดเวลาเนี่ยมันเป็นความจำเป็นอย่างยิ่งเพราะฉะนั้นการที่หน่วยงานภาครัฐได้ตัดสินใจในระบบงบประมาณเนี่ยเราสามารถที่จะดำเนินการแบบนี้ได้ใน 100% ในงบประมาณของรัฐที่มีอยู่เนี่ยก็มองเห็นแน่นอนว่าประโยชน์ที่จะเกิดขึ้นกับเกษตรกรใช่ไหมคะ
But while adaptation efforts are paying off for the Khao Mai Keo community, increasingly large budgets will be required to address issues at scale. Climate change will impact many millions, if not billions, of people in the years to come. Businesses must examine their operations closely and act to mitigate carbon emissions. Where heavy emitters fail to do so, they might be held accountable for the negative impacts suffered by the Thai people, including Thailand's farmers and local consumers. Globally, people are becoming increasingly aware of climate change and its implications.
I hope you enjoyed our documentary report. Let's now welcome Tharani Suravaranon, UNDP's Business and Human Rights Specialist in Thailand. Tharani, thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much, Sean, for letting me be part of this conversation.
What other signals is the government sending now as the first country in Asia to pass a national action plan on business and human rights? What other things is it doing to help industry in Thailand mitigate some of the environmental and human rights risks of their operations?
Sure, Sean. As you know that there is some movement around the human rights due diligence requirement at a global level. So here, the government is planning to introduce the mandatory human rights due diligence requirement to support the private sector in Thailand. Here, we are working with the government actively in terms of building capacity of the private sector on the human rights due diligence process. And here, we are studying about the possible options and interventions if the human rights due diligence is being introduced to Thailand in the futures.
I understand they're also doing some studies on the protection of human rights defenders, some of which are act as whistleblowers when there's been bad behavior by some businesses. Is that true?
Yes, John. This is one of the key important study that we have been helping the Ministry of Justice conducted since 2020. So in this study, we aim to enhance better protections for the defenders and also addressing some specific issues like the use of the strategic litigations against public participation or SLAPs using by the private sector.
Thank you very much for that update, Tirani.
Thank you so much, Sean.
Palm oil is versatile. It is cheap and it is above all useful. Between 40 and 50% of household products are estimated to contain palm oil. It's also considered the most resource efficient of all vegetable oils. But the palm oil industry has been under heavy scrutiny for its role in deforestation and for its contribution to climate change. To help us unpack the issues, I'm joined today by Joseph de Cruz, the CEO of the Roundtable for Sustainable Palm Oil based in Kuala Lumpur. JD, welcome to our program.
Pleasure to be here, Sean. Thank you.
A few years back, the World Wildlife Fund noted that, or reported that, 300 football fields of rainforest were being cleared every hour to make way for palm oil plantations. What's being done today to arrest that rate of deforestation by the palm oil industry?
You're right, Sean. A number of years past, there was a tremendous amount of deforestation linked to the expansion of palm oil, particularly in Southeast Asia. That rate has gone down tremendously thanks to the efforts of not just organizations like the RSPO, but governments and the industry overall. Our colleagues at Chain Reaction Research, who tracked this data, reported that last year, the figure for deforestation associated with palm oil in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Papua New Guinea was down to just under 4 football fields an hour. Now, that's still not perfect. We need to bring that rate down to 0. But it's also important to recognize 2 things. Firstly, a large part of that was very small-scale deforestation by local communities and individual villages clearing land to palm oil for their own use. And secondly, of the 50% or so that is associated with companies, these are companies that are clearly not part of the sustainability family, not part of the RSPO. The RSPO committed in 2018 to not certify any palm oil that's produced on deforested land or on land that's planted with peat. And that commitment is now translated into the standards by which our members are audited and certified.
But some of your members, in fact, don't own any palm oil plantations. They buy through middlemen. So transparency can be a problem. What's being done to ensure that those companies are also engaged in sustainability practices?
We certify across the entire supply chain. So certification starts for our members from the plantation level through the mill and through the supply chain. Now, there are parts of this supply chain which are uncertified. And that is indeed a challenge. But for the companies that are part of the RSPO, even when they buy and trade products that are not from certified plantations, they're obliged to ensure that these products are deforestation free.
Isn't really the crux of the problem that palm oil is being cultivated in developing contexts where there are not a lot of options for breaking out of a low-income trap or middle-income trap? Isn't that a part of the problem, that we have too many smallholder farmers trying to make a living here, and there's really no way of getting around them burning forests, developing palm oil, etc.?
Well, I think, Sean, the key point there to understand is the cultivation of palm oil when it is done sustainably, according to the kind of standards that our members adhere to, is one of the most powerful opportunities for people in rural areas to actually earn incomes and live decent lives. We have thousands of smallholders who are members of RSPO, who adhere to our standards and produce oil that is certified as sustainable according to our standards. As of now, we have over 162,000 smallholders around the world, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in parts of Africa and Latin America, who adhere to our standards and produce oil that is certified as sustainable. So it's possible for palm oil to be a tremendous engine for growth in rural economies in a way that's sustainable. And we are seeing tremendous efforts by many of these smallholders to adhere to these standards. Now, the challenge we face is to tell that story, to get informed consumers in developing markets to understand that if you buy oil that is certified as sustainable, if you buy the oil that's produced by these farmers in these poor rural areas, you are not only contributing to our climate and sustainability goals by buying the oil that is the most sustainable we have in the world right now, but you're also allowing people in these countries to earn decent incomes, to educate their children, to provide access to education, to medical care, etc., in places where there are few other alternatives that are as viable.
Palm oil prices right now are going through the roof because of the crisis in Ukraine. Doesn't that mean actually that the price pressures provides more opportunities for palm oil producers who are not interested in sustainability, but finding another market for their goods? How will you double the membership of our RSPO? How can we ensure sustainable palm oil without creating two tiers, a cheap palm oil and an expensive one?
Regrettably, the reality in the industry right now is that there are two tiers. There is oil that's produced in a certified sustainable way, and RSPO is the premier brand that tells you this is the case. And there's a large amount of oil that's produced by producers that don't adhere to sustainability standards, and which is still immensely unsustainable and destructive. So when you look at the vegetable oil global supply chain, in some respects, you see palm oil at the two extremes. The best solution when it's done right, and one of the worst when it's done wrong. Now, you're right, the high prices in the global market right now don't incentivize producers to move from being unsustainable to sustainable. But it does provide the opportunity for those who want to. And this is a message we've been sending to the industry overall. Because of the high prices right now and the financial benefits that provides, there's an opportunity for those players who are not yet part of the sustainability family who want to join to invest in the upfront cost to go through the system, get certification, improve their management standards, improve their sustainability standards, which is to their benefit in the long run. Because not only do our standards ensure the sustainability of the product, there's clear evidence that demonstrates following our standards actually improves management efficiency and productivity. We've seen, for smallholders, for instance, an 89% improvement in profitability for independent smallholders when they move to our standards. That's huge.
You're making a very strong business case for moving towards sustainability. What's the role of government, though? If you were sitting across from a government policymaker right now, what are three things you would tell them that needs to happen to encourage sustainable practices?
Number one, and this is something that governments in Indonesia, Malaysia, and elsewhere are already doing, governments need to set the minimum standards for what's acceptable, meaning national policies around no deforestation, which these countries already have, national policies around labor rights, around decent treatment of indigenous communities. So those baseline standards should be the minimum sustainability standards all our countries adhere to. And in places like Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, government policies and government standards already require that. So the industry overall is being mandated to achieve minimum levels of sustainability. The role of the RSPO is to come in for those parts of the industry that want to be able to demonstrate and certify higher standards, particularly for those that want to be able to demonstrate that standard across the entire supply chain down to the end consumer. We're a global standard organization. We work with supply chains all the way through to end consumer countries in the developed parts of the world and elsewhere. So we provide that additionality. Government provides the baseline. The second thing I would say, and I'll only give you two, is I think governments in these regions need to be more assertive and articulate in telling the story of the progress that's been made. A lot has changed in this industry and in this sector over the last few years, and I think we need to get better at going out there and telling that story positively.
How many years are we away from putting this issue of palm oil and deforestation and transboundary haze to bed? How far away are we from the solution?
We are as far away as the commitment of the people involved. If consumers around the world, including in developed countries and developing countries, demand that the oil they consume is produced sustainably, if governments step up, as many have, to ensure that compliance with laws and regulations is enforced, and if the industry recognizes that it is possible to produce oil sustainably, as the RSPO membership have shown, then this is a transition that could take just a few years. But it requires that collective will and that collective momentum for that change to happen.
Well, JD, some of the takeaways from this conversation for me has been, first, there has been an arrest of the rate of deforestation, and partly because of the interest from consumers and bodies like RSPO to encourage sustainability. But you've also admitted that you face some headwinds, the market being one of them, there being 2 tiers of palm oil being produced in the world today. You've also outlined how, indeed, while industry organizations and membership-based organizations like yourself have a role, governments also need to step up their game. JD, I want to thank you very much for being on our program.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much, Sean.
And that's been Asia in Focus, Climate Change and the Business and Human Rights Agenda. Many thanks to our guests for their participation. Please see our upcoming report on climate change on our website. Thank you for watching. Goodbye. Welcome to our program, Asia in Focus, Climate Justice and the Business and Human Rights Agenda. My name is Sean Lees and I work for the United Nations Development Program in Asia Pacific. Today we have a very special episode of our Asia in Focus series. Joining us in the studio are students from the International Relations and Global Affairs Program at Mahidol University, Thailand. Welcome everyone. This episode of Asia in Focus is one of several in which we explore the intersection of business, climate change, and human rights. What is the role of business in addressing climate change in Asia? And who should be held accountable for any consequences to our human rights from climate change? Please be sure you subscribe to our channel so you don't miss any of our future programs. Now, experts tell us that climate change will have a bigger impact on Asia than any other region. Extreme weather events and sea level rise will put the rights of millions of people at risk, including their right to health, to food, and to livelihoods. Some observers believe that policymakers and business leaders in Asia are not acting fast enough to mitigate and adapt to climate impacts. What recourse do people in Asia have? Can they rely on courts or other institutions for the answer? Can climate justice lead to concrete action where other efforts have fallen short? To help us answer these and other questions, I am joined by Matthew Baird, a founder of the Asian Research Institute on Environmental Law, and Ambassador Yuyun Wahyuningrum, Chair and Representative of Indonesia to the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights. Before we get to our guests, we have a video clip we'd like you to see. Our team has been taking to the canals and alleyways along the Chao Phraya River here in Bangkok to talk to residents who are on the front lines of climate change. Let's hear what they have to say.
อยู่ตรงนี้ตั้งแต่ประมาณอายุ15 16ประมาณนี้รู้สึกว่ามันจะสูงเร็วขึ้นกว่าปกติอะไรเงี้ยแล้วก็แบบระยะเวลาในการลดลงของมันใช้เวลานานแล้วก็ขังเร็วขึ้นระดับน้ำคือเวลาขึ้นมันขึ้นเร็วแต่กว่ามันจะลดลงนะคะมันใช้เวลานานผลกระทบ เยอะอยู่พอสมควรคือชีวิตประจำวันเราที่เราต้องแบบใช้ชีวิตอยู่ตรงนี้อย่างเงี้ยค่ะมันก็แบบเดินลำบากใช้ชีวิตลำบากบางทีแบบต้องลุยน้ำที่ขาค่ะมันจะเป็นแผลแบบเน่าจากน้ำกัดอย่างเงี้ยค่ะคันแล้วก็คือมันจะหายได้ยากเพราะว่าเราต้องลุยน้ำอยู่ทุกวันอย่างเงี้ยค่ะคือเราอยู่ริมน้ำปัญหามันก็ต้องแบบเกิดขึ้นทุกปีนะคะแล้วเพราะถ้ามันหนักขึ้นเรื่อยๆอย่างเงี้ยค่ะมันก็อยู่ลำบากอะค่ะเพราะว่าให้เราย้ายที่อยู่มันก็ยากใช่ไหมคะก็ต้องพยายามอยู่ให้ได้แต่ถ้าแบบเขามาแก้ไขให้เราก็อาจจะอยู่แบบง่ายขึ้นอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ
ใช่มันเพิ่มขึ้นทุกปีและปีนี้เยอะมากและมันก็จะไหลเข้าบ้านป้าอย่างตรงนั้นน่ะพอมันล้นปุ๊บมันก็จะเทลงไปทางบ้านป้าพอดีเพราะว่าบ้านป้าเตี้ยแต่ถ้าไม่มีกระสอบทรายนี่มันก็คือเข้าทางนี้ไหลไปหมดเลยก็กลัวว่าถ้าเกิดน้ำมันเข้าไปกระทันหันน่ะป้ามีคนแก่ป้าก็กลัวว่าน้ำเข้าแล้วเราออกไม่ทันเรากลัวไฟดูดถ้าปีนี้น้ำท่วมอีกเราก็ลำบากอนาคตมันก็ต้องเพิ่มขึ้นเราก็ต้องเดือดร้อนมากขึ้นใช่ไหมแต่เราก็ไม่สามารถจะเปลี่ยนแปลงบ้านเราได้เพราะเราไม่ได้มีเงินเราก็ต้องรับสภาพแต่เวลาเราขออะไรไปก็ขอให้มาไวหน่อยเพื่อให้ทันกับเราเพราะบ้านเราเตี้ยถ้าไม่ทันน้ำเข้าบ้านเราคนแก่เด็กเราไม่ไหวเราช่วยไม่ทันแล้วถ้ามากลางคืนยิ่งเดือดร้อนเลยเพราะน้ำขึ้นอีกรอบนึงชอบขึ้นตอนกลางคืนเรากลัวไง
Matthew, from the video clip, you can clearly see that climate change is having an impact on people living in low-lying areas of Thailand. Tell us, what kind of remedies do people living along the Chao Phraya have with regards to these big impacts, these big changes happening in their lives?
Thanks, Sean. And I think, tragically, very little. There's very little remedies that are actually available for people like that because we are seeing those impacts of climate change and the predictions of those continuing impacts of climate change. So unless we take action with those communities now, it's going to get worse for the next 50 years, and that means saltwater intrusion, that means flooding, but in northern Thailand it means droughts, in the Philippines it means greater storm events, typhoons. Those sort of impacts that we see there are going to be replicated throughout our ASEAN community. And so what we need when we're talking about remedies is we have to think of action. We have to take action to protect those human rights and the people who are most vulnerable but are continuing to be vulnerable. And those actions mean government have to get together with the business sector. And first of all, we have to stop greenhouse gas emissions. We have to do everything we can to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And then we have to adapt. We have to get ready for what is going to happen, what the scientists are telling is going to happen. And we've seen that in the video.
In terms of action, I've been hearing a lot about climate justice as being a form of action that communities like this should be taking or should be leveraging for these remedies, for whatever actions required, for further action, if you will. Tell us, what does climate justice mean? What is your definition of climate justice?
So climate justice is a new concept, and probably because our traditional mechanisms have failed. But what climate justice tries to do is it tries to bring in this moral, this ethical and this social dimension so that it's not just an environmental issue or an economic issue. It puts the rights and human rights and justice rights of those communities, those vulnerable communities, right at the centre of action. And that's where I think climate justice is really, really powerful, especially as we approach what is going to be a really significant challenge over the next decade to take action on climate change.
So it's taking questions like around climate processes, what's impacting our atmosphere, why is our planet warming. It's taking that conversation out of scientific circles, our high-level policy circles, and putting them in the hands of people that we saw in the video clip.
That's right. And so the science is certain. There is no more greater scientific certainty than human anthropogenic causes of climate change are causing significant changes to our planet. And the tragedy is it's going to be both droughts, and we've seen that in northern Thailand and the Mekong area, as well as floods, as well as increasing sea level rises. So all of those things are happening at once, and we call that sort of that wicked problem. So how can policymakers react? Well, they can put economic and say, well, it's going to cost a lot, so we can't take action. Politicians can say, well, I've got to provide a job for my constituents. But climate justice says, no, we have to look at the next 20 years, the next 30 years now. It's saying there's an ethical and moral obligation to save the planet and to act. And that's why it's really important.
Are businesses changing behavior now in light of litigation or the threat of litigation that might be coming down the line?
So that's the challenge. And perhaps it's a challenge also within our communities that businesses are still saying it costs something to be sustainable. I was recently at the Economist Sustainability Week Asia, and we were talking about bringing these sustainability issues, climate issues, before boards, before directors, before companies. And even then the chief sustainability officers were saying it's a challenge because it does cost something to respond to climate change, to mitigate, to adapt, to provide money to support those communities. And they still have to persuade the board that's looking in those 3-year cycles. Well, we're looking 50 years out. We're looking at what's going to happen in 50 years. The scientists have said what's going to happen clearly. And so it's still that challenge. We still haven't got there to persuade companies to really move on climate change and biodiversity loss.
So we're not seeing an immediate effect, but things are in motion. Is that yes or no? Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yes, they are.
Ambassador, you are the chairperson and representative for Indonesia to the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights. And you have been working on cementing that link between climate and human rights for some time now, maybe almost 10 years. What is the progress so far on that, and what's that journey been like?
So ICHR has been observing the situation in the region, and what happened in the video just now we saw happened also in different countries, and require responses from different countries and require regional concerns. The climate change has been included as a regional concern in the previous summits, which require regional responses. And ICHR has been consulting with different stakeholders, also ASEAN member states, in the need of perceiving climate change from the perspective of human rights. Unfortunately, member states have different perspectives, different approaches to see environment and climate change. So ICHR had been bringing together since 2015, putting together some issues. So for instance, how to see climate change with business and human rights, climate change and trafficking person, gender lens from to the climate change, and many others. The impact of climate change to children. So we have been bringing these stakeholders from one issue to another, and now we are arrived at the development of the ASEAN framework to the environmental rights. We hope that the existing situation, the current discussion, and the knowledge produced by the series of consultation will bring some ideas, inspiration, action oriented framework for member states in this framework on environmental rights. But having said this, I also would like to recognize that ASEAN come up with number of declaration and statement on environment, not necessarily on human rights, and that is why this is the contribution of ICHR to add the lens, to add the perspective of human rights into the situation that we are facing now.
Yeah, and you made mention of the regional environmental framework that you're currently working on. It does sound like progress, and indeed the work of ICHR is important, and it does feel like progress. But how will this framework in particular, but also the rest of your work, make a difference in the lives of the people? The video clip that we just saw.
Certainly, it is not a silver bullet, but this is something perhaps giving the clear roles for member states, because using framework of human rights means we define and clarify the role of the states as duty bearer and the right of holders. What should be protected, what should be fulfilled, and what should be promoted. and respected as the human rights of individual and collective in relation to environment. So this framework may contribute to what states should fulfill, the obligation.
Member states of ASEAN.
Member states
I see.
of member states to do to respect, protect, fulfill human rights of individual and groups, and also to inform public these are your rights, and knowing their rights, people can demand these rights.
And why is this important in your home country, Indonesia?
Watching the video here on Chao Phraya River actually remind me on situation in Indonesia. I attended the photo exhibition in which a photographer put the situation before and after. So she documented very well that some villages in Central Java, in West Java, in different parts of Indonesia had been disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. But the photographer also showed us the disappeared is not only the land or the house or the properties, but also the culture, the identity, the home where the people belong to that area.
So the impact's on a village, it's on farmland, but it's also on the culture, and with devastating impacts for today's youth, but also future generations. Yeah. Well, let's see now if there's any questions from the audience. Please.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and my question to you, Mr. Matthew, is that a lot of people in my generation fear that time is running out and that we will suffer worse consequences of climate change than our parents and grandparents. So what I want to know is, what can the youth do to demand climate action? Thank you.
Thanks, Isabel. And my response is everything, because I think the youth are the ones that are going to make the difference. When we talk about decisions that are being made, it's about your life and your future, because the decisions we take now are the things that are going to be important in 2050. So what I would say is for young people, get engaged. Ask your politicians where they stand. What are they going to do? Not what are they going to say about climate change. What are they going to do? Talk to friends, talk to family, talk to TikTok influencers, talk to people on Instagram. Every message, any idea, any way of saying, what are you going to do to resolve and tackle the issue of climate change? That, I think, is the most important thing we can do, is action now, because it is going to be your life. These impacts are going to really, really impact on you over the next 30 to 50 years. And that's why it really matters that your voice is heard and that actions reflect what you need and the things that can be done. So get engaged, get involved in any way possible.
Great question, Isabel. Let's see if there's any other questions. Please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alisla Sengsampong, students from International Relations and Global Affairs Program from Munich. I would like to ask Ambassador Yu Yuan on the question, how can we hold ASEAN member countries, including Indonesia, under accountable to the contributions on climate change issue, and how can we ensure that they are doing their parts to mitigate the environmental impacts of their operations? Thank you.
Thank you for that important question. It's very timely to ask that question now. Perhaps this is the time for us to see and to develop, to design, or to think beyond, out of the box on how we can file the complaints to the court by equipping the court with the power to be able to make decision, as well as to ensure that the decision of the court can be implemented both by companies as well as by governments to ensure accountability. With the ASEAN framework on the environmental rights, we would like to see this accountability mechanism to be discussed, how the regional accountability mechanism can complement the national mechanism to seek accountability. So we hope we can discuss that, but we already receive a lot of demand from young people to include accountability mechanism in the ASEAN framework on environmental rights.
Well, thank you very much for that question, Ploy. Any other questions? We have time for one more. Please.
Hi, my name is Boa, and I'd like to ask Mr. Matthew, how can we practically enhance transnational climate litigation, because there are lots of international environmental law in place, but many states and corporations still feel like they don't have any legal obligation or responsibility to carry out remedy or to take an action to protect environment, despite the fact that climate change is affecting the population in their countries and beyond.
Thanks, Will. And as a lawyer, I always think that litigation and making companies, as well as countries, liable and responsible for their actions or their lack of actions is really important. I think these days, one of the advantages that we can do is that we can communicate. And I think the recent work of the Pacific climate students, working with climate students from the Philippines and Southeast Asia, and that led into this sort of global network to actually bring before the United Nations the idea of this resolution looking at the obligations of states for action on climate change. And I think, as I've mentioned before, we've had some litigation on companies and their decisions. So the opportunity of students maybe within Southeast Asia to link up with environmental defenders offices in Australia, for example, looking at the obligations of transnational corporations and how the actions, using the courts in Australia perhaps, or Singapore, or America, or England, or Europe, we can start to make sure that these decisions taken by companies, transnational companies in our countries in the region, are made liable in the courts. And I think that's the advantage that we can do. We can link up with other activists, other students, other people, trying to sort of say, make the decisions now for us. And that's the advantage that we can do, working together, taking on these global actions, maybe commencing actions in a number of jurisdictions against a company that is causing climate change or environment.
hope everyone's settled down. As promised, actually we're going to start in a minute, but I'm taking at least 2 minutes to start this session. So welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a satisfying lunch. I see everyone has had really good lunch and you're connecting with everyone here. It's really great to see that. We will now resume with the second plenary of the day on national action plans in ASEAN. I would like to invite Jehan Wan Aziz, BHR Specialist at UNDP Malaysia, to moderate this session, accompanied by Sagita Adesewi, BHR Specialist at UNDP Indonesia, and Tarni Suravaranon, BHR Specialist at UNDP Thailand. Passing the floor to you, Jehan.
Hello? Okay. Thank you so much, Uma. And that was a nice reception. I think I have the unenviable job of moderating a session right after lunch where most of you probably want to have a nap. So we'll try to make this fun for everyone. I've been really excited, and I am really excited to be sitting here today with colleagues and friends. Pini on the far left, who is based at the Bangkok Regional Hub, as well as my colleague Sagita, who is based in Jakarta. So all of us started this journey together as business and human rights specialists in 2020, at the end of 2020, sort of at the first peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. In terms of challenges, the sort of things we faced in the programming really emerged at the outset of this project. But we did that together, so I think that was really nice. We also have other colleagues all over Asia, but of course in this project, we have colleagues in Mongolia, Sri Lanka, and India. So we've been working really closely together under the umbrella of ASEAN, but of course the larger Asia, sort of keeping tabs on each other, but also creating some friendly competition, I think. In true ASEAN way, we do like a little bit of competition. But I'm very, very proud to say that Thailand, the first country in Asia to publish a national action plan, has now launched its second version of their NEP. And of course, Indonesia is very close to launching your NEP, or completing your NEP process. So let's get right into it. So maybe I'll start with Pini. You've recently supported the launch of Thailand's second version of the NEP. Could you share more about that process?
For sure, Jehan. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's actually been my second time in KL after 7 years ago, working with the ASEAN. So really pleased to be here and meeting, former colleagues. Regarding Thailand journey on the NAP development. So as you mentioned that we just launched the second NAP. Actually, we call the second phase of the NAP. Of the implementation. So today I would like to share with you about our journey and also challenges that we face during this process. So thank you. All right. So for Thailand, we already have the second NAP. So during this time, I would say we have to date back 6 to 7 years ago. And by that time, we received the recommendations during our second cycle of the Universal Periodic Review from the Swedish government that Thailand should do more to cope with the impact of the business operation that associated with the human rights violations. So by that time, we have an increasing number of cases on the human rights abuse by the business operations, especially in the specific sector like fishing industry. In that time, I think the country was placed in the bottom tier in the trafficking in person report. So that was the key driver that Thailand should do more, to ensure the commitment of the business sector and also its obligations. So after that, 1 year, the government made a strong commitment to the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights that they would like to implement this principle and also have the business obligation toward the principle. So as part of the commitment, the government already started to think about the process of implementing the principle by having a living document like the National Action Plan. So by that time, the government set up the National Committee on the NAP development. And the Ministry of Justice under the Department of the Rights and Liberty Protections was tasked to overseeing this process. So that is the starting point for Thailand. So after that, the country also working with the several sectors in order to develop the NBA, the National Baseline Assessment, which I will be talking a bit later about the process, that's how we come up with the first NAP. So overall, we have the commitment, we developed the first NAP, which have the implementation for 4 years of the period. And then this year, we just launched the second NAP, which I will be showing you later how different between these two documents. All right, so these two documents, the first and the second NAP, are quite similar in terms of its key priority area. We call it LEDI, L-E-D-I, which stands for laborers, defenders, environment, and also investment. So around these 4 areas that we think is very relevant to the country, and also is the priority issue that we should making sure that business will have the commitment and also strong obligation to protect and respect the rights of people regarding this 4 thematic areas. So we just have the translations of the second NAP ready, covering these 4 thematic areas. So I put the QR code for those who are interested to have a look more into detail. The translation is still the unofficial version, but still you can have a look into that. The second phase of the NAP have been approved by the cabinet on 25th of July, and then we have a launch just recently in September. So the similar thing between the first and the second NAP is that is a combination between the mandatory and also voluntary measures that reflect the obligations of the private sector and also the state agencies. In terms of the process, we have quite similar process for the first and the second NAP, that we have initiated the NAP National Committees tasked by the Ministry of Justice, leading agency of this process. And then as part of the National Baseline Assessment, we did it just for the first phase of the NAP to get an idea what are the emergency and priority area that we should be included in the first NAP. So as part of the NBA, there were a series of consultations and workshops at a national and subnational levels, I think quite similar to Malaysia. And also in the another process that complement to the consultation is that we go deeper into the conversation with the key stakeholder at the national and subnational level. We have the online survey and also in-depth interview with the key stakeholder in each sector. And then we have the draft of the NAP ready for public comments. So the ministry upload the draft, the first draft, and then open for the public hearing. The period for public hearing is around like 1.5 months. And after that, the ministry received quite a lot of comment and recommendations, include from the UN agency in Thailand. And then they incorporate, this recommendation into the final NAP. And at the end, the NAP was tabled to the National Economic and Social Development Council and get approval by the cabinet later. Regarding our role, UNGP had played a significant role in convening a number of consultations, including a shadow consultation that we work with the CSO partner to ensure the independent consultations. So we collect the input, with the CSO partner and send it to the government. And also we work with other UN agencies in Thailand through the UN country team meeting. We have at least 3 meetings with other UN agencies, and we come up like over 200 recommendations for the second NAPs. Most of the recommendation is about, encourage the government to take the step forward, especially consideration of adopting the mandatory human rights due diligence. That was part of the key recommendations. And also we are trying to suggest the government to mirror some language in the international conventions and standards to reflect in the NAP. And also encourage the government to have a stronger commitment towards some remaining unratified conventions. For example, the ILO Convention 97 and 89 and 26. Apart from that, in terms of key mechanism on the NAP, as I mentioned, we have the national committees on the NAP implementations. But above that we also have a national committee that overseeing the human rights works for the whole countries. That is chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister. And for the national committee that overseeing the NAP implementation is led by the DGs of the Rights and Liberty Protection of the Ministry of Justice. This committee is actually overseeing the work on the BHR and the NAP implementations at the national level. But working together, we also have another subcommittee who overseeing this topic specifically in each province, which led by the provincial governors. So this kind of like the rough structure on the NAP implementations. And of course, you need to mention also about the monitoring and evaluations of the NAP. The government initiated the NAP IT system to collect the data of the local government agency to ensure that their activity and their role within the NAP will be measured and will be tracked properly. So at the end of the years, the responsible agency of each thematic area will have to submit the data through this IT system. And also the government have the midterm evaluation and full-term evaluation to see the effectiveness and the progress and also what is lacking in terms of the implementations. And this result of midterm and final evaluations also fully disclosed on the government website. All right, so that's the whole process of the NAP implementations. So from our point of view, we think that, after we having the NAP, of course, the NAP cannot, address all the human rights issues or the human rights violations. But from our perspective, we think that is a good starting point. At least it creates a momentum on the business and human rights agenda, which is quite left behind in the past. I was the corporate consultant before, or working on the ESG. So this issue is quite new to many actors, especially the corporations. So when you say the word human rights, Thai companies are a bit scared to take this forward. Or even we invite them to the training because they still have the mindset is that they have, something wrong with their operation. They associated with the abuse. So if you attain the training or the capacity building, it's meaning that the company already have the risks. So they need to, have the capacity and building their capacity to mitigate that risk. So this kind of mindset is still ongoing. But after having the NAP and also other incentive in Thailand, the mindset is quite changing. Especially the big company in Thailand, they are have more open-minded to take this issue forward. So a lot of dialogues, with the relevant stakeholder at the national and provincial level is actually very helpful. And also what we have seen is about the sharing experience, like South-to-South collaborations, especially with the government. You would see the Thai government were invited to several events, sharing the experience about the NAP journeys. And also the new stakeholder that is actually popping up in this agenda is the state-owned enterprise. For Thailand, this stakeholder is quite left behind in the past. But after we have the NAP and also, a lot of dialogue with them, they start to see, the relevancies toward their operations. And if you go back to the UN guiding principle, that actually the role of the state enterprise is mentioned clearly. And also the role of the government to ensure that they shouldn't act less, to the company that they have the stake, that they have the accountability on. They should have the same standard with the state-owned enterprise and also the private corporations. And also in terms of the corporation itself, we, as I mentioned, the movement of the big corporation is quite impressive. They start to have the voluntary report toward the ESG framework as part of their sustainability initiatives, or even participate in some ESG rating or ranking. In addition to this, but we still saw some challenges in terms of implementation, which I think I will be sharing with you later. Just the last slide. Before I hand over to Sagita, the key achievement in the specific area, I think it's quite detailed, but I will just point out some of them, which is, I think, is a key milestone for Thailand, which is just happening last year. One of the great milestones is about the initiative, the reporting initiative introduced by the Security and Exchange Commissions. It's called One Report requirement, which now is mandatory for all Thai listed company, which now account about 900 companies in Thailand, that they have to report on the non-financial performance of the companies. And the human rights and climate change are the two key topics that this year they have to disclose the informations. So the reporting criteria for human rights is basically asking the company to have the policy in place, and also asking the company whether they have the management approach in place to mitigate the risks. And also they ask the company to disclose whether the company have any record regarding the human rights violations in the past. So these kind of things, even though the reporting criteria doesn't specifically mention about the word human rights due diligence, but by force, if you have to report the information and your performance in relation to this issue, you need to have the process, which is the human rights due diligence in place. So this is the great milestone. And other than that, maybe another one, a great initiative by the Thai government is about increasing protections for the human rights defender. There are some movement around the amendment of relevant law and regulation to increase the power to the judicial actor, including judges and public prosecutor, to have power, to dismiss the case that they see is committed in the bad faith or slap case at the beginning. But the most challenging part is that even though the amendment is happening, but no judges and public prosecutor haven't ever exercise these provisions. So it will be something that I will discuss later. So maybe that's for now. Thank you, Jahan.
Thank you so much, Pini. I think there's a couple of areas where we definitely see some key entry points for Malaysia, because our context can be said to be quite similar. I'm particularly interested on SLAPs, of course, but also SOEs and how they can lead by example. And of course, in Malaysia, we also have sort of similar organizations where we can really start pushing this agenda. I do have one question. Are there specific ministries that take over specific areas of work under, or thematic areas under the NEP for Thailand?
Yes. So in each thematic area, for example, on labor issues, of course, Ministry of Labor is the leading agency for that. But overall, in terms of the implementations, they have to submit the data to the Ministry of Justice. So it's the one who consolidated all data and then report back to the cabinet.
Fantastic. Thank you, Pini. So let's move on to Sagita in Indonesia. I think the last few weeks have been very, very exciting for you. And so I'm really excited to hear about what that process has been like.
Thank you, Jihan. Thank you for having me and Pini here. It's really nice to be with everyone here in the room. And I think I see some familiar faces also from the company who participated in our training in Bali last month. So it's really nice to be here again. So yeah, from Indonesia, I could share how is the progress until today. It takes about more than 5 years for our government to finally have adopting the national action plan on business and human rights. But in Indonesia, our government call it as the national strategy on business and human rights. So if some of you have met with our dear colleague from Indonesia and asking about NAP, we may say we don't have one, our government don't have one, but we do have it as it called National Strategy on Business and Human Rights. Okay, so how do, so the right one? Yeah, so I would like to share from the global context why our government think that it is important for Indonesia to develop the national strategy or national action plan. So until now, we know that there are 32 countries in the world that already have adopted national action plan, including the US, Japan, Thailand, of course, already have the second generation of the NAP, and also Vietnam, Pakistan in Asia as well, and Mongolia recently also adopted NAP. And again, I've shared in our from our previous from the EU delegation as well, and also from the UNDP Malaysia resident representative, they are coming in more progressive development on human rights due diligence. So we see France, Germany, Netherlands, Norway, they already have this legislation on human rights due diligence, and EU corporate sustainability due diligence that is almost being finalized, and also the new regulation on deforestation regulation on some of the commodities that are quite big in Indonesia, like palm oil, cocoa, coffee, and timber as well. And Japan and the US also already established together a task force on labor standard in supply chain, and then OECD refined their guideline to further promote human rights. So within this backdrop, Indonesia see the urgency to also develop the national action plan, because Indonesia is considered as the largest economy in Southeast Asia. So many economic growing in the country, and also our president aims for the country to be the 5th largest economy in the world by 2045. So this would need a high commitment from the government how we could achieve that. And Indonesia also the only Asian countries that are member of G20, so many eyes on our country, and Indonesia just currently re-elected as member of the Human Rights Council. Indonesia also already have legislation on mandatory sustainability reporting, so require all the companies in Indonesia to develop a sustainability reporting. And again, Indonesia have a biggest export market to China, US, and Japan, which is US and Japan already have national action plan on business and human rights as well. However, within this background, our National Human Rights Commission, Komnas HAM, at least within the last 2 reports, their annual reports, concluded that the highest allegation on human rights are by corporation. So here again, this is the urgency for the country to have the guidelines for business and also government how to promote respect to human rights within business operation. So within that background, our government already started some discussion early back in 2016 on the need of this, started by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Law and Human Rights, and then Komnas HAM, the National Commission on Human Rights, and the CSO developed what they call it a policy paper, and this is based as a basis for the government to further develop the National Action Plan. And in the earlier session, I think Edmund shared that it is important to identify within the government body who would be in charge or responsible to develop the National Action Plan. And there is a question why Malaysia doesn't have a Ministry of Justice or Law and Human Rights. In Indonesia, in the beginning, the NAP development is within the responsibility of economic affairs, which makes sense because it's about economic activities. However, because this ministry is served as a coordinating ministry, they don't have implementer hands on the ground. So they already identified challenges. How are we going to implement NAP when we have it, when the ministry doesn't have the mandate to implement it. So there are some delays in here to kind of more discussion needed to who will be in charge for this. And then the mandate then passed over to the Ministry of Law and Human Rights as the new focal point of developing the national strategy. And starting in 2019, the government then decided it would be called as the national strategy. And just by 2021, they also already established a national task force. It consists of 20 ministries, again, shared by your ministry today, earlier today, that handling human rights issues should not be in isolation because it's a cross-sector. So that's why also our ministry decided to establish a task force that consists of 20 ministries inside, with some key ministries including Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Development Planning, and also the Executive Office of the President part of the task force. And in addition to that, our government already see how we could also implement this within the provincial level in the subnational offices. So they also develop a subnational task force representing 34 provinces in the country. And then, so the role of UNDP within this, we convene so many discussion behind the door, inside the room, outside the room, so many discussion among the government, with the CSO, with businesses in developing this. So we're also facilitating public consultation. And the government see the need to already disseminate the first draft. They call it as a first draft, even though this is not final, to initiate more discussion among the key stakeholders, to call for inputs. So even though this is just a draft, they already announced it. And here we hold more public consultation until because this is conducted during the pandemic, the pandemic, so we have it in online, and followed by call for input. So the draft then shared online to further allow time for all the stakeholders to provide input to the national strategy. And again, we conducted more and more public consultation in the subnational level as well, to also increase capacity of the local government in the provincial level. And we also work together with UNICEF in introducing the importance to include children's rights within this national strategy. And maybe I had this question from other colleague, what made the shifting from, so I need to go back. So in the beginning, the government received so many questions, why do we need to have a NAP, particularly from the business sector, like what is the difference between business and human rights and CSR? Why do we need to do this? Is this just another, jargon, another new term, but actually this is the same with CSR? Do we need to do more assessments? So many questions, and we receive so many hesitancy from businesses, because we also invite Business Association, Chamber of Commerce to be part of this consultation. And they say, we don't need this. We already, we have been doing this for so long. Why do we really need this guideline? So we have that, and then this question also not just from the business side, but also within the government, like other ministerial also ask, why do government need this kind of guideline? Would this help our investment environment, or this would hinder investors to come to Indonesia? So we have this kind of like tough discussion, like so many hesitant, so many frustration as well for the ministry, because they receive so many questions. But then, as of this year, today, we finally have the final draft. So what makes this shifting? So from they said like it's not important, it's not relevant, it's too much, and now almost at by mid of this year, I keep receiving said like when the NAP will be launched, where is it? We want to see it, we want to have it. So it's so interesting to see this kind of movement between the government and also the CSO and also the businesses. So it's changing. Wait, so yeah. So this is the progress of the NAP development. This is requested by the ministry to UNDP to create this, what they call it as a blueprint, actually just like a journey, what they need to do to have the national action plan or the national strategy signed by the president. So our government wants for the national strategy to be signed by the president, because they want to have the highest commitment, which means it will be translated with the budget provision in implementing action plan, because they already identified when the legislation did not complement with budget provision, they will have challenges in implementing underground. So they push it so hard to have it signed by the president. So now the good news is by last month, the national strategy or the national action plan finally been signed by the president. So it will be launched next month on November 6th. I will provide the space for our government to share the final, the signed document, but I could share already the key points here. They have, so if, for example, for Thailand and I think in other countries, they have specific areas or sector or intervention. For Indonesia, the national strategy is developed just by 3 strategies. So they already identified the need for capacity building, awareness raising for all key stakeholders for their first SNAP, and the need for policy development related to business and human rights and also coherency, and then strengthen effective grievance mechanism. So these 3 strategies is the umbrella of the actions. And the action is developed, needs to be implemented in the action until 2025, starting this year, which is already almost at the end of the year, and with specific output and then responsible ministries. So they already have national task force with 20 ministries. So these ministries are responsible for several actions. And they also have the sub-national task force who will implement the action plan in the province level. And they also already developed the reporting mechanism that will be done annually. Yeah, I think I will stop here to initiate more discussion. Thank you, Jihan.
Thank you so much, Sagita. So I think it's really interesting. It's really clear that sort of business and human rights and the agenda of business and human rights really requires, the UN likes to say, a whole of society. But it really does truly require sort of thoughtful coordination with so many different BHR actors, not just within the government apparatus, but also when you're talking about outside of that, you have all sorts of businesses, right? You have MNCs and, of course, SMEs. And I think we all struggle with mainstreaming human rights due diligence, particularly, and the UNGPs with SMEs. And then, of course, we have CSOs. And I think having sort of groups with different interests put into one room and asked to negotiate on certain things together is definitely challenging. So I think I want to maybe expand on those points and maybe ask you questions on that before I open up to the floor and give room for colleagues here to ask questions. But maybe what are some challenges, Pini, that you have faced? I think I always say to my colleagues that, it's always easy to come up with a plan. I mean, we say easy, but that's probably the easiest part. What happens next with implementation is going to be even more painful. So, how do we deal with that? And, what are some of the lessons that you've learned?
Yeah, thanks, Jahan. I think this is a very critical, issues after you have the NAP. It's really hard. It's already difficult. But when it's come to the implementation phase, it's another level of difficulty. I can ensure about that. If you don't mind, can I have my slide? All right. Regarding challenges, before waiting for my slide, I can briefly talk about that. The first thing is about the awareness of the key stakeholder, which is uneven, especially when you talk about the local stakeholders, including the government agencies and also the SME at the provincial levels. It's quite challenging to work with them. And of course, you will need to have some capacity building to support them and also guiding them a lot, like what are their role and expectation under the NAP. So for this one, our activity in the past few years have decided to target, stakeholder at the subnational levels. So UNDP and Ministry of Justice have selected 10 provinces as the pilot province in Thailand. It's a combination of the small and big province across 5 regions in Thailand. And we did a lot of activity with them for the last 3 years. last year we have a very intensive human rights due diligence trainings for the small and medium-sized company, and the reaction that we got is that they tend to think that we are part of the government. Of course, we work closely with the government, but when we organize this kind of thing, the word human rights due diligence is really scared the business sector, especially at the provincial level. So we need to use some tricks, modify the names of the workshop to be something like, corporate sustainability workshops and that kind of thing. So we can get more participation, attend this event. But at the end, after the training, the business is still scared that they will have, some commitment after attending our trainings. And also in the futures, if the mandatory human rights due diligence is really, being introduced in the country, how they can get prepared and how they can still operate it, how they can still make a margin, and be profitable. Because of course, introducing the HRDD system in the company, there will be some cost implications after that. So how the government can support them in this journey, that would be the key challenge for the government, for the Thai government as a whole. And from our discussion with the government, they actually want to have the mandatory human rights due diligence being introduced within these 5 years after the second NAP. But the thing is that, most of the corporations, which Thailand, we have the SME, which is account about 99% of the whole of the total enterprise in Thailand. They are not ready for this. So how we can support them? So as part of this journey, we supporting the government to conduct kind of like the baseline study about the HRDD requirement for the companies. And the result of this study showing that for the listed company, we already have some measures to, ask them to comply through the mandatory ESG reporting by the Security and Exchange. But what about the company that are non-listed? How we can ensure that they will also comply with the new regulations, because they are totally unaware. It's kind of like the stakeholder that left behind this agenda. How we can develop the measure to ensure that they will be engaged in this conversation. This is the key challenging for the government and also for UNDP. Apart from the limited understanding of these issues, we also seeing that, the political instability in Thailand. I think Edmund mentions like, you wake up in the next morning, what about the politics going on? I think the same in Thailand. Even though we just have the new government, but the situation is a bit uncertain. And also this lead to the government agenda on the BHR as well. In the past, the government give a lot of attention to this agenda, but we are not sure, since we have the new government, how we need to get ready and will be prepared. The budget allocations to the parliament and something like that, we need to work more on this. And also, as I mentioned, the Ministry of Justice is the leading agency of the NAP implementation. It can be good or bad that you dedicate a task to a particular ministry, because this ministry within this department, they have to overseeing other topic as well, like the issue of forced disappearance or other international conventions on human rights. They also need to oversee the performance of the country on this topic as well. So BHR agenda is only part of their mandate. Imagine if you have only like 5 staff overseeing this topic as overall, it's going to be a lot and overwhelming somehow. And also a lot of rotation within the ministry, not just the national level, but also the provincial level. You train them, last year, and now they change the person, so you totally have to refresh the conversation with them again. So this kind of thing that we face during the implementation phase. And also in terms of the national priorities, I think we are quite lucky because human rights is part of the national priorities. So before having the national action plan on BHR, we have the national strategy on human rights as a whole for the whole countries. And the NAP on BHR is only a document that complement to that strategies. So it's kind of like you can see the strong linkages that the government really paying attention on this issue and want to drive this forward. So I think that's the overall challenges for Thailand for now, but maybe some more in the future for the second nap. Yeah, who knows? So
Thank you,
over to
Pini. Thank you. I think same question to you, Sagita, but a slightly different take. What do you think would be some of your challenges that you expect, or are maybe even preparing for?
My challenges or my government challenges? So for government, I think I already see, I think it's not unique what Pini has shared, because it's also faced by our government, like rotation of the government official, because there are so many rotation there. At least until now, I already met with 3 different directors who developing this, because we keep having a new directors appointed within the ministries. Also, yeah, limited capacity. They also, like everyone here in the room, like even for UNDP, there is no such thing as a big fat team, right? So it's like only whether two-person team or 5-person team, and they in charge for so many things about human rights agenda in the country, not only business and human rights. So the same challenges as well. And also for the implementation of the national strategy, I think our government will need a lot of support to ensure the actions will be implemented, because within the action plan is developed starting from 2023 until 2025, but 2023 is almost gone already. So they only have 2 years with so many actions need to be delivered. So I think by the time 2025, the new generation of NAP will be need to reevaluate again the ambition in having those to be implemented. And also the task force, again, this is plus and minus. They invited, they try to be inclusive, including 20 ministries for different sectors, right? Which is really great. However, even before the implementation, we already face challenges to have them in the same room together in developing the national action plan. And also rotation is quite common within these ministries. So they also sending new people who doesn't know about the process, who doesn't know about the business and human agenda. And this will be, I don't think this is a unique challenges. And within these 20 ministries, not all of them are that keen or active or proactive to be part of the initiative. So actually there's already discussion with the ministries that they are thinking to reshuffle this task force to be more compact. So maybe just within the 4 big coordinating ministry who will coordinate with other ministries. So this is already some challenges that will be faced, I think, yeah.
Thank you so much, Sagita. I mean, I do have tons of questions, and the title does say National Action Plans in ASEAN, but I do want to open up for questions from the floor before I get into any questions. So does anyone have, questions from the floor, but maybe also online? No questions online. Does anyone have any questions for my colleagues from Thailand and Indonesia? We have one question at the back.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we have the person at the back, please, first? Do state your name and where you're from.
Yes,
Thank you.
of course. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Ambassador of Romania. I'm sorry I didn't follow the event from the morning. But I'm delighted to be here. On my defense, I have to say that I was Human Rights Director in MFA more than a decade ago, and I have a legal background. So that's not very helpful when you are ambassador, but don't quote me, please don't quote me. Now, my very specific question would be for each and every. Thank you, Tarini, thank you, Sajita, for your obviously you are hands-on, you know what's going on, you have a very best educated guess. If you would be, let's say, optimist for the next decade for your countries, what would be 1 or 2 goals to be achieved or to be almost achieved with you there being hands-on? And with more or less teams, we all have small teams, otherwise maybe I wouldn't be here, obviously. just to say that I'm in the same boat in many, many ways. What would be one or two best news about both Thailand and Indonesia in human rights as a whole? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Maybe we take one more question. Nadia, I think you had a question.
So my question is quite specific. So I would like to ask the question on gender, how gender is being mainstreamed into BHR, specific to the Indonesia experience and also the Thailand experience. And of course, using really difficult words such as LGBTQ, how has that been for Indonesia and Thailand? That would be my question.
Thank you, Nadia. I think we saw a hand on this side. Oops, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Padmawati Krishnan. I'm from Malaysia. I would like to know whether or not in Thailand there is a center for persons with disabilities called the Asia Pacific Development Center, which focuses on disability and development. And it also serves the Asia Pacific region. So I would like to know whether or not Thailand, as well as Indonesia, has sought the help of the center in finding out more about disability rights in the working environment, be it, I mean, especially on today's topic, in business, in the private sector, whether or not they've engaged with persons with disabilities via ACPD. AAPDC, rather. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fantastic questions. Maybe we can take these questions first, and then we'll go for another round.
Yeah, quite a number of questions. So I will try to address some of them. If I miss something, yeah, please, yeah, let me know. So maybe with the first question, I feel like I'm the Miss Universe. If I can change anything within 10 days, very quick, right? So I would say that I would like to, get the buy-in of the stakeholder at the provincial levels, especially the SME company, to engage with this conversation with us. At least they are more collaborative, in this agenda. They are willing to take this forward. I think, I start to see the progress day by day, by interacting with the small and medium-sized company. So if we really, have to engage with them more in the future, I think we need to work more, just not only with the SME, but also the government sector, especially the national government, how they can build the capacity and also support them. I have the conversation recently with the SME, how, what kind of support do they need in order to, go forward with this agenda. They say, very short word, they say like they need a financial support from the government. Actually this is really key. So how, the government can allocate budgets and also making sure that these budget will support the SME and, can help them to build the capacity and, how to track the progress of the SME on the human rights due diligence. I think this one, what I would like to see in the future. When you implementing the NAP, you will see that this agenda is really difficult to engage with the SME, especially in Thailand. So this is one question. And another question, I think maybe about the people with disability. Thank you so much for bringing these questions. I forgot to mention that in the second NAP, we can see a lot of development in the second NAP. Part of it is because of the recommendation from the CSO and also the UN agencies. As I mentioned, we produced a very thick document, like over 200 recommendations on the second NAP. It's even thicker than the actual NAP. Yeah, so one of the recommendations is that they should, the government should specify the vulnerable groups in the second NAP giving an example, because in the first NAP, they just mentioned vulnerable groups without saying that who are them, So in the second NAP, they give the example and also the definitions. And one of the example, have been clearly mentioned to people with disability and also LGBTIQ, have been included in the NAP, the second NAP. Regarding the PWD issues, now we already have the funding for the private sector. We asked them to hire at least 2 employees who have the disabilities. So if you are not able to have the people with disability as your employees, you have to contribute some money to this funding. So the problem of the first year of introducing this funding is that, the company, some company are willing to contribute to this funding because they lack of facility to accommodate, the employees with the disability. So this part of the challenge have been addressed in the second NAP, because part of the activity that dedicate to the action plan is to build the capacity of the company and support them, how they can engage with the potential PWDs who can support in the job market, how to build a facility within the company and how, they can embed the cultures of diversity in the company. You have only the facility, maybe it's not enough. You need to learn, with other colleagues how to interact with people with disability also. Building the culture of integrations, I think is something that really important, to put this forward. Oh, genders. Yes, gender. This is also one of the recommendations by the UN agency, about the gender lens that, the government in the second NAP, they should integrate these dimensions in the second NAP. Because in the first NAP, a lot of criticism about the gender component, which is still lacking. So in the second NAP, the government includes more gender diversity and dimensions as part of the action plan, especially dedicated to some specific topic, like in the human rights defender chapters. There is a lot of activities now dedicated to the support of women human rights defenders, for example, and also on the issues of labors. Some activity in the past haven't mentioned about women in the informal sector, which is Thailand have a lot of them. So we have included into the system, and also the actions for the Ministry of Labors. So just an example.
Thank you, Pini. Sagita?
Thank you, Jihan. Thank you for the question. So I think it's a tough question. What would like to see 10 years from now, a decade from now? I feel like we are in the job interview. How would you see yourself in 10 years from now? So I think I personally would like to see whether I will still be working within this sector or not. I would like to see business and human rights as a normal, how do I say it, as the norm as much as like how we see CSR. Like every companies just so easily doing CSR, right? They don't have any question, philanthropy, and then move to CSR, and then move to community development. And I would like to see that without any hesitance within 10 years from now. And it's not that the companies haven't done any initiative or any assessment or on human rights. They do. It's just that, like for example, human rights and due diligence. Human rights and due diligence, or HRDD, is the framework, but companies have done this a lot, like from ISO 26000, ISO 18000, and another audit or certification. This is part of the HRDD. HRDD is the framework, and companies have done this, but they need to identify their risks and then put it into system and tracking and then addressing if there are some violations. But I would like to see these companies and others whether they are small scale, large scale, to see this agenda as much as they see as CSR. Like they are willing to do it without any question, without any hesitation. I hope this will pass to be accepted in your embassy. No kidding. I hope this is good enough. And then another question is on gender. How do we mainstreaming gender in the national strategy? So the Ministry of Law and Human Rights, when they develop the act, so they develop the national strategy and it complemented with actions. They call it a business and human rights action, or some actions. And this action developed based on bilateral consultation with relevant ministries, including Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection. So the inputs in the action is based on the discussion with that ministry. And here in the action, I hope the ministry will share this in the launch on next month, on November 6th. They already mentioned that the need, let me scroll. So the need to develop a thematic guides for business and also for government on gender. So this is how they would like to have the action to be implemented within their strategy. And also for UNDP, we also working closely with the Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection in one of the sector or within infrastructure sector, because in Indonesia, infrastructure is one of the priorities for the government. So we look at the gender issues within this sector. We conducted a baseline study to further inform the development of guide for the government and also businesses to further respect gender rights in the infrastructure sector. And another question is on disability rights. So also again, in the development of the national strategy, we encourage the government to engage with key stakeholders, including from the civil society. So we have representative from CSO who representing a person with disabilities, and there is a saying said, what we don't know, we cannot manage, or what we don't know, we cannot measure. So when we have a representative from women or from organization representing children or person with disabilities, then we have this action that also translate their voice. So within the national strategy as well, in the actions, they already said one of the action that will need to be taken by the Ministry of Trade is to have a guide for workers who have disabilities in the workplace. So this is already included in their national strategy. Yeah, I hope this answers some of the questions.
Thank you. So we do have, I think, a couple more minutes. So let's take the last one of questions. One, two, three.
Okay. Thank you. I think what I'm trying to say is this: it's easy to make strategy, action plans, but the devil is always in the detail in terms of the implementation. It has been my experience when I'm engaging with small, medium enterprises. The first thing they say is, we just have enough of this to survive the business, and then to now look at issues like human rights, like climate change, environmental. It's a lot of expectation. So I would like to know from you, other than engaging, because we have engaged, but there's a lot of resistance in wanting to, it's not because they don't want to, it's because they don't have the capacity. You're talking about a small medium with just a family enterprise. They don't have a CEO, they don't have a human resource person, they don't have a sustainability person, they don't have anybody, they just have their families. So how do you get them to be on board and say that this is truly important? Because for us, our supply chain needs to be free of human rights issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for making you cross all the way. Good afternoon. I'm Len, and I represent, I'm part of an organization that's focused on digital rights. And I'm very curious because, emerging technology has come to surpass the speed of rights that we experience in almost all aspects of life. In education, technology, environment, labor, there's a lot of fear that emerging tech is gonna take over, human labor. It's gonna have impact to climate change, good or bad. So it's really, of all the aspects that we're talking about, national action plans, it has that power. And at the end of the day, it's business. So it's really swak to the point of business and human rights. And so far, in our observation, there's very little focus or spotlight or attention given to business that is technology in nature. And the solutions that we've created so far or proposed are kind of focused into remedy, but not proactive. So if we want to prevent, harms from happening to humans caused by the digital space or happening to our representatives in the digital space, there has to be some focus into that. I'm curious, since Thailand is already on the second phase, are there some examples, moving forward that other countries, such as Indonesia or Malaysia, can take hold on as we go into the next phases of the NAP, or the NAP, sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Len. And then Jennifer in the middle, and then we'll wrap up.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Just a follow-through, I think, from the lady on that side. It's very difficult for SMEs to be able to, be human rights, be business-orientated. How, in either Indonesia or in Thailand, how has there been any tax cuts been given to companies or SMEs to be able to assist them to be able to do all that we're asking them to do? Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Okay, one last question, I think, from the back. Suleika, is it?
Hi, thank you. Zuleika from CIMB here. First of all, I would like to thank UNDP for everything that you guys have done. As someone who's a recipient of that, I can definitely say you guys do so much for such a small team. So first, hello, yes. So I feel like there's a lot of learning for the sharings that you did between states. So I was wondering if UNDP is also convening conversations between states that could learn so much from the progress that has happened, especially in Funo, from the evaluation of the NAP in Thailand, for example. So that kind of process and evaluation perhaps could be something that Malaysia could take home. So I was wondering if that conversation is around. The second question is whether Indonesia and Thailand are also looking into having hard laws, because recently we've seen that South Korea is the first in the region to have a bill on human rights due diligence. And is this something that other countries are also looking to doing in this region following the West? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So maybe just a quick comment from my end, and I think not to step on the next session, which I'm very excited about. I think South-South, for UNDP, South-South cooperation is such a huge part of my work and our work. I think we rely so much on what we're doing, and we are in constant communication, and that has been really great for us to be able to advance the conversation. But maybe if you wanted to hear any of those questions, and maybe just divide it between both of you.
Yes. Thank you, Jahan. I will be very quick one. I think one of the main questions is about the reactions of the SME and how we can work with them, right? From my experience, as I mentioned, keep mentioning that it's very difficult to work with the SME, especially if you have no incentive or the high level policy or measures that abide of their operations, right? But if you go back to the UNGP, actually the UNGP recommend business of all sector regardless that size, structure, ownership, or location to conduct human rights due diligence. But the next question is that how we can ask for, what we can ask from SME, to a certain level. For example, do they need to have that policy if they just have very small operations, like 3 to 4%? Is the policy necessary for them? Is it applicable for them? Is it urgent for them to do this?
So it totally depends, on how they are operating. Like, in the human rights due diligence component, there are about like 4 to 5 elements, right? So what is critical for SME? Maybe they can have a look at that component and do that first. Like it could be the risk identifications first, to see like what kind of activity they engage and could lead to the human rights abuse. So this could be the question, to build up and talk with the SME that, if you did this and have the violation happen in your operation, it could lead to your trading relations with a major company in the future, So this could be something that we're trying to talk with them, and ask them to see how this is relevant to them. It's, and it's come up to the very fundamental question that all enterprises must have the enterprise risk management. And the human rights risk is part of the ERM, the enterprise risk management. But they are just not aware of this, topic. So this conversation need to build on the ground when we talk with SME. And also at the moment, strategy that we are doing at UNDP Thailand is that we engage with the big corporations, build their awareness, and expect them to have a cascading impact to their supply chains. So this will also include some SME, that work with them and want to be a strategic partner with these big corporations. But again, if you talk about like the whole SME in Thailand, it's 99%, right? Still a lot of companies that have no like incentive to do this. They are not part of the supply chain. They just like operating like on day-to-day basis. How we can include them to this agenda is still very critical for us as well and for our government. Like if the mandatory human rights due diligence is being introduced, what about, this SME that are not belong to, this criteria, how we can ensure that they will meet this minimum requirement. So the first idea that we have the conversation with the government is that we will give time for the SME to adjust to this process. So maybe, on the first few years, the mandatory human rights due diligence will apply only certain sector and also certain type of the business, the certain side of the business, like, maybe a major company in the top 50 of the stock exchange first, and then we start to build the capacity of the SME to be able to meet the requirement. So this would be my question for the SME. And I think one question is about the AI, right? The technologies. We haven't had this in the second NAP, the issue of AI, but I'm aware that in the Japan NAP, they have this as the thematic topics because maybe they are very relevant and they use a lot of technologies and it could lead to the replacement of the laborers. So, this could be something that we could consider and propose to the government, like we should, look at a holistic way. This could be the emerging issue for Thailand in the next few years that we should have the consideration. But recently, the government just introduced a new laws about privacy protections to the companies that, they need to be very careful when they ask the data from the customer. They need to have the consent form. They need to, have protections measure to ensure that the data will come from the consents of their customer and what kind of measure that they can uplift and protect the privacy of the customer.
Thank you.
So-
Thank you. Sagita, you have 2 seconds.
Okay, on the digital literacy, on the action plan of the government national strategy, they already included sub-action of digital literacy related to personal data protection. So they already have that. And with the person or agency in charge, Ministry of Communication and Informatics. So it's already in the action plan on literacy, digital literacy. And then, what is the other one? Sorry. SME, for the SMEs, again, echoing what Pini has said, there are difficulties in getting SMEs on board with this agenda. Even with the big companies, even though we already have seen the buzz from big companies to have, be part of this, there are still many companies who still find this not as important as other companies. We have some champions of companies who, even though the government doesn't have mandatory, so this is another related to other question as well, we don't have mandatory human rights due diligence yet, and government still focus on the voluntary HRDD framework. However, many companies already use that application developed by the companies, by the government. And for the SMEs, when we engage with the multinational companies or the bigger players within business sectors, we always encourage them to see that this is part of their, whether this is part of the supply chain or not, we need to leverage their resources to also reach out to these SMEs, because UNDP or other organization or government cannot work just us, but also we need support from the business community. So they also need to provide, to reach out these small SMEs with capacity building. For example, we're talking about, as the example provided, SMEs that is like a family business. But again, we can work with, for example, the companies can work with the expert within, for example, the issues on child labor to increase awareness. What is the difference between working children with child labor? Because we know within these families, children help their parents after their school, but it is considered as child labor. So this is kind of capacity building, raising awareness that we could work with the SMEs. We cannot work with them within like a grander design on HRDD or human rights policy, working with the investor. But what is, so again, on UNGPs, it's really important to see the context of the scale on the sector of the business. So child labor issue might be more relevant to them instead of talking about the bigger issues on environment, maybe. Or maybe water pollution, because that family throw their waste directly to the river. So we see context by context, I think, to working with SMEs. I think
Thank you.
other questions.
I think there was a question on
enough?
tax. Just a quick, maybe yes or no, do you know, sort of BHR-related taxes on companies?
For now in Indonesia, we don't have any incentive yet for.
Okay.
For Thailand, we have some award around that. There is one important initiative coming for Thailand. It's called BHR label. So this label will be given to the exporting companies that meet the requirement of the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Finance. Okay. So there's still like an ongoing conversation to have this as an incentive for the exporting Thai company.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very, very sorry we went a bit over time. Any other questions? We will be able to talk to my colleagues here in the room. But just a quick round of applause for my colleagues, Sagita and Pini. Thank you very much. Back to Uma.
Thank you, Jehan, Sagita, and Pini. Our next plenary session is on integrating business and human rights in Malaysia's legal framework. Moderating the session is Tan Hazel, lawyer and corporate sustainability practitioner, joined by Her Excellency Professor Datuk Dr. Aisyah Bidin, representative of Malaysia to the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, and Mr. Q Jayao, lawyer and co-chair of the Malaysian CSO SDG Alliance. I would like to welcome the speakers to the stage.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. and welcome to this panel discussion on the very important and timely topic of integrating business and human rights into Malaysia's legal framework. I'm the moderator for this session, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to moderate this session. We have a very distinguished panel of experts on the subject here today with us, and I welcome them to this discussion. I'm going to start off by introducing them. First, we have Her Excellency Professor Dr. Aisha Bidin. Prof. Aisha is presently the representative of Malaysia to the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights since 2022. Prof. Aisha is also a law professor and a fellow at the Academy of Sciences Malaysia. Holding a Master's of Law from the University of Kent and a PhD in Law from the University of London, Prof. Aisha's teaching and research areas include energy law, environmental protection, and business and human rights. She has played an active role in advising government agencies and international organizations on legal reform, policy, development, and program implementation. She's also formerly served as a Human Rights Commissioner at Suhakam from 2013 to 2019, where she was in charge of the Law and International Treaties Division, and her portfolio consisted of, among others, business and human rights and investigation into human rights and environmental violations. I really hope I did justice to capturing Prof. Aisha's very impressive portfolio. When I received her bio, I felt like I was doing a latihan ringkasan, like I was trying to summarize her bio. And our second panelist is Mr. Q. Jaya, who is a fellow law practitioner and a colleague at the bar. Jaya is the proprietor of the law firm Q & Co., a for-purpose legal firm that specializes in sustainable development. Part of Jaya's work focuses on assisting clients to build alternative designs to the convention corporate model that subscribes to the shareholder primacy norm. He currently serves as the co-chair of the Malaysian CSO SDG Alliance and as the co-deputy chair of the Bar Council Environment and Human Rights Committee. That was that was quite a mouthful. Okay. Now, before we delve into the heart of the discussion, I would just like to take a moment to set out the format of this panel. I will set the stage for discussion with a brief introduction of where we are at, where Malaysia is at currently in terms of its landscape vis-a-vis business and human rights. I will then direct questions on the topic to our panelists before we open the floor up for questions, and then we'll then conclude the panel. So since its unanimous endorsement in 2011, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights have been widely regarded as the most authoritative statement on the topic. And as you know, many governments around the globe are already translating the guiding principles into national action plans. And as you would have learned during the course of this conference, Malaysia is also currently on its way to adopting a national action plan. Now, to recap, at the heart of the UNGPs are essentially three pillars, which is the state's duty to protect human rights, private actors' duty to respect human rights, as well as victims' right to access remedy. So I think a lot has been said earlier, especially in the first panel discussion, where the panelists have set out at length the human rights landscape in Malaysia, but I thought I'd just reset things a little bit and go back to basics. So while there is no, perhaps, one definition of human rights in Malaysia's legal framework, but our Malaysian federal constitution contains general provisions guaranteeing fundamental liberties in Malaysia. So, for example, you have Article 5 which guarantees a person's right to life and liberty, Article 6 which prohibits slavery and forced labor, Article 9 that protects a person's freedom of movement, so on and so forth. So these fundamental liberties are expounded into domestic legislation in a raft of laws such as the Employment Act, the Industrial Relations Act, Occupational Safety and Health Act, and even the EQA, just to name a few. That said, there is as yet no law in Malaysia that expressly spells out the state's duty to protect human rights, and neither do laws in Malaysia specifically require business enterprises to avoid causing adverse human rights impacts. Although the actions of corporations and businesses in this regard are regulated to some extent through the existence of some legal offences. Further, you have the UNGPs, which recommend non-judicial grievance mechanisms for business-related human rights abuses. There is presently no designated Malaysian government agency specifically tasked to pursue, investigate, punish, or provide redress for corporate violations of human rights, even though we've heard in panel session 1 today that some recommendations are currently being made for an ombudsman. So even where there are agencies tasked into looking into business-related human rights violations, for example, anti-corruption, these agencies are not empowered to punish and redress violations, and prosecution for such offences still rests with the public prosecutor. So I believe it would be fair to say in sum that at present, business responsibilities for human rights are still largely voluntary and governed by soft law instruments. So here's my first question to Jayo. The UNGPs are not meant to be legally binding, as they are designed to allow for some flexibility and innovation, while avoiding the unpopular imposition of legally binding obligations. However, one of the guiding principles, I believe it's guiding principle 3, recommends a smart mix of mandatory and voluntary measures to help foster business rights among the business community. So my question is, could the presence of key and strategic legislation help or hurt corporate self-regulation, and why?
Thanks, Hazel. So yes, it can help as well as it can hurt. And I think to maybe just since this is the first question, perhaps we could just preface by taking a step back to take stock on the discussion about how to integrate, how to thinking about integrating business and human rights inside our country's legal framework. Because then what is the scope of that exercise? And I think this is across the entire legal system. This is what we are actually talking about, because the fact is almost every single aspect of our lives are mediated by private sector actors. Everything that we rely upon for our lives, for our basic necessities, for our pleasure, as tools for our work, are all provided by business actors. And so that is the breadth and the depth of the field, the landscape that we are talking about when we are trying to imbue business and human rights principles into our legal framework. And then together with that is recognizing the diversity of the actors, all right, spread across the many sectors and subsectors, and then within those, the different disciplines that are involved, scientific disciplines, the accounting disciplines, the legal disciplines, the strategic business disciplines, have to be all within the horizon if we are talking about whether any piece of legislative intervention will help or hurt moving the needle on business and human rights in the country. So I think this effort doesn't exist in a vacuum. What exists right now? That's the question. So so what is the norm and what is the new norm that we're trying to introduce, right? And as you mentioned, some of it will have to be through mandatory mechanism interventions, and some of it, by the nature of it, have to be through voluntary and supportive type of interventions. Because we are talking about business, and a big part of that is about innovation, entrepreneurs have to do what entrepreneurs do, which is to be enterprising. Except the landscape is we have to encourage, and in some cases, force them to take into account more considerations as part of business considerations, and then celebrate entrepreneurs who are good at that over those who can only deal with lesser considerations, right? And so how do we discern? How do we get there? I think that would be that should shape then the kind of legislative interventions and through which regulators. So I think then we are hinting at the why of business. What is the role of business in society, so that we can then connect between the duty bearers with the rights bearers who populate the rest of society, and also, of course, our physical environment, which is also needs to be protected in order for humans to thrive.
Thanks very much for that, Jayo. I suppose a lot of it is also trying to make out the business case for compliance when it comes to business and human rights, and helping businesses see opportunities and competitive advantages that they will get by complying. Would you agree with that?
I think you can't comply yourself into becoming a successful business. You know, you have to be in a different mindset. If we are talking about wanting for our Malaysian businesses to lead in the region and in the world, to be the number one, say, in logistics, or number one in terms of app development, they need to be agile, they need to be creative. You can't beat someone into creativity, but you can beat someone into stopping bad behavior. So I think that's the discernment that is necessary. Celebrating entrepreneurship that makes value, that contributes value into our economy at as low a cost as possible in terms of externalities on people and on the environment. Now that's the tricky part. Data, bandwidth in terms of the amount of considerations to consider, and empowering the whole slew of stakeholders who would be able to provide data points in terms of making that judgment about whether or not a business is doing its best on BHR.
Okay, thank you for that, Jayo. My next question is to Prof. Aisha. We know that the National Action Plan that is currently being developed by Malaysia would not be legally binding. Forgive me for being a pessimist, but it would at best be a piece of political document that sets out the priorities and actions that Malaysia will take to fulfill its international human rights obligations. How can we legitimize the National Action Plan, Prof. Aisha?
Yes, thank you very much, Hazel, and thank you for inviting me for this session. After a long, arduous journey, I have to say this session is very important indeed. I have to say, when you mentioned about legitimacy, perhaps you're talking about giving effect to make it binding, to make it binding upon the states, non-state actors, and other stakeholders as well. Well, again, this morning, we're talking about institutional reform, law as a tool, as a game changer, as been mentioned by the working group, this morning. Law is a tool to make legal changes, but you must remember that law is not the only tool to make changes. When you talk about business and human rights, you're also referring to a smart make dynamism. So in other words, law is one perhaps vehicle or mechanism to make things work, but you're talking also about soft law, you're talking also about policy measures, you're talking also about administrative action, you're talking about framework. Recently, this launched of the environmental ESG framework by MITI as well. So you're talking about the effectiveness of framework, you're talking about effectiveness of grievances mechanism as well. So it has to be in a form of smart mix vehicle to ensure that the component of UNGP by way of the National Action Plan really work. Now, the UNGP is certainly not an authoritative, it's certainly not a legal binding instrument, but it is the most authoritative source of business and human rights at the moment, and it has led to quite a number of emerging legislation globally. When you're talking about modern slavery legislations arising from the essence of UNGP. We're talking about the development of environmental corporate sustainability directive in Europe and so forth. So that is the impact that UNGP has created. But at the same time, if you're looking at the supply chain and so forth, you also need to have a rather smart mix of a formula to ensure that, for instance, ESG has to be the role of regulators. The role of regulators is important in terms of ensuring perhaps the effectiveness of the standards, the role of professional bodies as well. Because when you're talking about, let's say, sustainability regulations, EU regulations that has an impact for companies which are what you call goods received in EU, it does not matter what our standards are. They will actually just impose their standards. So it's important also to talk about other forms of mechanism as well. So when you talk about legitimacy, law is one perhaps a tool or vehicle. But when it comes to the effectiveness of a national action plan, which is not carved in stone, it should not be carved in stone because it has to be reviewed. It need not be a perfect national action plan because this NBA that we're supposed to be discussing today is actually a document that shows where we are. We're not going to stick as to what our position is, but we got to go forward. We got to refine it, engagement. So in other words, to be legitimate, to be legally effective, to provide effective remedy, the legislative framework or the institutional legal reform should go hand in hand with other forms of tools and mechanisms. And that would also include policy measures, frameworks, the effectiveness of certain vehicle like effective grievances mechanism. You're talking about Pillar 3 of UNGP talks about not only about the courts, you're talking about state non-judicial mechanism, non-state non-judicial mechanism, which have quasi-judicial value. So the whole chain or idea of a national action plan should actually be reviewed in totality. But of course, certainly we have seen law might be the game changer, but it must be supported also by other forms of vehicle and networks.
Thanks very much for that, Prof. Aisha. So yes, it comes down to a smart mix of hard and soft laws, and I absolutely agree that at the end of the day, law is just a vehicle, a means to an end, and there can be so many other driving factors such as soft law. In fact, the principles-based sustainable and responsible investment (SRI) taxonomy for the Malaysian market, which was published by the Securities Commission, actually makes express reference to the UN guiding principles to encourage entities to align their business strategies and practices with the guiding principles. So that's just something I thought I should mention. Now, my next question is to Jayo. So if we were to clarify the conduct of businesses in this regard through legal norms, who would benefit the most or the least?
I think the litmus test is if we do it right, everyone benefits. It's because the very underpinning reason of why we are pursuing towards a society that protects and respects human rights is underpinned by our conviction that our humanity is intertwined. Every human person on the planet. irrespective of your creed, your nationality, and etc. So if that is the end goal, then on business and human rights, we are now having the gumption to tackle the business sector, to have the courage and the ownership to improve on its relationships with stakeholders, whether it's voluntary relationships or involuntary relationships. And by that, I mean the people that it unintentionally or recklessly affect. And therein has arisen a relationship, right? So then those people may have a claim or a conversation to be had with the harm doer. So it's about improving those relationships because it is true business, and business is a repetitive thing. It is a systemic thing. And so we need to ensure that in the business sector, we imbue it and ensure that it diffused across the entire business sector, basic human rights principles. And only then we will have basic decency. So we're not gunning for lofty, aspirational, rainbows and unicorns. We are talking about basic decency. So I think that needs to be. Now, the only reason why this is such sometimes seemingly it's like pulling teeth out of someone's mouth, such a painful experience, is because the private sector has existed in a bubble so far, which is that its only purpose is to make as much money as possible, and then everything else that happens as an unintended consequence is someone else's problem, right? Largely, it's for government to deal with it. It's for charities to deal with it. And everything else, well, catch me if you can, right? So, and that's what the courts are for, right? And then what have we got? We've got lawyers and we've got accountants and we've got all this. And so large unproductive industries are built around to so-called facilitate. So now everything's got its time and place, all right? So the capitalism has really brought us a lot of progress in terms of meeting our basic needs. But now that we've come to this where we are in the 21st century, it is very clear that we are capable of doing better. And it's also very clear that what got us here won't get us there, all right? Into that paradigm in which we build societies and a world in which no one is left behind, right? And now that, I think, takes a leap of faith because it's about transformation. And there's no evidence, right? So businesses will ask you, Hazel, if I embrace BHR or UNGP, how will my business improve? How many %, right? Or that kind of thing. What's the, or is it gonna dip and then is it gonna then soar, and how much, what's my ROI on that? There's no evidence on that, right? Because no one has ever, so that evidence is developed, is emerging, but the conversation shouldn't be that. The conversation should be about that leap, right? And so that faith is to be had like just by simply look at everyone in this room, right? So people are really agitating for change in all the spheres of influence and in their areas of work, and why should we not have reason to find faith? It is, of course, the anxiety in terms of if we were to embrace and acknowledge that we have these obligations, then will they all swarm? Will the floodgates open? Will our skeletons come back and chickens come back to roost? And these questions. But I think this is the importance of taking things in a stepwise approach, as well as building communities of practice, right? So that unsubstantiated fears can be allayed, so that a lot of these myths and ignorance can be dispelled, and because when you shut down rights holders, you force them to then go through a very inefficient way in which to bring responsibility or liability back to your doorstep. If you open, things actually become much easier. So that requires a leap of faith, and that is, I think that is that, just simply that translation into systems, translation into actors who are more and more confident in the wielding of the tools like that Prof. Aisha has mentioned. I think we have hard tools, we have soft tools. If we say laws as tools, it's also about confidence in the tool wielders. And that requires behavioral change, and that requires a rationalization of our relationships inter se, that's among ourselves. So, and I think when we enhance relationships, the world around us is augmented. It becomes more generous rather than a place of poverty and loneliness and fear and needing lawyers. If you're only, the people that you can only trust are your lawyers, then that's a very, very sad, and I don't think that's a very enterprisingly successful place to be, because then you tend to just brute force your way through, which I think, you know, if we are talking about emerging into a UNGP kind of framework, I think it will be hugely rewarding. So to your question, yeah, of course there will be shocks when these things are mandatory due diligence come to play. Of course there will be shocks. And you know, if we are all to espouse capitalism, then we will say survival of the fittest, right? If that's the rule of the game. But you know, I think in the long run, if we do it right, everyone wins.
Thanks so much for that, Jayo. So what I'm hearing is that ultimately, it is underpinned by, you know, the conviction that all our humanities are intertwined. So maybe I can just share. Earlier this year, I met with a CSO, civil society organization, and he posed a very interesting, maybe more of a statement than a question. He said, you know, it's funny that, you know, you have, you know, ESG coming up as a trend, and I am really struggling with my papers. I'm all over the place, sorry. There's a laptop, there's an iPad here, and my papers keep slipping off the iPad, in case you are wondering why I'm pausing so much. I wasn't expecting to have an iPad in my lap. So anyway, just going back to the point I was making, I met with, I had the opportunity to speak with a lot of CSOs, NGOs this year. Yeah, I'll put it on the table. I should use the table. Thanks very much, Shario. Okay, so yeah, and you know, ESG being on the uptrend and everyone's talking about it, and he goes, Hazel, you know, isn't it funny that it takes a mega trend to tell businesses and the rest of the world to essentially just do the right thing? So I think this goes back to the point that Jayo was making. Everyone benefits when businesses adopt, you know, good practices with regard for human rights. And, you know, ultimately at the core of it, it is about doing the right thing. Don't do unto others what you don't want others to do unto you, right? And this kind of basic principles, it shouldn't take waiting for laws to move, waiting for policies to be enacted. Ultimately, it's just about doing the right thing. Okay, I'm sounding very preachy now. I'm gonna move on to my next question. Okay, and this question is to Prof. Aisha. Okay, the guiding principles, while they address companies and provide a globally applicable standard for companies to avoid or mitigate their human rights impacts, they are not binding at international law. What are the nuances of suggesting that companies may have direct obligations under international human rights law?
Oh yeah, there are many sources which actually validate or support that companies or business enterprise would have obligation under the international human rights law. Now, first of all, if you look at the context of UNGP, when it comes to the third pillar, which is on access to remedies, which I think one of the component of grievances mechanism should be established by businesses as well. Now, access to remedies and effective remediation is a particular provisions which is found in most international convention on human rights instrument. Take, for instance, UDHR, which provides that access to remedy or remedy. Every person is entitled to an effective and enforceable remedy. So it's access to justice, access to effective remedy. Article 5 of ASEAN Human Rights Declaration actually emulate the same component under UDHR. Every person has the right to enforceable and effective remedy as well. And if we also looked at the other provisions under ICESSR, SSCAR, and ICPPR, in which, unfortunately, Malaysia has not ratified to it, but these are international conventions which actually, perhaps ICESCAR, we talk about economic, social, cultural rights. It also refers to violations which are committed by private citizens and entities. So that actually impliedly, very clearly, that the obligation or responsibility is extended also to corporation, business entities as well, business enterprises. So one is, it's actually based on the, what do you call, International Human Rights Convention. Number two, it's also available in most of the provision under international human rights law. Number three, if you looked at the UNGP itself, there are various guiding principles in UNGP that stresses and emphasizes that business have that particular obligation to respect human rights, irrespective that they are just business enterprise. Now, for instance, if you looked at guiding principle number 11 of UNGP, talks about the responsibility to respect human rights is a global standard of expected conduct for all business enterprise wherever they operate, So it's not only in the country in which they are domiciled, but also to the other jurisdiction in which business are carried out. This is just one example under Guiding Principle 11 to indicate that international human rights obligation is applied to business enterprises as well. In addition to that, if you look at Guiding Principle 12 of UNGP, it talks about the responsibility of business enterprises to respect human rights, refers to international recognized human rights. Now, this has also extended to International Labour Organization Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights, right to work. So as you say that we are also discussing today in terms of labor rights and so forth. So that is also clearly established the fact that it's not only confined to the place in which it is registered and domiciled. Number three is that there's another provision which talks about conflict areas where there is the degree of due diligence is heightened, Guiding Principle 7. Now, this actually reflects a situation where perhaps our multinational are conducting their business operation in areas of conflict zone. So, Guiding Principle 7 talks about it is proportionate in terms of the duty that's attached to them in terms of the degree of due diligence. It's heightened in terms of the degree which is expected for them to respect human rights. So these are clearly some examples in terms of UNGP to indicate that business enterprises, companies, when they were referring to respect human rights, it's not confined only to where they are domiciled. Now, in addition to that, if you looked at also what you call Guiding Principle 2. Now, Guiding Principle 2 talks about, is under the duty of the state to protect. Now, Guiding Principle 2 refers to what you call in terms of that the state is required to set out clearly expectation regarding to businesses, enterprise that are domiciled in their territory and on jurisdiction in respect of human rights throughout their operations. So it mentioned in terms of the duty imposed on the state to ensure that the business actually have certain form duties to respect not only in terms of the place where it is domiciled, but also at other jurisdictions as well. Now, under international human rights law, states are not under an obligation to regulate extraterritorial activities, nor does the guiding UNGP actually prohibits to do so. But when you talk about extraterritorial issues, we talk about transnational cooperation and violation that pursues from it, we know it's cross-border. We know it's cross-border. So I think these are some of the provisions in UNGP that support the idea that it should not only confine to where that company, business, or operation conduct. Finally, I think one of the lengthy work that has done at the UN level is the legally binding instrument. The legal binding instrument is actually the vehicle to actually provide the kind of obligation to make state liable to ensure that transnational corporations within their jurisdiction are liable for corporate liability, not necessarily within their jurisdiction. So we can see that corporate business are transnational, but justice is not. So in other words, you need to leverage in terms of mechanism as to how do you make transnational companies accountable for their actions, for their violation, if they are committing violations in another country, which is not their origin. And of course, this is the initiative at UN level since 2004. It was mooted by Ecuador. When I was a former human rights commissioner, I actually tried to attend some of the initial meetings. But this is an important development, and recently I think we have finally a draft, but still very much subjected to a lot of meetings. 9 Human Rights Council decision has actually came up to that conclusion with different views. I think there are some countries which are not in favor but took part in their decision, in the discussion of those meetings. This just seems to show, to that extent, the initiative of creating a legal binding instrument to make state and also transnational corporation of that particular country liable for a particular violation in another jurisdiction. So you can see clearly from all these areas, there are very, very clear evidence to indicate that business enterprise certainly would be subjected to main principles of international human rights law.
Thanks very much, Prof. Aisha. So, Prof. Aisha, I understand that earlier in the year, you had in your opening note at the AICHR Regional Consultation on Business and Human Rights, Environment and Climate Change in ASEAN, mentioned that an AICHR 5-year work plan is underway to develop human rights strategies and mainstream human rights. Could enforceable standards be derived from sustained negotiations via ASEAN, and what are some of the challenges?
Yes, I think one of the initiative in terms of the 5-year work plan for Asia is, of course, there's various activities. You know, 1 year we have so many activities. But one of perhaps the consensus that have been agreed upon is a form of standardization of certain thematic issues. Now, for instance, I think there's quite a number of what you call a initiative relating to standardization in terms of labor standards, but there are certainly challenges, I have to say. Standardization of labor standard, I think that started from 2013. There's also a standardization of, at the moment, in terms of initiative relating to what are the steps taken by ASEAN member state relating to the enabling master plan as well. And I think that will be 2025, in which we are undergoing the review. So there are initiatives when you have 10 different countries with different political structure and ethnicity and different system. Of course, in order to go forward, you must have a yardstick, a common indicator that binds us all. But certainly there are challenges. Now, for instance, if I were to refer to the labor standards, which actually was mooted by Thailand back in 2013, that's the CSR labor standards. Now, among the 10 countries, we have 8 fundamental ILO conventions. Not not all 10 countries have actually ratified all the 10, but at least 2 labor convention, which is actually on prohibition of child labor and minimum wage on children, has been ratified by all 10. So how do you then come up with a particular formula to ensure relating to standardization? Yeah, that would be one particular issue. But again, when it comes to rights of women, CEDAW, rights of the child, CRC, the disabled, rights of disabled, CRPD, all 10 countries would already have ratified these 3 international human rights conventions. So you can actually start working on that, because we have the gender mainstreaming framework. You have also the Convention of the Child in terms of some framework. You also have what you call the enabling master plan, because it's much easier if all 10 countries would have ratified the particular convention. So I have to say that the UNGP as well actually highlights this. And it stressed, especially if I'm not mistaken, Guiding Principle 9, when a particular state were to enter into state treaties or multinational investment treaties, including investor protection, they should also include in domestic space. In other words, what are your human rights obligations? So in other words, if all the 10 countries have actually ratified CRC, CEDAW, CRPD, now does the term in that particular contract investment reflect the state obligation when it comes to the right of women, the rights of the child, the right of disability of a person? So I think these are layers and layers of technical issues, which I do believe and I do appreciate and I do understand that it does involve layers and layers of multiple government agencies, bureaucracies and agencies, regulators, professional bodies. So having a national action plan perhaps is an outcome, but it is never the destination. What is important is the process. How do you go next? What do you do next? Having an NBA is just indicating where we are at the moment. So that is reflected at all levels. We are just discussing here at a national context. But at a regional basis, we are going further. Now, I also like to update to you that ASEAN is also working on an ASEAN regional framework on environmental rights. So when you talk about environmental thematic area just now, when you talk about substantive, procedural, and so forth, these are the areas in which we are actually looking at the moment. Imagine we are looking at 10 countries for that particular issue. So I do hope that although we have started this since 2013 on the environmental rights from EIA, SIA, and so forth, we do hope that Malaysia would be able to supersede with the NAP, because our target on the framework is next year. That is the magnitude of how the 10 countries are working on that common environmental regional framework. So I have to say there certainly will be challenges, but challenges is fine, because we cannot have consensus in all situations. The diversity will actually enrich the corpus of knowledge, and that's where we learn where we are, what are the best practices that we can acquire from our peers. So I think the journey might be long, but it looks good at the end of the tunnel. But certainly I think it has to go on. The process has to go on. And having just an NAP is not a full stop. It's not the outcome that really matters. It's the process is what is vital and significant in business and human rights.
Thanks, Prof. Aisha. My alarm just went off, but I hope with the permission of... All right, cool. I take it that I have an extra 15 minutes. Okay, all right. Okay, thanks very much for that, Prof. Aisha. So it sounds like, there is conversation, at least, even though there are challenges, but the fact that, challenges have been identified, it shows that some conversation is taking place and, some headway is being made in that area. Thanks very much for that. My next question is to Jayo. So human rights due diligence is a tool that has been recommended by UNGPs. It's mentioned expressly in the guiding principles. Does mandatory human rights due diligence, does it work? And does it get to the root causes of corporate violations of human rights? Bearing in mind that HRDD can often be used as a window dressing tool. So just being a pessimist again.
So yeah, that's the glass half full and the glass half empty perspective. But I think if we recall what Prof. Aisha has said, it's the process. If we appreciate that it is the process that is really important, if we don't forget about how the process of upholding human rights or learning to uphold human rights increasingly in a better way, how that transforms us, because constraints strengthen. And so if we appreciate that the process is edifying, then certainly HREDDs are potentially very powerful. They may not yield ostensible impacts on paper that justify all the box ticking and faffing about and the struggles, inter departments and across functions, and it's very challenging to operationalize. But that's the process. That's the pain that comes hand in hand with growth, because you are socializing nomenclature, socializing essentially the ability to be more careful, the ability to know how to measure what impacts you are having, and to juxtapose that together with other considerations, and think about it in a strategic way. So that is I think countries that can do that successfully and in an honest way, in a meaningful way, rather than as a window dressing way, will clearly be the ones that will emerge more competitive in the long run, not because the governments are fronting it and just putting up appearances, but because truly the corporate actors are emerging to become more robust, more rigorous, and more prepared for the new aspirations of the market tomorrow. Actually, it's the market today. We've been listening, if we've listened to millennials, we know what expectations are, because they're saying, oh, you say this, but you do that. You say this, and then you do that, and then you're aware of this, and yet so what is this, so, in a way, they are the canaries that we should really pay attention, should have been paying attention to, and now it's really becoming mainstream, and I'm very encouraged by to hear about what Prof. Aisha has mentioned about these changes. And so it's also important to move as fast as we can, because other parts of society, reforms are happening. And so if you move fast, you're ahead of the curve. If you move slow, liability may attach on you. And then that's a double whammy, because then you're saddled with liability, plus you haven't gone through the process of growth. That's not a good situation to be in.
Thanks so much, Jaya. So I'm not half as eloquent as Jaya is, but if I can sum up what he has just answered, essentially it's better than nothing lah, correct? Okay, all right, so I'm just gonna put my foot on the accelerator because I'm very conscious of time. So my final question from me to either or both of our panelists, we are seeing more countries in Asia adopt specific legislation such as anti-greenwashing laws in South Korea and anti-SLAPP laws in Philippines, Indonesia, and Thailand. Do these types of laws level the playing field, and would they work in the Malaysian context? Perhaps Prof. Aisha first?
Okay, I think having anti-SLAPP laws, I think is, strategic lawsuit against public participation is something, a very important issue. And I think it is now, it reflects the shrinking civic space, all around the world. And it's not only our region that's facing on this particular issue. So of course, in terms of trying to resolve it, perhaps maybe to create anti-SLAPP laws, perhaps might be a solution. We have some examples, as you've seen around the region. I know Thailand, Indonesia, and Philippines has come up with legislation, but I think the concern with Indonesia, for I was informed, is actually not a standalone legislation, but a procedure relating to environment. So that is a concern because what happened to other areas which is not environment? What are the protection given right to human rights defenders? And in Thailand, from what I was informed, it's actually relating to a criminal liability. So what about if it's not a criminal act for civil liability, then there would be limitation as well. So again, I think having legislation, being a law professor, I believe encouraging my student in belief to understand the concept of law is important, yes. But rule of law, although it is an overarching aspect of law and order, it does not necessarily mean the only means in which we can maintain law and order. So it has to also go hand in hand with other initiatives by the state as well. So perhaps passing a particular anti-SLAPP law is useful, but you have to look at the current domestic national issue. There might be repressive laws that might affect human rights defenders as well. Now, what about those current framework? What do you do with that? Does it make a difference if we just pass another law with a list of repressive law being still in force? You have to ask yourself whether this is the way how the law works. Again, I think when you talk about the protection of human rights defenders, there are, of course, certain mechanisms, like, for instance, the soft law aspect, like, for instance, the Aarhus Convention, for the first time, actually have included into the rights of human rights defenders. At regional basis, we are also looking at the Escazú Agreement, in which also have incorporated the position and protection of human rights defenders. As far as ASEAN, I am much more now at that level. We are also now incorporating relating to the environmental rights framework for ASEAN. We are looking at best practices to include the rights and protection of human rights defenders, marginalized group, vulnerable position, and so forth. It might work in their context. It might be difficult in our context, but the conversation must follow. The conversation must follow. So I have to say that there are always two sides of the coin. There can be initiative to have what you call anti-SLAPP laws, but there is also a need to review the current status of laws that are repressive to human rights defenders. Number two is that it must go hand in hand with other forms of mechanism as well, an effective grievances mechanism, because you're talking about grassroots, where they represent the victims. So there must be an effective channel or pathway for them to have access to information, access to justice, and so forth. So these are fundamental international human rights principles or procedural substantive law that can actually take in the form of codification, but also in the form of administrative action, framework, national action plan, or policy measures, right? So I have to say, again, yes, why not? But look at the current situation. What would be the best model that suits you? You cannot have a law in one end, but at the same time, ongoing repressive law at the same time. We're not making much progress in that sense. So look at it as a whole, look at it as a holistic nature.
Thanks, Prof. Aisha. And I suppose there's also that question of ostensibly state-enabled SLAPP actions, you know, in jurisdictions where you have laws like criminal defamation and, you know, like some of our more unpopular, like 233 laws, I suppose. And Jayo?
Yeah, and also selective prosecution, good old selective prosecution, which you can't legislate against because they are enforcing the law. So, for example, in a property, so say a plantation company in a land grabbing situation, encountering resistance from Orang Asli communities, and then in that ensuing struggle, then they are then prosecuted by forestry officials for trespassing, where before they have been in this area. But yes, it is a forest reserve area. And so selective prosecution against sometimes orang asli, sometimes even the reporters who come or the other NGOs who come in support, and then they get prosecuted. So you can't quite legislate against this. So exactly what Prof. Aisha said, so it's in the broader canvas, what is the state's duty, has it diffused across into the other agencies? And so there are some key pieces of things at play. For example, like the absence of an express recognition of the right to a safe, clean, healthy environment as a matter of fundamental liberty, such that it isn't only an issue of discretion that an agency has to consider and then say, ignore, right? So it has to be respected and protected like that. And when it is infringed, there are mechanisms. You can go to court, and such right is actually recognized, and remedies would come. The other thing about, I think, root causes around, these patterns of corporate actions, corporate, it's in the course of operations, how as a pattern, people get the shorter end of the stick, because we are talking about, say back in the context of environmental justice, right, which is really an equitable distribution of the enjoyment of the environment, and then a distribution of the burden of the environment as a consequence. So an unfair distribution happens when we have a paradigm of the current paradigm of development, where we break things first and then we'll fix it later. We hear this all the time from politicians when they are proponents of projects. They will say, yes, we will do, when we do a reclamation, and then yes, it will harm some, but then we're going to plant trees, and then we're going to beautify, and then we're going to do all these nice things, right? And so, biodiversity are not commodity, obviously, and they are not interchangeable, right? So the things that are lost here cannot, just because you replace similar-ish things somewhere else, it's like you can't replace my grandmother if you kill her, right, with another senior lady, right? So no, thank you. So the things have relationships and they have context. So root causes is, why do these things happen? I think it's, if we get right to the end of it, the root causes that need to be addressed is design of our corporate vehicles for business. I think this is an emerging discussion that is important, which is how we structure the joint stock company, where management are answerable legally to shareholders, and only shareholders are at the table, right? So all other stakeholders can come, I'm simplifying, only with the permission of stakeholders. Shareholders. If the shareholders mandate certain, then the directors are safe to then include other considerations. But otherwise, it's only about shareholders. And the challenge here is not that shareholders are maleficent. They're not evil, but they are remote and distant. And it's very hard to care about something, and it's very hard to have the words to ask your managers in the creation of wealth about responsibility and about the details. And it's very hard to care when you have other investments, when you're very far away, and when problems are then, you can't help but say, oh, that's a problem against my financial return on investment. And what does the manager, is very clear then, yes, my mandate, and I'll stay within my lane and I'll do this. So even as we have the proper business judgment rule, and we have, it's a tiny window, right? So by design, we are designing for the prioritization of the money man's interest. Let's put it that way, all right? Because if you go to any startup boot camp, what do they say? Oh, what's your exit plan? So that kind of like, it's a very transient, it's very almost a short term, it's a very, it has a different culture imbued in it. Now, we need to infuse back that kind of relationship that we were all talking about before into corporate design. So just to get to the gist of it, there are two key characteristics of corporate design that is quite a taboo to talk about. One is the maximization of shareholder value as a core inherent design by default. It's not by choice, it's by default. You can choose out of it, but we never educate entrepreneurs that they can opt out. Second is the limitation of liability, and that's also by default. Of course, that I'm not saying that that is a problematic doctrine in itself or the design feature on itself, but I'm talking about an awareness about the consequences of these design elements if they are not looked at intentionally. I can go on, but then I shouldn't. Thanks.
Okay, I actually have a follow-up question, but I don't really want to hog the stage. So I will just perhaps open the floor up to questions from the audience. There's one from Andrew and one from Nadia. There's a question.
Thank you, Andrew Koo. Question is to any three of you, since you're all lawyers. We have two cases relying on the Constitution, on Article 8, on non-discrimination against women. Two cases involving airlines, where the courts have basically said that the Constitution is a document that enforces rights between the government and the individual, not between private individuals. We have heard recommendations today, earlier sessions, and even now from Prof. Aisha, which I totally support, that we need to change the Constitution. We need to be able to give rights to people, rights to clean environment, rights to all that sort of thing, right? But we will still, I stand to be corrected, we will still face the problem of how to enforce those constitutional rights if our courts still take the position that these constitutional rights can only be enforced between the government and the individual. So all those issues of remedies, individual remedies, you can't sue. You can pass a law, but the law is against the state, so it's the state to prosecute. And you get Jaya's question about selective prosecution. How does the individual get to enforce those rights if the courts keep saying you can't enforce those rights against another private individual or company because our constitutional legal framework does not allow for that? Perhaps one of you can provide some thoughts on that.
I think that's, of course, a very major, big concern, right? Where I think there are quite a number of development in other jurisdictions as regards to litigation against companies, right, in climate change and environmental issues. But things has not progressed, I have to say, in this region, of course, within our local context. And we have very few cases, as you have rightly mentioned, Andrew, very few cases relating to in which suits taken against companies. So that's one bothering area, I have to say. Perhaps if you're talking about in terms of the amendment to the Federal Constitution, then I have to say that we have to be very careful in terms of the issues that we wanted to incorporate. Number two, I think when I mentioned about law is only just one of the tools, but there should be also a smart dynamics mechanism. And I mentioned about the role of regulators, the role of other ministries in terms of framework and so forth, like the ESG. The other very big component is the judiciary. Now, I have to say that we need to have a progressive set of judges in that sense, to be aware in terms of the relevant principles when it comes to international human rights law. I believe during my Suhakam days, right, we do have what we call a amicus curiae, right? We have that particular position where we can submit submissions to the court and actually spell out in terms of what are the perspective from human rights for several cases. But we can see that now areas in terms of violation of human rights are extending to a wider perspective, not only just unlawful dismissal or child rights or women's right or right to disable, in which I think there is a common denominator because these are all the 3 international human rights instruments that we have ratified. But I think this is part of the challenge, I have to say. More work has to be done together with the judiciary. I recall there are colloquiums that has been done in the past to highlight in terms of the position, the opportunity that judiciary can actually make a difference in that sense. But we have to see that we want some results. So the fact that now, even in this particular room, we have seen quite a diversity of stakeholders, civil society, government agencies. We have not seen that many business enterprise, but I know that there is a couple of them. There must be platforms and sessions where we need to also increase the advocacy and awareness of our judges in that sense. And I think this is certainly a major contrast in terms of what's happening here and in other jurisdictions as well. And sometimes, you know, this is a larger agenda, I have to say. This is also a very larger agenda, and it is not that particular simple as well. But perhaps to highlight on some of the other developments in other countries as well. And I have to say I've just returned from a ASEAN dialogue with EU. And we were informed in terms of the dynamics of the European Court, in which I think, you know, the judges are very much well-versed in terms of the International Human Rights Committee, ratified by EU, ratified by the Council of Europe, 46 countries, EU, 26 countries. So it's a step further. Now, there must be some kind of standing and position that we need to also be aware here. So although we need changes from different levels, but there's one area that we seldom touch that area, the advancement, progression of judiciary in the context of international human rights law. Perhaps that will call for another event as well, right? Where we can talk personally about some issues and perhaps expressed our frustration, our concern in that sense. I don't know, I'm just providing some insights, but I'm sure I do understand your concern and the others also in the legal fraternity. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much, Prof. Aisha. Jaya, do you want to respond to that question, or we can move on to Nadia? All right, okay. Okay, thanks. 2 minutes. One minute to ask and 1 minute to answer.
Really quick, to Dr. Aisha. So you mentioned specifically about ASEAN developing the environmental rights framework. And given your position under the ASEAN and Aisha, what do you think, what is like your optimistic response, or whether you are optimistic at all that Malaysia will assume the chair of ASEAN in 2025, whether this could provide an opportunity for Malaysia to lead when it comes to global supply chain and handling geopolitical risk regarding to business and human rights. And I forgot. And of course, yeah, I just wanted to know what are your points on that, whether this can be used as an opportunity for us in Malaysia, because we've seen in Indonesia, just very quickly, Jan, in Indonesia, when right now Indonesia is the chair of ASEAN, and they have come up with a really strong narrative on, for example, just energy transition. and it has been trickling down to different ASEAN countries, and wonder if this is something that Malaysia will take on. And of course, 2025 is the end of the ASEAN Vision 2025, and then began the discussion for the post-2025 vision. I just want to know your point of view.
I think there are already initiatives being done actually in terms of post-2025. There's a high-level task force and the eminent persons working group that are looking at it, at the situation. And of course, I think there's a big agenda. There's a big agenda. Indonesia, I think during its chairmanship, we have seen a lot of ASEAN high political commitment declaration in terms of the commitment of the 10 leaders of ASEAN on that particular tone. And I think recently, following the September ASEAN Summit is the highest level of decision-making in ASEAN. It's normally held twice a year, and this is where the political commitments are there. Now, this particular year, they actually then endorsed a resolution highlighting, endorsing a particular human rights dialogue annually. This is going to be held annually for every year, the ASEAN annual human rights dialogue. I have to say I would like to remain positive in that sense, although it's very challenging as well. We are actually dealing with our domestic issue, national issues at the moment. Yeah, we are grasping with it, but at the same time, of course, that particular big agenda come up with a lot of responsibility. When the time comes, I have to say we need a lot of collaboration for all division of stakeholders as well, because I've seen there as to how previous chairs work and so forth. So we have to remain positive for that particular issue. Now, when it comes to the environmental framework, you mentioned about environmental framework. Now, it's something that Aisha has been working for a long time, I think since my predecessors as well, during Edmund's Bond time, since 2013. And it's actually being initiated at that time by Myanmar, because there's a lot of issues on land grabbing issues as well. So this is an area in which really hit hard, actually, the particular region. And we're talking about environmental impact assessment and so forth. There are already soft framework, or in other words, like the Transboundary Haze Agreement, right, that has been signed and ratified. But again, there are some certainly issues in terms of enforcement and accountability based on the fact that, when it comes to sanctions and punishment, because the way ASEAN works, remember, in terms of the ASEAN centrality and non-intervention and sovereignty as well. But for this particular new framework, for the first time, we are looking at inclusivity. We are looking at extensive stakeholder consultation. We are hearing from the representative of the working group on migrant workers, the working group on the disabled person, the working group on women and children, and also voice from the youth. For the first time, we are actually taking that approach, working together with UNSCAP and UNAID as well. So we do hope that what are the flaws and shortcomings in the past, we cannot perhaps maybe remedy it sometimes, although we try to improve. But at least with a new mechanism ongoing at the moment, we hope that we can do make a difference, that we can make a difference. The work is very much ongoing at the moment, and I think what we have done so forth, I am quite impressed by the length of stakeholder engagement that has been conducted for this. So I do hope that I think I look towards it like a positive aspect, and the issues that was mentioned in the NBA, like substantive, procedural, those are some of it that actually that we have raised at our level, the rights of indigenous, marginalized, vulnerable group, disabled. Those are also some of the issues that we also have discussed at our level as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Prof. Aisha. I believe that's our time. I'd like to close this panel discussion by thanking Prof. Aisha and Jayo for the insights that they've very generously contributed. And I would also like to thank the audience. I hope that you continue the conversation on business and human rights beyond this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you to all speakers for the enlightening session earlier. I'm particularly excited for the next session on women and business and human rights. The session will be moderated by Manon Bernier, Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam. She'll be joined by Sharat Martin, Senior Policy Consultant at ACCA Asia Pacific, and Ravinderjit Kaur, Senior Policy Advisor at the Companies Commission of Malaysia. Ravinderjit will be joining us online, so could I have the speakers on stage, please? Sorry, I have a request. There are some tables that are quite empty, so could I request everyone to move to the front and fill up the spaces at the front, please? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think I have the most challenging task of the day, which is to start a session at 4:30, the last one of the day. But I think if you're all here, that's because you're very committed to the DEI agenda. So thank you very much for staying. And I'll make sure next time this is the first session and not the last one, okay? So please help me make this session very engaging. I have very good excellent speakers, outstanding speakers with me, so I hope we can make it really an engaging and a dialogue conversation. And before we start, just because there was no coffee break, just to kind of wake up and get our thoughts a bit together, can I ask everyone to stand up? Just 1 second, 2 seconds, okay? Just shake a little bit, because we didn't have time to rest in between, and the last session was very good, very substantive. Yes, that includes you, so you can get your thought fresh. And this session is about diversity, equity, and inclusion, okay? We know that men and women and girls, are affected, very often disproportionately affected by activities of businesses. We know that they are often multiple form of discrimination because of their gender, but also their race, their caste, their income level, their marital status, and others. And this is why it's very important that we get a fresh look and a gender perspective of the UN Guiding Principles on Human Rights. So this session, we'll try with our distinguished speaker to address this. So before we start, can you just think in your head, visualize what's for you the success on DEI within the business and human rights agenda? Just an image, a thought. How would that look like if we are successful in really achieving a true DEI agenda within the business and human rights? Okay? One image, and share it 20 seconds with your neighbor. So then we'll all be in the spirit of our conversation for that session. Okay? Okay. Just share with your neighbor, what does it look like? Okay. So thank you for sharing. Hope it helps getting us into the topic. I would like to invite those of you that are in the last rows, if you want to join us closer, please feel free, so we have one more intimate conversation around DEI, okay? Is our speaker, no, not yet. Okay, so we will start. I just want to give, before I introduce my very esteemed, well, we can sit. I think we can all sit now, okay? I hope everyone is okay. Just a few data points, very briefly, to help us frame what we're going to talk about in this session. No? The World Bank actually reported, that's a global data, I'll go with global and Malaysia data, reported that the average global score in the Women, Business, and the Law Index was 74.7. So that means that in an economy, average economy, I would say, or typical economy, women are usually given only 3/4 of the legal rights that men have. So there's still a 25% of rights that women actually don't have that men have. In the Fortune 55 company, only 9.4% in 2022 are women. Average globally, women are paid 20% less than men across the world, and there are also data about Malaysia. In a consultation that were done on gender in the UN Guiding Principles on Human Rights, several women reported being asked for sexual favor for better work conditions, actually with very little access to remedies when there are challenges even within the workspace. In Malaysia in 2020, the World Aid Organization did a survey where 56% of Malaysian women said experiencing gender discrimination in the workspace. So there is still quite a lot to do, and I think it does reflect that we still haven't really been able to integrate a gender perspective and a gender lens in the law, the regulations, the policies, and the plans that are aligned with business and human rights. And very often these are blind spots, no? They're not necessarily intentional issues, but very blind spot. And this is what we would like to start our conversation with our very distinguished speaker. So let me introduce our first speaker. The second one will join online. Actually, she missed her flight. So we would have loved, she was hoping to join for the session, but she will be joining us online in a few seconds. But Mr. Sharat Martin is a senior policy consultant for the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, so ACCA. So he is really working on contemporary business issue facing the accountancy profession. But beyond this, he is also a member of the Board of Trustees of WWF, but is also a member of the British Malaysia Chamber of Commerce DEI Sustainability Network. And interestingly, he was asking me, do you know how many men are in this association out of 10 members? 2. There are 2 men. One of them is here. We're privileged to have one of them here. So I'm very glad we have a men champion, because I think we need more as well, men to champion the DEI agenda. Very often, women are assigned to push this agenda within businesses. So thank you very much for being with us. And our second speaker, I would just introduce her briefly so she can, once she joins, she can continue the discussion with us. But it's Ravin Kaur, who's Senior Policy Advisor at Companies Commissions of Malaysia, SSM, which is the statutory body that regulates companies and business affairs in Malaysia. So we will be able to get a regulatory perspective. And she is carrying out at the moment policy studies on 2 dimensions of corporate sustainability reporting, one on the potential review of the existing provision of business review reporting under the Companies Act 2016 and the adoption of global standards of reporting. So she should be joining us soon, but I would like to start with Sharat and trying to frame a little bit, starting by an overall introduction question and framing question. So Sharat, if you can tell us, how do you define diversity, equity, and inclusion and its relation to the human rights agenda? And why is this an important issue in the context of your work?
Well, firstly, thank you, Mano, and also Jehan for inviting me to this session. I think it's a difficult question. We ourselves as a profession are kind of talking about these issues. What does DEI mean? And as you know, there's various definitions around. So I'll try and take a stab at it, and obviously I'm going to miss something, but that's okay. I'm sure someone in the audience will pick up on some things to ask. So let me start with diversity, because I think this is something that is quite often well known. It's well cooked out there. We talk about diversity in terms of gender, race, religion, even political views. But I like to throw in two other things. One is the idea of diversity from neurodiverse talent, which we don't often talk enough about. And the other one is quite simply that diversity also needs to allow diversity of thought and ideas. And I'll try and link that back to inclusion in a minute, but we need to have a space where people can come with different ideas, contradictory ideas, and hold that space without jumping on them or trying to shut them off. Equity is not exactly the same as equality. That's the first thing to say. But personally, I find that they kind of overlap. And what do I mean by that? Because equity, in a way, is about giving people equal opportunity, equal access. But that, in effect, in a way, already suggests that there is inequality happening in terms of, say, access to education, access to healthcare. There's a whole bunch of things that's going on. And that also links to perhaps something that I feel personally we don't talk enough about, which is the whole inclusion bit. Because if you allow diversity, and if you allow people to go off and have different points of view on so many things, does that mean we leave it at that? Or should we not also have the ability to pull these different strands together and say, how do we commonly achieve certain things? Whether that's climate change, whether it's the women's agenda, we need to be able to bring this back. As to why this context, I think, matters to business is, and let me just say this as an accountant, how many of y'all deal with accountants? One, two, none of y'all deal with accountants? What a privileged bunch. Okay, out of the two persons who raised their hand, how many of y'all love your accountants? Only one. See, you know, we already have a 50% drop. So my point is this, that the profession is recognizing that we have been overly dutiful servants to the idea of profit. And we have been servants of the whole capitalist market that Jia Yao talked about, and we've pushed that agenda. And we realize that having been such dutiful servants to this, we now have a world which is kind of breaking apart at the seams. That's in terms of the planet. But in terms of all those issues on labor, all those issues in terms of treatment of people, that's also a problem. So just transition, I hope, is a concept that is familiar with our audience, and there can be no just transition to a more climate neutral world or net zero without talking about the societal aspects. And that is a conversation that we're having with accountants, believe it or not, who are, in fact, a nexus to the business decision making that's going on. I'll pause here, and maybe you may have something else you want to ask.
Thank you. I think, Ravin, you have just joined us. We just locked camera, but are you with us? Yes.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi.
Very nice to meet you, and we're very glad
Nice
you're
to
able
meet you,
to
actually.
join us online. Huh?
Yeah. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I think we can
Yeah.
hear you
Okay.
very well.
I just because I'm actually the background you can just ignore, but I'm actually logged in from KLIA. I just have landed. So first of all, I would like to thank UNGP for having me for this particular event. I wanted to actually be there physically, but unfortunately, I was in Miri and I just landed. Yeah. Did I miss? Did you?
No, very good.
ask me
I had
something
the
just
chance to introduce you and your background just before you
okay.
joined. So we were just
Yeah.
initiating a little bit the dialogue by framing a little bit what we're talking about when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So if you can give us a little bit your thoughts on how you define this and how it relates to business and human rights, and why is this an important concept in the context of your specific work at SSM?
Well, SSM is a regulator. So basically, we regulate companies and business which are established in Malaysia. And in terms of diversity, this is really relevant when we talk about a business. And SSM, we play a very crucial role in this, whereby we encourage companies to actually embed diversity or human right practices in their business operation. As far we are concerned, we have actually introduced many best practices to guide the business community to implement or adopt UNGP principles on human rights, and especially when we talk about women's role in working force. If I could share some of the best practices that we have introduced is best practice on establishing a conducive working environment for women, nursing mothers program that was actually introduced way back in 2011 to guide the business community how they can actually start uh, um, establishing a conducive working environment for women in the workplace. On that, we have actually jointly collaborated with UNICEF as well to establish toolkit for companies, and we have guided a number of companies in terms of establishing this initiative. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much, Ravin. So, Sharat, when we talk about gender dimension in the workspace or women dimension, the first step is to actually recognize what are some of the discriminations or what are some of the what I call the blind spot. So if you can share with us, what are some, from your experience, some of the blind spot, the areas and issue that we overlook or underestimate the significance as it relates to gender related factors?
Thanks, Manon. I think before I start talking about the blind spots, let me give you some context. So ACCA, globally, we have about 250,000 members, right? In Malaysia, roughly around 20,000. In Malaysia, about 69% of our members are female. 69. And it has reached a point where some of our male leaders are wondering, oh God, but we have to start doing something about having males in the profession. But put that aside. So about 3 years ago, we did a piece of work, a research, and that's kind of what I do. And we talked to our members, and we surveyed about 350 people, and we found out that if you talk about blind spots, the perception on by male and females about career progression of females is quite mis-skewed, right? So the males and the females are completely aligned in terms of the perception and challenges of women at the bottom level. You know, in terms of salary, promotion, everything, they generally feel that this is quite fair. But it changes quite dramatically once you start to see in terms of appointments to the C-level, appointments to the board. The males feel it's not a problem. The females are saying, well, hang on a minute, it's really quite a problem. That's one. But just to break this down into something more concrete, I think there's also a blind spot around pay gaps because we don't generally disclose remuneration numbers by gender, right? One. Two, there is this notion which I'm quite concerned about called the motherhood penalty, which means that women, against women, one who is married and one who is not married, there is a disparity in pay that translates even to bonus And then we can keep going on. There are issues about career breaks and how long it takes to come back. Blind spots to me are the conversations that we sometimes forget to have. And I would park these as some of those issues that we need to start talking about a lot more.
Good, and it's very interesting to hear that you've done a survey and start. I think the first step to identify those blind spots is actually collecting data for things that are invisible without data. So I think this survey most probably will help you to identify what are some of those blind spots and what strategy need to be put in place. If I go to you now, Ravin, from a regulatory standpoint, what are some of the overlooked areas that you think still need attention and where that are not necessarily, they need to be proper addressed and also maybe are lacking in the reporting frameworks that you have in place? Ravin, did you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the question. Let me just share the, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
I think my my internet is not so stable. I'm sorry for that. Let me share with you statistics in terms of the total number of companies incorporated in Malaysia. We have roughly about 1.6 million at the moment. And out of the 1.6 million, we have less than 10% the public listed companies, meaning we have roughly about 98% which are unlisted companies. Now, as a regulator, the challenge we see for the less than 10% public listed company in terms of gender diversity, having women 30% on the board and the senior management position, I think that pretty much we have overreached that. And Malaysia is one of the country in the Southeast Asia to achieve that number beyond the 30%. But the worry is about the 98% of companies, which can be, the small SMEs companies. And we don't see these companies actually adopting the same principle. So the gap is there where the listed companies, they are pretty much having the diversity in terms of their senior management and the board. But those are unlisted, they are still not pretty much adopting those principles. So, and what I see is the biggest challenge is the level of understanding among the board of directors of the companies. I think a company can only actually adopt these principles if the board actually understand and apply these strategic goals in their business organization. So right now, I don't see the unlisted company pretty much doing that. As a regulator, we have actually introduced, again, I want to share with you, the business review reporting is one of the provision under the Companies Act. Presently is voluntary, where companies can report the non-financial part of their initiative as part of the director's report, where they can actually report matters related to the company's business operation, which is impacting on the environment, on the social, on the employee, and also on the governance part. We have introduced this way back since 2016. The challenge we see is companies are not really reporting this. So at the moment, we are actually encouraging companies to actually report on this. We are doing a lot of awareness programs, especially for board of directors. We are also collaborating with other agencies and other regulators like BURSA, with MITI and all other regulators in terms of encouraging these companies to report on the human right elements in terms of diversity, in terms of what initiative they are taking in terms of their employees, and especially women, we are focusing that as well. We are also, I would like to share, moving forward next year, we are planning to actually revise some of the provision under our under the fifth schedule of the Companies Act to provide clarity. At the moment, we actually introduced this best business practice circular. Is a guidance to actually to encourage companies to report on the element of human right and also environment and also governance. And that business practice circular basically provide guidance to the companies, and we have actually provided a template with a questionnaire which companies can easily adopt and just answer the questions and report to SSM in terms of what initiative they have taken, what are their policies they have introduced, and what are whether the policies they have introduced, whether the policies are effective. So I see the challenge right now is in terms of reporting, getting these unlisted companies to report is a bit a challenge. So we don't want to take the approach of stick at the moment. We are still using the approach of carrot. We're encouraging the companies to do, but I'm not too sure because we benchmark with other jurisdictions, and most of the other jurisdictions have already made it mandatory in terms of reporting this alphabet of ESG. At the moment, as I said, we are still using the carrot approach. And we don't know, maybe one day we need to actually amend the law and make it mandatory upon the companies to actually report the non-financial aspect of their operational. Yeah.
Thank you, Ravin. I think you've highlighted some, maybe we can come back later on some of the challenges with MSMEs because it came out as well in other sessions, no? That sometimes it's harder for MSMEs to actually be compliant. But you've talked about, I want to go back to the point on leadership as well, no? Because reporting is one thing, but I think one of the criticism that is often coming out now that it's approached from a reporting perspective only. Well, I think you've highlighted a lot the role of leadership within the organization to basically change the culture and drive a new approach to the role of business with the DEI agenda. So going back to you, Ravin, how does that leadership, what kind of initiative you have been able to implement in ACCA to demonstrate that leadership and bring the whole, and start bringing your members, you probably don't have all of them on board with the DEI agenda, but to bring different policies, different environment, and sending the message about the importance of this message, which would then feed into the reporting we're talking with Sharan, yeah?
So I think, there are a couple of things to say, and before I answer your question, I remembered another blind spot, which is somewhat of an issue. I want to just put it on the table, which is maternity leave, right? Because as we extend maternity leave, the question should be asked as to what happens then to the paternity leave. Because if you extend the maternity leave and you do not extend the paternity leave, are we signaling that parenting and childcare and child raising is the woman's responsibility and not the man's? And if we do that, I think you're leading to a whole bunch of other consequences, which I don't think is intended, but you have to be very careful about it. So that leads me then to, you talk about what we're doing, and I think I won't just talk about ACCA, I'll talk about what we're hearing from the members. And it is true from, again, the work that we've done, that one of the reasons women leave the workplace, that's the middle period where we are losing them, because remember at the start, we have them in droves, and then they leave. One of the few reasons they leave are to start a family. The other one is that the flexible work arrangement, and this is pre-COVID, and I know during COVID it became flexible work arrangement, but I think now we have gone back to working from the office. So the inflexible work arrangement is the other one. And third is just they wanting to have a better work-life balance, which I don't think is gender specific, but anyway, in the survey that we did, it came out. So having is one sort of successful strategy was about how are we dealing with the issue of helping women to look after the children, right? Your childcare facilities. Some organizations do that, but not many are able to do this. And why do I say that? Because if your office your business is in an office block, it's very difficult, according to the local fire department regulations, to have a childcare facility in a high-rise block, right? And so that is one other factor. But I think coming back to this issue, again about blind spots and intersectionality, what happens to a woman who gives birth, wants to look for childcare facility, and then I found out through my physiotherapist, this one real experience, that the childcare centers would not take a child below a certain age of 1 year or so. So what then happens? In her case, she's not from KL. So she has to send her child, her infant that she has just given birth to, back home to be with her mother. She does not see this child for 5 days of the week, rushes back on the weekend to spend some weekends with her, and comes back. Imagine the emotional toll, the physical toll, and all that comes with it. We don't often talk about this. But childcare facilities do come in. I think a lot of companies are paying for this now. Not enough, in my opinion, but it's a step. And I think there are other examples which I can think of, but I'm just going to pause, just to give Ravin a bit of the floor as well.
Okay, thank you, Shad. I think you've highlighted two important. The first one is what you can do within the company, which is actually you've mentioned the work-life balance policies and others that are within the control of the company, but also how it needs a whole enabling environment going into one of the topics we actually work on as well in UNDP on the care economy and the need to have the infrastructure that would allow actually women to to be able to stay in the workspace even once.
Can I just make
children.
that one point more explicit? That I think whatever you call it, part-time work or flexible work arrangements are not the norm, and it should be more common if we are to retain women talent in the workspace. At the moment, it's such a low take-up. Most employers want to have someone full-time. It's like, if I see you working, then I know you're working. And I'm sorry, guys, this is 2023. I have stronger words to say, which Jehan might kill me if I say it. But we've got to move on from this attitude of, if I see you, then I know you're working.
Okay, thank you. Ravin, going back to you, I think I would like to come back. You've highlighted that the challenges for MSMEs as well, no? What can you do from the regulatory perspective to also facilitate integration or better take up on the DEI or better awareness raising on the importance of diversity inclusion for MSMEs as well through the different initiatives that you have?
Yeah, as I said earlier, apart from doing awareness and educating the board of directors of these companies on the importance of having these principles in their business operations, I think the government also, I think, to a certain extent, have to play a very important role here. I see if, let's say, there are some kind of incentive offered to these companies in terms of probably they can actually enjoy certain level of tax exemptions if they actually have this infrastructure within their organization. I think this is one of the encouraging point for business community. Yeah, because the challenge with these SMEs is they always look this as a cost, which is going to cost add into their business. Yeah, so I think government, we at the moment we see all these government link companies, as I mentioned earlier, the larger companies, the listed companies, the ministries, they have already have all these practices, has like childcare center, they already have that. But what about the smaller companies, which they probably don't have the space as well, and And as I say, they always look at this as a cost, adding a cost to their business. So I think some kind of incentive, if government can actually come up with some kind of incentive to actually encourage this business community, and also SME Corp, for instance, okay, can provide certain kind of financing to these companies with a very lower interest rate, or that will probably motivate or encourage these smaller companies to actually take up these initiatives.
Thank you. So to try to work with the carrot and the sticks, now looking on both sides and see what kind of incentive mechanism can be put in place. You want to come in? Yeah?
Yeah, and I don't want to have
yeah.
the last word on this, but only just to back Ravin in a way. I mean, we can't keep looking to the government and to the regulators to fix this. To your point, Manon, this has got to be a business mindset that we understand. We're talking fundamentally about talent. Do you want to keep this talent, or you want to not keep this talent? You need to start asking some hard questions about this. I know, Ravin talked about incentives. Let me just say, I'm an accountant. I think, again, if you want to keep this drip feed of incentives to be the basis in which you move, we're not going to move very far. And last thing I want to say is, as a Malaysian, so I'll be critical a bit more, if I look around at the region, we need to ask ourselves the question as to why do we have so few female ministers? We've never had a finance minister who is a female. And look around at the other ASEAN countries, and you'll find presidents and prime ministers. So this is a question for us to ask. Without role models, so you talk about success stories. So in the CFO space, in accountants, we have loads of them. I am really not concerned. We have many CFOs, they're top-notch talent. They can take, and I know this because I deal with CFOs around the world. Malaysian CFOs do have talent. Okay? Put that aside, I'm not going to say much more about them. The point, though, I'm coming back to is that we need to address this from the fact that if you want to lose talent, you're going to have cost as well. To Ravin's point, incentivize to keep. But look, if you're going to lose talent, you're going to lose a lot of money. So think about this quite clearly.
Thank you. I would like
can,
to
can
open.
I just
Yeah,
intervene
yeah,
here?
yeah. You want to come? Yeah, come in.
Yeah, I just want to respond. Why I said that, because if you look at the public listed company, way back 5 years ago, the regulator did not mandate for the public listed company to have the 30% women on the board. They only encourage the companies to have it. If you have it, you just report to the regulator. But the number was not coming. The companies was not doing. But until the regulator actually mandated to them, when the country mandated, okay, the announcements was made by the Prime Minister, and the public listed companies had to actually achieve that 30% women on the board. Now you see everybody is doing it. So the mindset here, I think talking about just now was mentioned about having women politicians, we don't see in the numbers. Just to share with you, last week, I was with the Transparency International doing one program for political funding and asset declaration. And one of the proposal under the proposed political funding bill, because there's going to be a bill on that. They are working on that. So one of the recommendation in the bill was, if you have a women politician in your party, then you have like additional political funding that the party can get. There's a point. If you have a woman, you can actually get an additional figure of political funding. But it was very surprising because the audience was all members of political party. And there was one gentleman from the audience, and he raised a question. He said, why is this recommendation there? He said, we should not encourage women to be politicians. And his reasoning was, he said, if women becomes a politician, it's very difficult because she will not be able to actually contribute, because each time if she's married, she have to actually ask her spouse permission. So this mindset is there. So what I want to say here is the regulators went through the challenge of getting the public listed company to do this until it was mandatory. So when we look into these SMEs, is a bigger challenge. So you don't offer them something, they are not going to do it. And if you make it mandatory for these smaller companies to do it, chances are they are not going to do it. And when they don't do it, every mandatory provision comes with a sanction. And you don't want to actually go and punish people. So I see in terms, because as a regulator, the way we actually deal with public listed company and the smaller companies, the approach cannot be a similar. Yeah. So as a regulator, we have to be very cautious in the sense of how we deal with the SMEs. I think the best approach for us at the moment is we encourage. So that's the point when I say if the government can offer some kind of incentive, because after pandemic, we see all these small companies, some of them are still struggling. They are still struggling to come back to the business. So examples like, having a childcare center in a big, in a business operation center, in a company, that's going to be actually for them is adding a cost. So, so this is some of the challenge that as a regulator we see.
Yeah, I think you both bring the importance of the two sides, no? The company's ownership and leadership in taking ownership on this issue, as well as the important role that regulators are playing to kind of push the agenda from the regulatory side. I have other questions, but I'm looking mindful of the time. I would like to open, so we make it more engaging, open for comments, reflections, and questions from the audience, even if it's late. Can I invite for reflections or comments, questions to our panelists? There? I cannot see. Okay, yes, please. Yeah?
Thank you for this conversation. And indeed, I believe from Ambassador of Romania, I saw an estimation that within the EU countries, to reduce the gap of payment between men and women, which is currently, if I'm not mistaken by heart, around 18% now, it will take 3 decades. Of course, nobody is counting in wars, crisis, or pandemic future, hopefully not, or no new wars. But I'm just saying 30 years just for one perspective, one criteria, which was also debated here, means a generation. Also, in terms of course, the number of SMEs is very big by comparison, but I think regulating somehow incentives, it is crucial, and this is done by parliaments. What I'm saying is that, for instance, we have till 2027, in accordance with the European Union regulation, 2027, the deadline for each and every member state, either to have minimum 30% of women on board for executive positions, or 40% combined executive and non-executive positions in the board. So women on board, the same perspective. So we somehow we are on this track. But yes, I think that what it is important is perhaps to have more conversation, or trying to see how things are really improving in the field in various countries, beyond whatever politics of the day or the governments. I think these sort of contacts and conversations across the regions are very important. And here comes, of course, the role of the United Nations representative at large. So that's one. And second, in almost all job descriptions, perhaps we are living during the first generation of women professionals. First generation. What am I saying is that before 2000, very few job description already had a full generation of women professionals. My point is that perhaps for each and every job description, there's a need to speak more about the women who were not only the first, but part of the first generation of being recognized as the first in their respective countries. I think this sort might inspire the girls, for instance, even in choosing a career. There are still careers which are perceived as being more appropriate for men than for women by default, not to mention STEM, for instance.
Thank you.
And others. So once again, thank you for this conversation and looking forward to be part of the continuation.
Okay, thank you. Before I invite our speakers, maybe we take one or two other questions. Yes, over there. Anyone with the mic? Yeah.
Hi. I think I don't have questions, but just some of the thoughts that you could respond to. But number one is actually on the blind spots that we were talking about. And I think one of the main blind spots is we're trying to make the workspace so mother-friendly to the point where we ask women in the society to be good mothers and good workers at the same time. And I think that's problematic because now women are overburdened with, you know, having to make sure the children go to school and cook at home, but also be, you know, at the office on time and not leaving the one earliest and etc. And I see women having this burden much heavier than we require men to be. And I don't see we trying to make the workplace better for fathers. So I think Sharath mentioned this already, but you know, we need to be very careful about the initiatives or the initiatives we ask companies to do. And the second one, I think we talk a lot about women in diversity, having more women in the workspace, and etc. But I don't think we have enough discussion about making sure those women are safe. And sadly, although we already have a sexual harassment policy on board, yes, law on board, and most companies would have them, the take-up is actually low. Face up, I haven't faced sexual harassment in my current job, so CMB is a great place for women. But at the same time, I can say in the 1 year and a half that I have been working, there were multiple cases that I have faced personally. And so are my other friends. And that is really sad because these are big companies, big organizations where this shouldn't be happening. And I think the saddest part is when we try to report because we're new, we believe in the system. And what we're hearing from people inside is that these systems don't work. And I don't think there's enough conversation about changing that culture and keeping women safe. So if you can't keep women safe, they're not going to be able to perform in the workplace in the first place. And I think it's really sad that we need to even go to this very basic thing in 2023 in Malaysia. That's it for me. Thanks.
Yeah, good. Thank you. I think there are other questions, but maybe we can come back on those because they're very good reflection and important points. Actually, there was one of my follow-up questions to say, how do we make sure that we increase duty of care within the companies based on the 2022 Sexual Harassment Act, which was a very good step forward, actually, but then how do we make sure that within companies there's more ownership on and responsibility on the duty of care for victims of harassment, no? That's a very good one. And then how do we make sure that we don't overburden, and that, I think that's one of the key challenges in several countries, that bringing women in the workspace equal double work instead of equal work for men and women. So maybe opening up to both our speakers for some thoughts on those issues, no? From both regulatory and business sector perspective. Would you like to start, Ravin?
Yeah. I think one of the things that, I mentioned that earlier as well, education is very important. And when I say education, I think the most important is the board level, board of directors. we see companies, they conduct due diligence, they conduct risk assessment in terms of many aspects of the company's business operation, in terms of anti-corruption, in terms of fraud, in terms of many other matters. But we don't see companies doing due diligence in regards to human rights. So that is one thing I see is lacking. And again, to create that culture, I think awareness and education is really important at the board level, because the board need to actually carry the mandate. And if the board of directors of the companies, they themselves don't see the significance of these elements, then the company will not do it. So I think, yeah, if you look at the public listed company, I'm going to mention again, we have the Bursa just introduced the mandatory sustainability reporting. And if you look at the sustainability reporting, there are many indicators in terms of environment, in terms of social, in terms of governance. But if you look at the indicators in terms of social aspect, not much has been actually mentioned. So I think this is one of the aspects of the S element aspect. Not enough attention has been given. So much of focus been given on governance, and lately we see so much of focus has been given on the environment because of the climate change issues. But I think it's time for public-private sector collaboration to actually look into the element of S as well. And again, when we talk of business community, we about company, I think the most important thing is educating the board. Because if you don't get the mandate from the board, you don't get the buy-in from the board, it's not going to happen. Yeah, that's all I want to share.
And I think that's another blind spot, that too much of the focus on ESG is on the E and on the G, and maybe even mainly the E. Very often we're invited on sustainability conversation, and it's clearly linked to the environment or the net zero target, no? So how we can give more emphasis, and that goes from the assessment, your internal assessment. If there is no data, social data within the companies, it's very hard for the board to take action, and it starts from the leadership, no? Sharat, can I invite you to give your perspective as well? Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a lot to unpack based on your questions and comments. So I'm going to go random because I can't remember the sequence in which it appeared. In the work that we did in 2019 on sexual harassment, 1 out of 4 of professional accountants had either experienced sexual harassment or knew someone who did. Do I need to repeat that statistic? This is professional women. We've not even talked about sexual abuse. This is sexual harassment at the workplace. So yes, we've got a problem. One is to talk about it. The other one is, of course, the board to do something about it. But I feel change is messy. And for us to try and do this in some kind of a structured, coordinated way, I'm beyond that. So I think it is about making change happen within yourself, within your own little communities of friends and people in the workplace, and then you shoot it up to your management and to the board. And finally, you also lobby policymakers. We sometimes feel we don't have a voice, but we actually do have a voice. We get tired of these issues because they're cropping up over and over again. Believe me, I'm an accountant, and I know these issues about compliance as well. And a lot of our members who say, enough with these compliance. We want to get on with the business side of it. I have a lot of sympathy for what Ravin does. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. But this is where that change needs to happen, and that change needs to be messy. It needs to be. All change in society, in my view, needs to go along a path, and to try and make it all beautiful and streamlined sometimes doesn't work. Before universal suffrage in UK, we had the first female accountant in ACCA. Okay? So it can happen. It just requires people who open up and start questioning things. Like, y'all are all quite happy with the 30% board rule, right? I'm not. I'm not. If I got 50% of women in accountancy, and I told you it's 69%, but let me just say it's 50%, then why is it not 50%? Because along the way, it's difficult. We have MPs who make comments, and so it's difficult. And here we are, in the year 2023, talking about these issues. Like 30% is some wonderful concession that we have given to women. You all should be happy about it. Where are we? So I think there's a lot to unpack, and I know I've missed a few points. But we've got to keep pushing this agenda. One of the points that you raised was also about this maternity, and I'm again a firm believer in that. Some countries do this, where men and women get the same paternity leave. I've even heard of another example where the unused maternity leave is then offloaded onto the husband, the father, so that the women can go back to work, and taking care of the child is the father's responsibility. All of these schemes need to be put in place, tried and tested. I don't know what the right formula is, but to say that child caring is one person's responsibility, not both, then I don't know what society this is, right? And this is, and I'll just add one more point and I'll stop. This issue about family commitment does not stop at your childbearing age. It does not. Because when we ask the women at the top, what was preventing you from becoming board members in C-suite, their number one issue, by a 20% gap, the number one issue is family commitments. So where are the men? Okay, so before I say anything else, which I might regret, I'll stop, and then we'll take any other questions that you may have.
Thank you. I think we need more leaders that actually speak out and promote that agenda very openly within their own organizations as well. No? Let me go for another run. I think there were other questions here on the right side. Yes, here there is one.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Koo, and I love my accountant because she's my wife, so that's the reason. But on a more serious note, if that's not serious enough, how can we go beyond sort of minimum standards? We heard earlier in one of the presentations a statement saying compliance with Malaysian law is not sufficient when it comes to international norms of business and human rights. So I can understand from Ms. Ravin, hello again, Ms. Ravin, nice to see you. When she's representing the Companies Commission of Malaysia, it's a bit hard for a regulator to say compliance with Malaysian law is not sufficient. But that is the case. So for example, in Malaysia, I recounted this case earlier. There are two cases where pregnant women were terminated by the employers, right? There were two airline companies, they were terminated. They sued their employers for wrongful termination because of this policy. And they lost in court because basically the court said, gender discrimination is not something that you can enforce between employer and employee. It's between the citizen and the state, right? So that's Malaysian law. But if we want to go, if ACCA is this worldwide organization based in the UK, is that something that we have to have external pressure coming in or external influences coming in saying, if you want to continue to be a member of this international body, then it's not sufficient just to say, I'm complying with Malaysian law, that's all enough, but you have to comply with international standards. Is that something that ACCA can do, for example, as a professional body?
Again, another tough question. Because you may not like my answer. So if international standards or international law is such that in US, they roll back child labor laws, do we do the same? So I struggle with that. So where the West has been in terms of climate change laws and rules, they have scaled back. Do we in Asia say that therefore they have scaled it back, we also drop here, let's reduce the scale and activities? we have 1.4 billion people in China, 1.4 billion people in India, 700 million in ASEAN. If climate change impacts, which it will, and let's not talk about 5, 10 years, because my mind is really not on that, right? We have a fundamental responsibility as parents, business leaders, etc., to start thinking beyond the long term. But let me not get too, esoterical about it. Fundamentally, it is about the fact that we need to understand what risks we face, okay? And then we need to respond to that. So I've always felt, being a practitioner of risk management for some years, that there's a fundamental difference between risk management and compliance. Compliance is against the law. Risk management has to sit at a buffer well above the law. And I'll give you a very poor example, and I apologize if this is insensitive, okay? MH17, if you remember that case where MH17 got shot down, many years ago, it was in the same year as MH370. Put MH370. MH17 was flying in the airspace. It did not violate any laws. It got shot down. Singapore Airlines was following a few minutes later, it did not get shot down. Both were complying with the law. One got shot down. As a risk management person, I was wondering, why would you fly over a war zone? That's all. A risk management person, and not just a person. I mean, risk management is a type of thinking that you take to your boards, to your agendas, to your business meetings. What's the right thing to do? What's the safe thing to do? Yes, there's a compliance with the law that you want to be clear about, but you better have a buffer. What is that buffer? How much is that buffer is something you need to think about. I hope I've answered your question to some extent, because I think international standards work both ways. We've got to make sure some of these standards have a context in which the local standards and the local norms also apply. Not with regards to human rights, but I speak more about, say, for example, carbon emissions. When our carbon emissions per capita is so low, we need a longer runway. Okay? But when it comes to human rights, I don't think there is a fundamental difference between the human rights in Malaysia, in ASEAN, or in the US. The way I see it, in US, it's probably a bit worse than where we are. In the US, if you remember the palm oil industry, the US clamped down on Sime Darby and didn't allow the export of palm oil into US. Why? Because of indentured labor, right? And who's having child labor now? So should Malaysia now ban the export of palm oil into US because some of its states are practicing, or rolling back child labor laws? So it's a loaded question, but I think I wouldn't put too much weight into pegging your stakes on where international laws and standards are.
Thank you. I'm mindful of the time, so I think we're getting close to the end. So I would just like to ask, going back to actually the question I asked to the whole audience, but ask Ravin and Sharat to actually conclude with that in 1 minute, 1.5 minutes each. What does success in diversity, equity, and inclusion looks like for you? If you can picture one image, 1 minute, how would that look like from a regulatory perspective and from a private sector company perspective? 1 minute. Ravin, over to you.
I think the collaboration or the partnership, public-private partnership, is really important. As I said, that as regulators, we are already collaborating with some other regulators to work on this agenda. But I think it's very important for the regulators to actually also work with the private sector. So I don't see that much happening at the Malaysian space. So moving forward, I think this is something that will work very well to push for this agenda. Yeah, thanks.
My answer is going to be a little bit different. For me, it's about It's in a much longer picture. It's not just from a business perspective, because the business will be recipients of this in time to come. But every child has to believe that their dreams will come true. That's what DEI means to be. That neither gender, nor race, nor religion, nor their neurodiversity, nothing will hold them back. And as a business, we have to create the workplace that allows for that. That means also working with the education system upstream to allow that, etc., etc. But for me, that's what it is.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our session already. A few key takeaways from our speaker. I think quite a strong message about the role of leadership, of changing mindset, be the advocate of the DEI agenda, starting by including it in their own company agenda, assessment, board meetings, and really get a strong leadership from within. Needs for a culture shift as well. Important complementary role of regulators as well as private companies, and how regulators are there to work alongside, I would say, the private sector to help them in that journey as well, but also using reporting tools to generate data, case studies, and help push the agenda further as well. So I will leave it at this, because I know we are, just want to wrap up on time, but a big round of applause for our two speakers. Thank you very much for joining Ravin online. No one can see that you are at the airport right now, so that was very well done. Yeah. And Sharat, thank you very much for provocating thoughts that you shared with us. I think we need more men leaders that are promoting the DEI agenda. And I hope that this was useful, you got some insight, and that we can continue move this agenda all together. No? Thank you very much.
Thank you to all speakers. Before we close today's program, I would like to call upon Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri Khairul Zaimi bin Daud, Director General of the Legal Affairs Division, Prime Minister's Department, for his closing remarks.
Terima kasih saudari pengacara majlis, Datuk Mariati Robert, Commissioner and Vice Chair of SUHAKAM, Dr. Punita Silvarajo, Deputy Director General of Bahyu, JPM, Mr. Niloy, Residents Representative of UNSCR, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Malaysia Madani, and a very good evening to all. It is an honor for me to deliver the concluding remarks for this conference theme, Unveiling Insights and Actions, Malaysia's Business Baseline Assessment on Business and Human Rights. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the panel of speakers and moderators for your time, unwavering support, and thought-provoking contribution to our conference today. The success of this event signifies a testament to the stakeholders' joint and continuous effort in cultivating awareness of the importance of business and human rights, particularly in Malaysia. This conference would not be meaningful without the support of a high level of participation and engagement from the audience. My appreciation also goes to the collaborating partners, namely the Legal Affairs Division of Prime Minister's Department, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, SUHAKAM, for their commitment in bringing to the realization of this conference. We are privileged to witness each collaborating partner's impressive spirit of cooperation and contribution in steering this event towards a meaningful conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that our conference today has achieved its objective and expectation. As you have observed, the panel discussions throughout the day were vibrant, insightful, and interactive. As Malaysia is striving towards developing our Malaysia's version of the National Action Plan of BHR, this event is timely. It would serve as a platform to add value as the participants comprise officers from the government ministries, enforcement agencies, as well as embassies, business entities, and corporations. This platform would surely bring forth relevant knowledge for us on what to pursue soon. These 4 plenary sessions are an excellent start to ensure Malaysia is on the right track in aligning itself with the United Nations guiding principles. The state's duty and corporate responsibility spectrum ties business and human rights together. The panel discourses, which we are privileged to be part of, have realigned and affirmed the current landscape here in Malaysia. I must reiterate that as stakeholders, we must all pledge to remain steadfast and committed to doing our part in achieving our common goal. This includes ensuring the business and human rights agenda a stellar success in Malaysia, upholding the UN guiding principles for business and human rights, and paving a smooth path towards formulating of our very own National Action Plan for Business and Human Rights. Now on the way forward. The Honourable Minister, Datuk Sri Azalina, will chair a steering committee meeting next month with multi-stakeholders to discuss the draft of National Baseline Assessment and to finalize the report for its coming launch sometime in December this year. Subsequently, Bahyu will pursue the zero draft version of the National Action Plan and gauge the multi-stakeholder feedback for any additional inputs. The proposed National Action Plan will then be presented to the Cabinet and it will be launched by the end of 2024 as announced by the YB Minister this morning, inshallah. I am sure that many of you present today may have views and ideas that you may want to share on the areas presented in session 1 on the NBA. If so, please share your thoughts with us at the email address on the screen. We will also set up a link on Bahyu website for you to provide your thoughts by thematic categories. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank everyone here today for attending this conference, and I hope it has been a fruitful event for all of you. We should all work together to make the formulation of our very own NAP-BHCR a success. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Sri, for the apt summary. We have now come to an end of today's program, which I know many of you are probably looking forward to, but I hope you were able to gain as much insights as possible from today's sessions. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to express my gratitude to all speakers and participants for attending this event and providing your insights. We will benefit greatly from the important discussion that we have had today. While we have some of you here, could we also invite you to the stage so we can take a group photo, which we should have done in the morning? If I could have everyone to the stage. Sorry. Huh? Oh, okay. Oh, downstairs, down a bit. Sorry, not up the stage, but down there. Yeah, where y'all are at. All right, thank you so much, everyone, for being very sporting. Before we adjourn, if I could have everyone's attention, before we adjourn, please do scan the QR code on the screen that will lead you to an evaluation form. The QR code on the screen is already shown on the screen. We would really appreciate it if you could take a minute to complete this evaluation form. Also, a kind reminder, if you would like to follow updates on the BHR agenda, please follow, like, and share the official social media platforms for the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, available on Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok. There's also light refreshments outside, so please enjoy that. Terima kasih, goodbye, and as always, stay safe.